Chapter 1. The Teams. The Ninja Academy, where several young children sought to become ninja, were busy chattering amongst one another as they discussed from simple matters such as weapons to the most advanced ninja arts being jutsu. Others, on the other hand, were discussing who they would have on their teams and even what their Jonin sensei would be like. Suddenly, without warning, the classroom door flew open as a 20-year-old man walked in. The 20-year-old stood 5 foot, had light brown hair that was done up in a high ponytail, brown eyes, and a scare that ran from underneath his left eye to his right. He was wearing blue pants, a blue long-sleeve shirt, blue sandals, and he wore a green vest that had 6 pockets on the front. Calmly, he allowed his eyes to scan over his students. The first person he set his eyes on was a male that was no older than 12 years old, had golden sun-kissed hair along with a blood-red tips, his eyes were a cold cerulean blue, he stood around 4 feet 6 inches, and he looked well-built for a child his age. He was wearing a black shirt with the kanji for blood on the front in the color of blood red, black cargo pants, black ninja sandals with hidden retractable blades hidden in the soles, and on top of it he wore a black trench coat that reached to his ankles while the kanji for death was present on the back in a deep purple. If one were paying enough attention, they would have noticed the 9 golden tails swish behind him before they fully disappeared, almost as if they weren't there. The boy's name was none other than Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He was wearing his hyate on his forehead. The boy was also the container for the most powerful of all the creatures in the land, the Kyubi no Kitsune. His father, the Yodame Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wanted him to be seen as a hero for containing the legendary beast. Then shortly after, it happened. The loss of his first, best, and only friend was killed in front of him. The only good thing that came out of it was the gaining of a dojutsu. The legendary Sharingan, and then the final form, the Mangekyo Sharingan, but at a terrible price of losing someone who was beyond precious to him. Let's just that in the end no one dared to ever approach the child except for a select few. Naruto, you suffered so much and look at what it's made you become. If anyone ever had a reason to destroy this village, it's you, Naruto, thought the teacher before he continued to allow his eyes to wander over the rest of his students. The next person his eyes landed on was a young female that was also no older than 12 years of age, had black hair with blue streaks running through it that reached to her mid-back, her eyes were a coal black, and she stood 4 feet 5 inches, and she was well built for her age. She was wearing a blue Chinese top with ruby red dragons surrounding a red fan with a white handle on her back, white shorts, blue sandals, and on her left leg she wore a shuriken and kuni pouch. Her hyate was currently on her head. The girl was Sasuke Uchiha, and the last remaining loyal Uchiha in Konoha left after her elder brother killed the whole clan. She too also unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan the same night and killed her brother, but not before he told her something that she never told anyone. She was also one of the few who was able to approach Naruto. The third person was another male that stood 4 foot, had spiky brown hair that was being held back by his hyate, looked no older than 12 years old, and he wore sunglasses. The young adult wore a light gray trench coat that covered his lower face, blue pants, and blue sandals. He also wore a kuni and shuriken pouch on his left leg. That boy's name was Shino Aburame, and the current and only heir to the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan was unique since they willingly allowed bugs to inhabit their bodies, and in return the bugs would assist them in battle. The fourth person was a female that stood 4 feet 5 inches, had blonde hair that was pulled up into a ponytail that reached to the mid-back, and had light blue eyes. She was wearing a purple tank top along with a matching purple skirt while her hyate was being used for a belt. That girl's name was Ino Yamanaka, heir to the Yamanaka clan. The Yamanaka clan specialized in mind manipulation jutsu. Right next to Ino was a girl that stood 4 foot, had pink hair that reached to her waist along with her hyate holding her bangs back, and she also had forest green eyes. She was wearing a red Chinese-style dress with a white circle in the center while a line ran down the center of the dress, reached to her knees with slits on both sides, black bicycle shorts, and blue ninja sandals. She also had a kuni and shuriken pouch on her right leg. The girl's name was Sakura Haruno, and she came from a civilian family with no ninja history. She was one of the many people who feared Naruto but at least attempted to be nice to, even if it meant sparing her family's life or her own. Next to Sakura was a male that was slouched on his desk fast asleep. The boy stood 4 feet 4 inches, had black hair placed up to look like a pineapple, black eyes, and looked completely at peace. He was wearing a fishnet shirt with a gray shirt on top along with his hyate on his left arm, black pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken and kuni pouch on his right leg. The boy's name was Shikamaru Nara and the heir to the Nara clan. The clan specialized in shadow manipulation jutsu and having excellent tactical strategy skills. Sitting next to Shikamaru was another boy who was busy eating a bag of potato chips. The boy stood 4 feet 3 inches, had light brown hair, red swirls on his cheeks, and black eyes. He was wearing a white shirt with a red symbol on the stomach, a green short-sleeve shirt over the other, a white scarf wrapped around his neck, gray shorts, and blue sandals. He also wore bandages from his wrists up to his elbows. The boy was Choji Akimichi and current clan heir to the Akimichi clan. The Akimichi clan excelled in body jutsu that could increase any part of their body or the whole body if needed. He was also rather husky. Sitting behind Choji was another boy. This boy stood 4 feet 2 inches, had wild unkempt brown hair, brown eyes with a slit running through the center, and red tattoos on his face that looked similar to fangs. He was wearing a gray sweat jacket, brown pants, and blue sandals. On his head was a small white puppy. The boy's name was Kiba Inazuka and his puppy's name is Akamaru. Kiba was also the clan heir for the Inazuka clan and had an older sister. His family were proficient in team combat. Finally sitting next to Kiba was a young female. The female stood 4 feet 1 inch, had midnight blue hair, and white pupilless eyes. She was wearing a large pale jacket, blue ninja pants, and blue ninja sandals. The girl was Hinata Hyuga and the current heir to the Hyuga clan. The clan is well known because of their famed Idojutsu, the Byakugan. Despite that fact, she was constantly ridiculed by her own father, sister, and the elders of her clan because of her shy and caring nature. After a few months though, she apparently had enough as she defeated her sister in a spar and told off not only her father but the elders as well. It was even stated that she was going to become the second Ice Queen of Konoha. Well, let's get this over with, thought Irika before he walked to the center of the room. First up, I would like to congratulate all of you on passing and becoming full ninja of Konoha. Now then, I will announce the teams. Proudly stated Irika, only to realize that no one was paying attention to him. Silently he released a sigh before he started to perform a few hand signs. Genjutsu, Oni Hitsu. Silently whispered Irika before he took in a large breath. Everyone shut up and sit down, shouted Irika as his head grew 4 sizes large, causing everyone to shut up and sit down. Good, now that I have your attention. The teams are as follows: Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga under Jonin Sensei Kakashi Heikate. Team 8, Eno Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara under Jonin Sensei Asuma Saratobi. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, so Team 10, Kiba Inazuka, Sakura Haruno, and Shino Aburame under Jonin Kurinai Yuhi. Stated Irika, causing quite a few people to groan in disappointment and others to silently cheer in their heads. Now then, your Jonin senseis will be here after lunch, so until then you are free to do as you please. Just remember to be here when you're Jonin sensei. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, I would like for you to remain behind though, said Irika in a serious tone before everyone other than the earlier 3 left the classroom while snickering at their misfortune. Irika-sensei, why did you ask for us to remain behind? Asked Sasuke as she and her teammates walked down to Irika's desk. I just wanted to talk to all of you, and I'm not your sensei anymore, so just call me Irika, said Irika with a smile while everyone else just smiled in their own unique way. Does this mean that I can remove it? Coldly asked Naruto as he looked at his older brother figure. That is your decision and yours alone, Naruto, simply stated Irika as he looked Naruto in the eyes. We're going to my house, simply stated Naruto as he walked out of the classroom with the others following after looking at as if he were crazy. 5 minutes later. Okay, here we are, said Naruto as he stopped in front of a building. The building was 4 stories tall, run down, rat and critter infested dump. Naruto's teammates were calm on the outside, but internally they were cursing whatever god they could think of for causing Naruto to live in this dump. Irika, on the other hand, just smiled sadly as he looked at the building, already knowing that Naruto lived here. Silently everyone followed Naruto up to the 4th floor and noticed graffiti along the wall. Some of the graffiti said, "Die demon, crawl into a ditch and die hell spawn," and a rather common one, "You killed my family Kyubi and I'll kill you." Internally, once more the girls were bristling with anger but opted to remain calm. For a few more minutes everyone followed Naruto up until he stopped at the last door. "What happens behind this door stays behind this door, understand?" said Naruto in his usual cold tone. "Of course, Naruto, you have our word," said everyone while they noticed him relax slightly before he cut his finger and ran the blood over the door. Shortly after, the door opened and everyone stepped inside before they stopped and their jaws fell to the ground. The room was extremely small, having only 8-foot walls and the ceiling only being roughly 6 feet in the air. The walls were filled with holes, peeling paint, and water stains. The kitchen was only 2 feet by 4 feet while the rest of the room acted as a bedroom/living room. There was a single hallway on the right wall that led to what everyone guessed was the bathroom and closet. Most of the floor was covered in sweat and blood stains. The bed mattress was old and had material coming out of it, but otherwise most of the major holes had been sewed up. Almost all of the covers on the bed were ripped and had holes in them, but that wasn't what shocked them. No, it was the fact that there was a female sleeping in the bed. The female stood 5 inch 1 foot, had deep blood red hair that reached down to her waist, deep crimson eyes with a black slit running through the center, had a E-cup breast size, and she looked no older than 12. Currently, the only thing that she was wearing was the bed covers. "Hey, I'm back," said Naruto as he walked over to the sleeping female. Silently, everyone just watched as the female latched onto Naruto's waist before she mumbled something into it. "By the way, I have guests with me," said Naruto once more, causing the female to sit up in sudden alarm while pulling a kuni out from underneath the bed. "Who the hell are you and what have you done to Naruto?" demanded the female as she held the kuni to Naruto's neck, causing a faint trail of blood to come out. "Relax, it's me and I just brought my teammates here. Oh, and get some clothes on," said Naruto as if it were an ordinary subject. Immediately after that, the female looked behind Naruto only to blush heavily before she ran towards the bathroom. "Sorry, she isn't used to having others over other than the Hokage," said Naruto as he motioned for the others to take a seat wherever they could find one. "Okay, so why are we here again?" asked Sasuke as she looked at Naruto, who just stared at the ceiling before he performed a single hand sign and 2 more of him popped into existence. "You two go and make some lunch," Naruto stated before the clones walked off. "The reason why we are here is so we can understand one another. I'm going to tell you everything about me and then after that you will also be required to do so," stated Naruto with authority in his voice. "Now, as you already know, I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. My parents were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Now, on the day of my birth, the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked my father, being Hokage at the time, decided to seal the Kyuubi into me, his only son. His reason was that if he couldn't sacrifice his own son, how could he ask a villager to do the same for him? He also wanted me to be seen as a hero for containing the Kyuubi," started Naruto before he released a sad sigh. "Sadly, he was wrong. Instead of treating me like a hero, they treated me like trash. No, not it was more like I was something less than dirt. For 6 years I suffered under the constant torment of the villagers. Mostly it was name-calling and beatings. No matter what, I took them. Then I met her. Her name was Mutsumi and she was an orphan like me and became my best and only friend. For 2 years we pulled pranks, stole food, and even lived together, but that all changed," said Naruto in a happy tone before it turned grim with remorse, self-doubt, and hatred. "On the day of my 9th birthday, the villagers kidnapped her and me. They had us tied up in chairs," started Naruto before his eyes bleed red, and the next thing everyone knew, they saw a young boy and girl tied to chairs. The boy looked to be 9 years old, had spiky blood hair, cerulean blue eyes, stood only 3 inch 5 foot, 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and looked malnourished. He was wearing a raggedy white t-shirt covered in dirt, black shorts, and he was barefoot. "Naruto?" everyone thought in confusion before they turned towards the young girl. The girl also looked to be 9 years old, had long black hair that was tied into a ponytail, light brown eyes, stood 3 inch 4 foot, and she also looked malnourished. She was also wearing a raggedy white t-shirt that was covered in dirt, black shorts, and she was also barefoot. Suddenly, without warning, the room was filled with light as a door behind all of them was open, causing the 2 genin and Chunin to turn around in shock. Standing in the doorway were several villagers, at least 4 Chunin, 1 Jonin, and 2 ANBU members. Slowly all of them walked into the room until they were standing in front of Naruto and the girl in 3 single file lines. Out of all the people in the room, only one person stood out. A man that stood 5 feet 6 inches, had emerald green eyes and pink hair. He was wearing a red shirt, red pants, and red cloth shoes. "Comfortable?" asked the pink-haired man while he motioned to the 2 ANBU to guard the door while he walked towards Naruto and right through Irika, Sasuke, and Hinata. "What was that?" wondered the 3 as they turned around. What do you want?" asked Naruto as he looked at the pink-haired man. "Oh, just about the same thing as everyone in this room wants from you. Your blood, Kyuubi," stated the pink-haired man with an insane look on his face while his voice dripped with hatred. "What are you talking about? Naruto isn't the Kyuubi," shouted the girl before she was slapped across the face. "Shut up, you little demon slut," snarled out the pink-haired man while many in the crowd grinned at the girl's pain. "Now where were we?" started up the pink-haired man once more as he took up a thinking pose. "Oh yeah, now I remember." Not long after finishing, the man pulled out a kuni before he quickly stabbed it into Naruto's left hand, causing him to scream in pain. Shortly after, all of the people in the crowd were throwing broken glass, rusty kitchen knives, kuni, shuriken, and rocks at Naruto. "What are you people doing? Stop it!" shouted the female once more as she struggled against her restraints only to receive a backhand to the face. It wasn't long before the crowd split up into 2 different groups, each designated to torturing their victim to death. For hours on end, Irika, Sasuke, and Hinata watched as the people did unimaginable damage to Naruto and the girl. They watched as the people broke both legs and arms before they would stick sunbon into the major nerve locations on their broken arms and legs, causing them further pain. They would then watch as some of the Chunin would cast minor genjutsu on Naruto, forcing him to watch as the girl was raped before him, while the girl watched the several hundred ways they would torture them. After that, they were forced to watch as some of the Sibyllanes took torches and placed them out, leaving them only smoldering before they would press the hot tips onto the children, causing severe burns. "So how do you feel?" asked the pink-haired man while he absent-mindedly picked up a sword and inspected it. He then pulled out one of his own hairs before he dropped it onto the blade. The second the hair strand struck the blade, it immediately was split into 2. Naruto could say nothing as watched the pink-haired man while constantly looking over to the girl, who looked very much already dead. "Nothing to say. Well, maybe this will get you to talk," said the man as his voice rose as he swung the sword at the girl. Almost acting on instinct, Naruto attempted to jump in the way of the blade, only to be stopped by his restraints and forced to watch as the blade went straight through the girl's heart, causing her to scream in pain while coughing up blood. "Mutsumi-chan," whispered Naruto underneath his breath while his eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry, but did you say something, demon?" asked the pink-haired man as he twisted the blade 360 degrees before roughly pulling it out of Mutsumi's chest. He then proceeded to flick the blood off of the blade onto Naruto's face as his eyes began to cry blood. "I'm gonna kill you," whispered Naruto once more while he began to clench and unclench his fists. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat that?" asked the pink-haired man while he leaned in close to Naruto. "I said I'm gonna kill you," said Naruto once more, only louder, while the pink-haired man backed away and turned his back on him. "That's what I thought you said," stated the man before he quickly turned on his heel and stabbed the sword straight through Naruto's heart while releasing an insane laugh. Silently, Irika, Hinata, and Sasuke watched in anger as Naruto lost consciousness before they too began to notice the room was changing. The room was slowly turning into a long hallway with cracked walls, pipes overhead, and ankle-length water covering the floor. Floating in the water was Naruto, looking up towards the ceiling with dead eyes before he looked down the hallway, and the others doing the same saw a red glow. Calmly, Naruto walked towards the light while the rest of them followed. It wasn't long before they found themselves in another room that was huge and had a gate at the other end. On the gate was a single piece of paper that held the kanji for seal on it. Silently, they watched as Naruto walked towards the gate before he stopped as a large clawed hand came out of the gate and stopped a few inches from Naruto's face. Naruto just stood there with his cold dead eyes looking past the claw and directly into a pair of blood-red eyes that were trained on his own. "So this is my container?" asked a voice as rows of sharp teeth appeared and then a whole body of a large kitsune with 9 tails. So you are the reason why I'm hated, stated Naruto with no emotion while he continued to look in the Kyuubi's eyes. What do you mean? Growled out the Kyuubi while its eyes seemed to change from rage to confusion. Look through my memories, was all Naruto said before he walked towards the cage and sat down looking down the hallway he came from. Kyuubi on the other hand was silently watching several of Naruto's memories while Iruka, Hinata, and Sasuke also watched every beating, comment, and other things that happened to Naruto over the course of his short life. At the end of it, Kyuubi was releasing large amounts of killing intent while it looked at Naruto in a new light. Interesting, my own father sacrificed me. Fool, sneered Naruto while he shook his head in disgust. You went through my memories, didn't you? Silently growled out Kyuubi. Only the ones in which you were sealed into me. I just wanted to see if the yandere would mention my parents, stated Naruto in a cold tone while the Kyuubi mumbled something about dumbass blondes. Okay, how would you like for the chance to give the same if not greater pain to those villagers? Asked the Kyuubi as it looked at Naruto. I would love to do that, Kyuubi-chan, stated Naruto with a smile that was filled with evil intentions while the Kyuubi looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Almost immediately after, the Kyuubi quickly regained its thought process by shaking its head. Then pull off the seal, Kyuubi said as it pointed to the seal with the tip of its tail. Silently Naruto looked at it before he jumped up and grabbed a hold of 2 of the bars. He then proceeded to climb up until he was face to face with the seal. Quickly Naruto grabbed the seal before he completely ripped it off before he was blasted back into the real world. Once more everyone watched as the room changed back into the same room they were in earlier, with the civilians just about to leave the room before they were stopped as black flames rose up from the ground. Quickly the civilians turned around only to have their rage become more prominent on their face at seeing Naruto freed from his bonds and standing up. I'm going to kill you, said Naruto as he rose his head up, causing all the civilians to step back in shock. Naruto's eyes were now a deep blood red with a black pupil and 3 black comma marks spinning in around the center. Tsukuyami, whispered Naruto before everyone, other than Iruka, Hinata, and Sasuke, found themselves bound to crosses while Naruto stood in front of them while a female stood behind him. The female stood 5 inch 1 foot, looked no older than 20, had deep blood red hair that reached down to her waist, and deep crimson eyes with a black vertical slit running through the center. She was wearing a blood red kimono with a white fox with 9 tails cutting along the edge that also did little to hide her E-cup bust. Behind her lightly swaying were 9 blood red tails. For the next 72 hours you will experience all my pain that I have been placed through for the last 9 years. Have fun, said Naruto without emotion before he disappeared along with the female, leaving behind villagers and ninjas screaming at him to force him to release them. Suddenly, without warning, Naruto collapsed while holding his hands over his stomach while deep crimson chakra covered him before it started to concentrate over his stomach. Not long after, the chakra burst forth before it began to form into a small red fox with 9 tails in front of Naruto. Shortly afterward, both Naruto and the fox fell to the ground and the room began to rapidly change before Hinata's, Sasuke's, and Iruka's eyes. Now they were standing in a hospital room with Naruto laying on a hospital bed with several machines connected to him monitoring his heart rate, blood pressure, and several other vital aspects. Naruto, thought everyone sadly before the hospital room door opened and a man stepped in. The man stood 6 feet 1 inch, had a white beard on his chin, and an old face that radiated with sadness and several other emotions that were constantly changing. The man was wearing a white robe with a red line running down the center of the robe, and a square hat that had a single red triangle with a white kanji for fire. Good afternoon, Naruto, how are you feeling? Asked the old man as he walked towards Naruto before he sat down on the bedside. How do I feel? Reiterated Naruto as he shook from either rage or sadness, but they couldn't tell. For starters, I not only get attacked on my birthday once again, but this time the villagers took the liberty of also torturing Matsumi-chan. Shortly afterwards they kill her in front of me. Then after that I find out that I'm the container for the Kyuubi no Kitsune and the son of the Yandere Hokage. So how do you think I feel? Shouted Naruto with his voice rising with every word he said while tears of blood flowed freely from his eyes. Naruto, I should have told you, but I was afraid and your father didn't want you to know until you were its container, until you were at least a chunin. Stated the old man as he looked at Naruto while he removed his hat, showing that he had very little hair. What were you afraid, that I wasn't mature enough to handle the information? Growled out Naruto while his whisker birthmarks grew thicker and darker while a purple aura started to surround him. Naruto, please, you need to calm down. Said the old man as he stood up and backed away just from the killing intent that Naruto was releasing and the fact that Naruto had the Sharingan. Calm down. You want me to calm down? Especially after everything that this village has put me through? Shouted Naruto in rage while he glared at the old man. Naruto, you need to calm down. Stated another voice that radiated with authority, causing Naruto to physically stiffen. Slowly Naruto and the old man turned their attention to a small fox that stood in a corner of the room while it walked towards them before it jumped onto the bed and curled up into Naruto's lap. What, you never seen a fox speak? Asked the fox while it looked at Naruto and the old man through the corner of its eyes. To be quite honest, the only animals that I have ever seen speak were summons, and as far as I know, no one in the village has a fox summoning contract. Said the old man while he looked at the fox. Well then, I guess I should at least tell you who I am. For starters, I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Said the fox while Naruto began to lightly pet the fox on the head. Holy shit! Was all the old man could say while he grabbed Naruto and pulled him away from the Kyuubi. Okay, let me clear something up here, Ninjen. I was forced into attacking the village by an Uchiha. More specifically, Madara Uchiha. Second, the reason why I'm not hightailing it out of this village is because 1, I'm still bound by the Shinigami's seal, 2nd, I'm not leaving this kid alone in a village that will attempt to kill him, and 3, I gave the boy the Sharingan and he's going to need someone to train him in using it to its utmost potential. So I thought, why not let the creator of the Sharingan teach him, and the creator is me. Stated the Kyuubi while it looked out of the window nearby. Why would you do that? Asked the old man while he watched the Kyuubi with distrust in his eyes. I just want to fix as much damage that I caused for the boy. I even plan on him signing the summoning contract for the foxes. Stated the Kyuubi while it continued to look out the window, and the old man continued to look at Kyuubi with distrust before he released a sigh. Very well then, just don't kill anyone. Said the old man while he released Naruto, who just walked back to the bed and sat down before the Kyuubi placed its head underneath Naruto's left hand. Silently, Naruto just gently scratched behind the Kyuubi's ears while releasing purees of happiness. Before I forget, there is one more matter that needs to be attended to. When Naruto and his friend Mutsum were captured, they were tortured, as you know, but during the torture they killed the girl, which allowed for me to temporarily pull Naruto in his mindscape because of him being in emotional stress. While we were in the mindscape, I convinced Naruto to release me, which has in turn allowed for me to escape from the seal. Sadly, to keep the boy alive, I had to pass the title of Kyuubi onto him. Roughly around the time he turns 18, he will have all 9 tails. After that, he will be required to take a test to see if he is worthy of the title. I will of course be the giver of said test, if only because I was the former Kyuubi, and if I'm unable to do so, one of, if any, survived, my guards will give the test. Said the Kyuubi before it took a large gulp of air and released it slowly. Thank you, Kyuubi-san, for telling me this. I will be certain that no one finds out about this, and if they do, they will be immediately killed along with anyone with a 5-mile radius of the speaker. Said the old man while he placed his hat back onto his head. Gigi, did you find Mutsum's body? Asked Naruto with his now dead voice while he looked at the floor and petted the Kyuubi. Naruto, when we found you, you were in an ally. We don't know who brought you there, but we feel that he or she wanted you to be found. Do you know anything about this, Kyuubi-san? Asked the old man while he stood up. I'm afraid not, but do not worry, Naruto, we will find her body. Said the Kyuubi while it placed its paws on Naruto's shirt before it began to lick the dried blood off of his face. Naruto, after you leave the hospital, come see me and we can then discuss your inheritance, and I'll treat you to as much Irucha ramen you want. Suggested the old man with a smile. Of course, Hokage Gigi. Said Naruto with a small smile, and even though it was small, the old man knew that this was a true smile and not one of those fake ones that he placed on. I'll see you later then, Naruto-kun. Said the Hokage as he left the room. Now once again Irika, Hinata, and Sasuke found the room to change before it returned to the apartment room that Naruto led them to. Naruto was still sitting on the bed and the red-haired female was sitting next to him.
Naruto, whatever happened to Matsumi's body? Asked Hinata, already getting the feeling that this wasn't going to be an easy answer from him. We never found it. Kyubi picked up a scent of one of her old guards. She believes that he may have taken the body, but for what reason we don't know. Simply stated Naruto while the woman just hugged him lightly. You already know who I am, but just in case you don't know, I'm the former Kyubi no Kitsune, but you can just call me Natsuki, said Natsuki as she smiled at all of them. Well, now that you know about me, I believe that it's Hinata's turn,
said Naruto as everyone looked at her.
I know what I'll show you,
stated Hinata before she started to perform hand signs and stopped on Rat.
Genjutsu art, memory viewing,
quickly stated Hinata before the room began to change. Slowly the room began to take on shapes until they took on specific forms.
The room had changed from the apartment to a large room with tatami floors.
In the center of the room stood two girls who were fighting against one another and a male that watched the fight. The first female looked to be no older than 11, maybe 12 years of age, stood 4 feet 1 inch, had midnight blue hair and pure white eyes with a lavender tint. She was wearing a black bodysuit that hugged all of her curves just right. The second female looked no older than 9, maybe 10 years of age, stood 3 feet 4 inches, had pure black hair that reached just past her neck, and pure white eyes. She was also wearing a black bodysuit, but it was rather loose on her. The man who watched the two fight looked to be 20 years old, stood 5 feet 9 inches, had black hair that reached just a few inches from his waist, and pure white eyes that seemed to radiate a coldness. He was wearing a white shirt, white pants, and a brown robe. Silently without sound the girls continued to trade blows with one another, with an occasional one striking certain points on the body before a faint blue light also struck the same place. Every now and then the girls would part only to charge at one another again, until finally one of the girls had their hand hovering over one of the few spots in the body that if struck properly would kill an opponent.
Hanabi. Hinata. That's enough,
stated the man with a stern voice that radiated power while he watched the girls turn to him. Silently the girls dropped their arms before they stepped up to the man and sat down in front of him.
You both did very well, but Hanabi is still further along in the Jiken than you are, Hinata. Hinata, I also know that you are afraid to hurt others, and that is what is holding you back,
quickly stated the man while he looked at the girls who just nodded. Slowly the man released a sigh before he quickly preformed 3 hand signs. Shortly after the room glowed a faint blue before it died and disappeared.
Hinata, I know that you don't want to hurt others even if it was a practice spar, so I have asked Hokage-sama to sign you up for medical training at the hospital,
said the man while he looked at the eldest of the two girls. It wouldn't be that hard, especially if I didn't have that seal on me, whispered Hinata lightly while she glared at her right wrist.
I know, but you just need to hang in there for a little bit longer. Hinata, I know what it feels like to be helpless.
I also have a feeling that something is going to change very shortly, said the man before he looked at Hinata's wrist before he could see a faint blue glow coming from it.
Hinata-ne-chan, why is your wrist glowing? Asked Hanabi while she pulled at her sister's clothing.
Looks like you were right, father, things are going to be changing, simply stated Hinata while she closed her eyes and held her wrist over her heart, all the while having a dark grin on her face. Shortly after the room began to shift and change once more. Once again the room was nothing but shapes that were blurring too fast to catch before they began to slow down and settle into place and take on more features. Now the room was only slightly larger than Naruto's apartment room. It had a signal clothing drawer, a bed in the center of the room with lavender sheets on the top, and a small doll on the bed along with Hinata. The doll was of Naruto, which caused him to look on in shock, Irika with a small smile, and Sasuke with jealously. Silently they watched as Hinata pulled the Naruto doll close to her while releasing a silent sigh. She then turned onto her side while hugging the doll even closer to her before she sat up immediately as the sound of someone knocking her door.
What? Shouted Hinata while she silently hid the Naruto doll under her pillow. Ne-chan, can I talk to you? Asked the voice through the door. Oh, Hanabi, of course you can.
said Hinata as she got out of bed wearing a lavender kimono before she walked to the door and opened it.
Are you okay, Hinata?
Asked Hanabi while she walked into the room and her sister closed the door behind her.
I'm fine, Hanabi-chan. I'm just finally free but at a cost,
stated Hinata with sadness while she held her wrist and sat with her sister on her bed.
What was the cost, Ne-chan? Asked Hanabi while she looked at her sister in concern.
Well, as you already know, the Udaime Hokage sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi no Kitsune, but that isn't the truth. The truth is that the Udaime Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Kyuubi into an orphan. The Honorable Council of the famed Hyuga clan attempted to place a mind control seal on him that would be linked to me, giving me complete control over the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, stated Hinata while she laughed lightly at the end.
What happened?
Asked Hanabi while she looked at her sister before she was pulled onto her lap. Well, to put it simply, it seems that the Kyuubi redesigned the seal to act like a marriage seal, meaning I'm legally married to Naruto,
squealed Hinata while she squeezed her sister. So when are you going to tell him? Is this the reason why you like him so much, and can you not squeeze me so hard?
Asked Hanabi once more while she struggled against her sister's hold. Sorry, I think I'll tell him once we are both genin, and Hanabi, I really care for him. He is a kind person who has endured so much. He is the true meaning of the will of fire, said Hinata with a smile while she released her sister while Naruto just looked on sadly.
Well, then I'm happy for, but the Honorable Hyuga Council wants to see you,
said Hanabi, mimicking her sister.
Well, they can wait,
said Hinata with a smile while she hugged her sister close to her, and Hanabi just laughed.
So do you want to talk about something specific? Asked Hanabi as she looked at her sister, who was busy running her hands through Hanabi's hair. How about I tell you about the ultimate form of our dojutsu? Suggested Hinata while she continued to run her hands through Hanabi's hair. The ultimate form? Questioned Hanabi as she looked over her shoulder.
Well, not that many know about it, mostly because the council doesn't want people to know, but I learned about it from Mom before she passed on.
The ultimate form of the Byakugan allows us to have complete mastery over our elemental affinities.
Sadly, the only way to unlock it is to have a pure soul, which many of our clan members seem to lack,
said Hinata while she began to braid Hanabi's hair. How did Mom find out about it? Asked Hanabi while she messed around with a few of the completed braids. She unlocked it.
Not knowing at the time what she had, she searched the Hyuga records until she found an ancient scroll. The scroll explained how the Byakugan came into existence, but also the form she acquired. The version she unlocked never had a true name, so she called it the True Eye, trans.
To Latin/Japanese,
stated Hinata while she started to undid the braids and started over.
How did the Byakugan come into existence? Asked Hanabi while she sat still.
Well, according to the scroll that Mom found, it stated that all forms of bloodlines came into existence through the help of the 9 Biju. The Nibi no Nikko was stated to have created our bloodline, and for some odd reason it also mentioned that the Kyuubi no Kitsune created the Sharingan, said Hinata in puzzlement before she set her sister next to her. Hanabi's hair was now set up with a bun with straight hair coming out of the center and 2 braids framing her face. The bun was held together with 2 senbon with 2 glass orbs on the ends that had the kanji for Fire Princess.
Hinata, thank you,
whispered Hanabi with a smile while she hugged her sister.
You're welcome, Hanabi-chan,
whispered back Hinata while she hugged her sister back before the moment was ruined by someone knocking on her door.
What?
Hinata shouted, but not before pushing her sister back.
Hinata-sama, the council wishes to see you immediately. I have been ordered to bring you even if it requires force, stated the person on the other side. Give me time to at least get dressed, stated Hinata with irritation at having her sister time interrupted by the damn council. Very well then, Hinata-sama, stated the person once more. Thank you, answered back Hinata before she ran to her dresser.
She then proceeded to open her drawers and occasionally threw an outfit to the side until she was left with one single outfit. She then ran towards the bathroom and closed the door behind her. A few moments later she stepped out wearing her outfit.
Hinata was now wearing a white kimono with silver lining the edges of the sleeves and the bottom of the robe.
Imprinted on the kimono was large moon on the upper half, while on the lower half was a kitsune looking up to the moon. The kimono was held in place with a blood-red sash.
"Well, what do you think, Hanabi-chan?" asked Hinata while she did a small twirl. "You're going to knock those council members down a few pegs, Hinata," said Hanabi with a smile while she hugged her sister for luck. "I'll see you later, Hanabi-chan," whispered Hinata before she walked to the door and opened it, causing the room to begin to rapidly change into blurring shapes once more. Slowly the room began to settle several shapes before it finally settled down into a room larger than Hinata's and Naruto's room combined. In the room was a half-circle table that had 5 people seated in it. The man from the fights was sitting in the center, while to his left were 2 elder females and to his right were 2 elder males. The first elder male looked to be at least 50 to 60 years old, had no hair except for an occasional thin white strand, and had pure white eyes that were milked over. He was wearing a white robe with the kanji for council on the back. The first elder female also looked to be at least 50 to 60 years old, had hair that was extremely white held together in a bun, and her eyes were still white but held nothing but coldness, but if one were to look long enough they would see deep kindness. She was wearing a white robe with the kanji for council on the back. The second elder male looked to be 70, had absolutely no hair showing that he had liver spots, and had white eyes that were filled with coldness. He was wearing a white robe with the kanji for council on the back. The second female elder also looked to be 70 years old, had no hair, and her eyes were a pure white that were milked over. She was wearing a white robe with the kanji for council on the back. Currently the council was waiting silently for Hinata, and luckily they didn't have to wait long for the council chamber doors to open. With quick and equally spaced steps the person who opened the door walked into the room before she took a seat in front of all the council members. 3 out of the 5 council members looked at her with disinterest, while 2 others looked at her with approval, and their eyes only being covered by a thin layer of disinterest. "Hinata Hyuga, do you know why you have been called before the Hyuga Council?" asked the oldest male member while he stared at her with minor interest. "No," was all Hinata said, but it was filled with a coldness that could only be matched by her late mother's, causing a few of the council members to sweat lightly. "Very well then, Hinata, it has come to our attention that you may not be the best candidate to become the clan heir. Therefore you will be branded by the cage bird seal tomorrow afternoon," stated the eldest female council member. "And who, might I ask, gave you those orders?" "I thought that the clan heir wouldn't be chosen until both my sister and I became ninja," coldly stated Hinata while her eyes were filled with a fire. "That is the normal procedure, but since you will become a ninja 3 years sooner than your sister, the council has decided to make her clan heir," stated the second eldest male while he looked at Hinata with hate. "So you're going to betray 1,000 years of our culture all because I'm going to become a ninja sooner than my younger sister?" asked Hinata with venom dripping off of every word while a dark aura surrounded her, causing a few council members to gulp in fear. "Don't think of it as betrayal of our clan ways, just think of it as a precaution, so if you die and fall into enemy hands they won't have the Byakugan," quickly stated the eldest female council member in hopes of calming down Hinata. "Oh, and I guess that makes it okay for what you attempted to do to Naruto, all right?" asked Hinata with a cold exterior, but inside she was bristling with rage. "Listen here, you little brat, the QB show," started the eldest male council member before he felt something strike through his heart. Slowly he looked down to see that he was bleeding, staining his robes red with his own blood before he fell face first onto the table dead. "If anyone ever speaks about my fiancé like that ever again, they will get a one-way ticket to death. Got that?" asked Hinata while growling in disgust. "Oh, of course, hi Hinata," stuttered out everyone before she got up and left the room. Not long after that, the room changed back into Naruto's apartment with everyone in the same position they had left it in, only now there was food in front of everyone. "Why don't we take a break and eat something?" suggested Naruto as he grabbed a plate of chicken. "Okay," said everyone while they each took some sort of meat and ate in silence. 5 minutes later. "Dang, I never knew how good of a cook Naruto was until now," thought everyone while they rubbed their stomachs in contentment. "Hinata, what you said back in your memory, was it true?"
asked Naruto in doubt while he looked at the ground.
Yes, it was Naruto. The council really did try to make it so you would only serve me, but as you can see, it backfired, stated Hinata with happiness.
Thank you, whispered Naruto with a small smile before he turned to Natsuki.
Okay, yes, I did mess around with the seal they attempted to place on you, but can you really blame me?
Asked Natsuki with a childish voice, which caused Naruto to smile lightly once more.
No, I can't, said Naruto before he turned back to everyone else.
It's your turn, Sasuke, said Hinata while she smiled at her longtime friend, even if their fathers disapproved.
Okay. Genjutsu art, memory viewing, quickly stated Sasuke while performing the hand signs before the room changed into an alleyway.
The alleyway was covered in complete darkness with only an occasional light lighting the way through the alley. Shortly after, a figure could be seen walking through the alleyway beaming with happiness. The figure was a girl that stood 3 feet 2 inches, had black hair with blue streaks running along the edges and stopped at his neck, and black eyes. He was wearing a blue shirt with the Uchiha symbol on it, white shorts, and blue ninja sandals.
I can't believe I finally did it.
I finally told everyone back at school that I'm a girl, although that brings on a whole new set of problems. The positives were I got my fangirls to leave me alone, and 2 Naruto finally kissed me, even though it was accidental.
Bad news, some of my fangirls are lesbians,
stated the female as she jumped with joy and ran all the way through the alley without much thought. Silently she walked through several other alleyways before she finally stepped onto a main road and took off running. She didn't get very far before the smell of blood assaulted her nose, causing her to look at the source only to stop. Laying on the ground were 2 people, both were elderly.
Grandma, Grandpa,
said the girl as she approached their forms and turned them over only to step back in shock. Both of their faces were horribly burned, as were the rest of the front of their bodies. There were also stab wounds on the 8 vital spots for the human body, and their eyes were ripped from the sockets.
No,
whispered Sasuke while she held her hands up to her mouth before a scream echoed through the empty street, causing her to look up in shock.
That my family's house direction,
quickly stated Sasuke before she took off towards her family home. Silently she ran, using all her emotions as fuel to get her home as fast as she could. Along her way she jumped and dodged other bodies of fallen police, ninja, and civilian family members before she stopped in front of her family home. Quickly she took in a deep breath before she released it and ran inside and towards her parents' room. The second she reached her parents' room door, she stopped before she kicked the door open, causing it to fly directly at a figure who had its back turned while it walked towards a female. A moment later the door slammed into the man, causing him to fall to the ground. The female that was saved stood 5 feet 2 inches, had black hair, and light black eyes that shone with happiness. She was wearing a light purple top with a white undershirt, blue pants that hugged her body, and wooden sandals.
Mom,
whispered Sasuke in disbelief, causing her mother to look up to her.
Sasuke,
quickly whispered her mom before she ran towards her daughter and embraced her in a hug.
Mom, what happened? Asked Sasuke as she detached herself from her mother.
It was Itachi. He went mad and started to slaughter the clan, said her mom while she looked at the knocked out figure.
No, Itachi would never do that. I know he wouldn't,
said Sasuke as she pushed her mom back at arm's length. Dear, you don't know what Itachi can do because of your idiot of a father turning him completely emotionless, said her mother while she bent down to her daughter's eyes and placed her right hand on her daughter's head.
You're wrong.
I mean, you're wrong about Itachi, but oddly enough I can't say the same for Dad, said Sasuke while she looked at the down figure before she looked on in shock as the figure got up and turned towards them. The only major detail that could be seen about the man was he had 2 glowing blood-red eyes with a 3-pronged shuriken in the center. Out of reaction, Sasuke shut her eyes in hopes of blocking out the essence of fear they produced. A few seconds later she could feel something warm land on her face. Slowly she opened her eyes only to look on in shock. Standing there in front of her was her older brother with a sword sticking out of his chest.
Itachi,
whispered Sasuke in shock, causing her mother to turn around and also look on in shock. Not a second later Itachi pulled himself off of the sword and pulled a kuni out before he turned on his heel and stabbed it through the right eye of the figure behind him. He then proceeded to twist the kuni deeper into the eye socket before he pulled it out with the eye attached. Afterwards he jumped back while holding his wound and preformed a single hand sign before two more of him appeared. With synchronized movements, all of the Itachis preformed 3 hand signs. Kanton, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Quickly stated all of the Itachis as 3 fireballs the size of a small house flew towards the unknown figure that held a hand over his missing eye where blood could be seen flowing out. All the figure could do was cover itself as all the fireballs collided when they reached the figure, causing a semi-large explosion that shook the house.
Is he gone? Asked Sasuke as she looked at where the figure once stood was now nothing but a crater.
I think so, said Itachi as he breathed in the ash-filled air before he collapsed onto his back.
Itachi!
Shouted both Sasuke and his mother before they ran to his side and quickly removed his cloak and armor. As they removed each piece of clothing, they were able to see that the blade had cut through Itachi's armor without any trouble.
It's too late. Sasuke, look after Naruto Uzumaki. He is a key to your future. Mother, I'm sorry, I couldn't get here fast enough. Huffed out Itachi as he looked at them both.
No, don't be sorry, you did what you could, don't blame yourself. If I had stood up to your father you wouldn't be like this, whispered their mother before she hugged him lightly before she released him.
I don't think you'll have to worry about me, Itachi and I-san. I already care for Naruto, but then again maybe it's love I feel for him, said Sasuke as she hugged her brother one last time and he hugged her back. Good, and Sasuke, you're strong, in your own way, and you were strong tonight,
said Itachi with his last breath and a smile on his face before he died.
Thank you, Itachi,
whispered Sasuke under her breath while she cried. Not a moment later her mother was joining her for the loss of Itachi and the rest of their clan. After that the room began to change rather quickly and once again settled back to Naruto's apartment room.
That's everything I wanted to show you, said Sasuke before she started to hear growling coming from Natsuki. Natsuki, is something wrong? Asked Hinata while she placed a hand on her shoulder.
I'll tell you what's wrong. The person who slaughtered you clan was also the same man to force me into attacking the village, growled out Natsuki before she felt something soft wrap around her waist, making her feel calm and at ease.
What was his name? Asked Irika as his inquisitive side came out.
His name was Madara Uchiha, but his original name was Madara Hyuga. He was the first Hyuga to ever receive the Cagebird seal, and because of this he sought out Kyuubi. He found her and asked her for a bloodline that could rival if not surpass the Byakugan, said Naruto with cold hatred for the man.
Then why hasn't anyone gone after him? Asked Sasuke as she stood up in defiance before they heard the door knock.
I'll get it, said Naruto as he stood up while he unwrapped his tail from around Natsuki. Calmly he approached the door and opened it with some of the locks still attached before they could physically see him relax and open the door completely, allowing 2 men in. The first man stood 6 feet 1 inch, had a white beard on his chin, and an old face that radiated with happiness. The man was wearing a white robe with a red line running down the center of the robe, and a square hat that had a single red triangle with a white kanji for fire. The second man stood 6 foot, had storm gray hair that stood up in spikes, a lazy posture, one black eye while the other was covered by his hayate, and looked to be 30 years old. He wore a long blue sleeve shirt with a patch showing a flame on his left shoulder, blue pants with a kuni and shuriken pouch on his right leg, a green jonin vest, white medical tape wrapped around his legs, and blue ninja sandals.
Hokage-sama,
quickly stated both Sasuke and Hinata as they rose to their feet in a hurry only to fall on top of one another. Now I'm only your Hokage so long as I'm in my office right now, though I'm just an old man coming to check on his somewhat adoptive grandson and his genin team, stated the Hokage while he laughed at how the girls reacted.
It's nice to see you again, Hokage-sama, stated Natsuki with a smile. It is always a pleasure to see you, Natsuki.
I take it that Naruto showed his teammates so of his past, said the Hokage with a knowing twinkle in his eyes. Yes, I did, Hokage Gigi. I'm also planning on dropping half of my mask as well,
stated Naruto while he looked at his adoptive grandfather.
Which half? Was all the Hokage asked as he looked at Naruto. The emotionless half. I'll still hide the fact that I'm the new QB from the general public, but my teammates deserve to know, was Naruto's reply while he looked at his teammates who just smiled back at him. Very well then, I will now leave you in the care of your Jonin sensei, said the Hokage as he pulled out a pipe and lit it before leaving the small apartment. Well, I guess I'll start. For starters, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes are no of your concern, just like my dislikes. My hobbies are, well, I guess I don't have any, and my dreams for the future, well, you'll find out about those in later years, said Kakashi as he smiled at his team. So all we learned was his name, mentally stated all the genin while they sweat dropped at the absurdity of their sensei. Okay, son, spot, you're next, said Kakashi while he pointed at Naruto, who just growled in annoyance. Fine, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are training and spending time with Natsuki and hopefully with my teammates. I dislike a good portion of the village for how they treated me. My hobbies are thinking of new jutsu and ways to scare the villagers, and my dream for the future, I guess it's just to have a family, said Naruto quietly. Okay, you're next, Midnight, said Kakashi once more, only this time he pointed at Hinata, who just glared at him. Okay, my name is Hinata Hyuga. My likes are Naruto, spending time with Sasuke, flower pressing, cooking, and eating zensai and cinnamon rolls. I dislike the cage bird seal and most of this village after what they did to Naruto. My hobbies are studying and practicing my family's fighting style, the Gentel Fist, in medicine. My dream for the future is, well, I want to keep that personal, said Hinata while she looked at Naruto at the end with lust. Okay, and now you duck head, said Kakashi as he pointed at Sasuke, this time causing her to growl in annoyance. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My likes are Naruto, spending time with Hinata and my mom, and practicing my taijutsu, genjutsu, and basic jutsu. I dislike the person who killed my family and most of the village after seeing what they have done to Naruto. My hobbies are bettering myself so one day I can kill the man who killed my family. My dream is to one day revive my clan with the one person I care for, said Sasuke while she blushed at the end and looked away from Naruto. Well, seeing as I may end up coming on missions with you, I might as well tell you a bit about me. For starters, my name is Natsuki. My likes are Dango, Naruto, and my younger sister. I dislike Madara Uchiha for causing me to attack the village. My hobbies are reading romance novels. As for my dream, well, I just want to find my sister and hopefully one day have a family, said Kyubi while she hugged Naruto. Okay, so I have two girls who are lusting after Sensei's son, my Sensei's son who may be emotionally broken, and a demon who is also lusting after my Sensei's son. I really got the short end of the stick this time, thought Kakashi while sat there debating on what to do. Good. Now then, tomorrow I want all of you to meet me at Training Ground 7 for a survival exercise, said Kakashi while he watched the genins' faces drop slightly. Survival exercise, but aren't we already genin? Asked Hinata in confusion while she looked at Kakashi. No, you aren't. In fact, the academy tests were designed to weed out the weak-willed. So tomorrow you will meet me at Training Ground 7, said Kakashi as he leaned against a wall while he smiled at them. Tomorrow is going to be fun, thought all of the soon-to-be genin with evil little smiles on their faces, causing Kakashi to physically shiver in fear. Oh, and before I forget, don't eat breakfast, said Kakashi with killing intent before he attempted to get off the wall only to find himself stuck. Naruto, why am I stuck to your wall? Asked Kakashi while he tried to push off the wall with his feet only to have them become stuck as well. Oh, that's easy. All my walls are covered with non-drying glue that will only dry once contact is made with it. Although that was more of an accident, said Naruto with a smile which caused Kakashi's eye to widen in shock while everyone else laughed at his predicament. Naruto, how exactly is this an accident? Asked Kakashi while he kept reminding himself that this was his sensei's son. Well, I used to pull a lot of pranks. One day I had decided to see if I could make glue bombs. That wall is where I tested them, said Naruto as he looked at the ceiling, nearly losing himself in his memories before he was brought back to reality. Hey Naruto, Hinata, and Natsuki, if you want you could come live with me and my mother in the Uchiha compound. We have more than enough rooms, suggested Sasuke while she watched in amusement as Kakashi attempted to free himself from the wall. Sure, I would actually love to get out of this dump, stated Naruto as he watched with a smile as his sensei summoned a shadow clone to help him, only to have the clone end up being stuck to the wall face first.
Naruto then left the room heading towards the back of the building. And I can definitely go for getting out of the Hyuga compound, stated Hinata with a smile.
Well then let's go, said Sasuke as she walked out the door with Hinata behind her, and shortly after Naruto following after with Natsuki, in her fox form, sitting on his head.
Guys,
said Kakashi, only to hear his voice echo through the house.
Wait, I know how I can pass the time,
said Kakashi with an eye smile while another shadow clone popped into existence.
Okay, get into our ninja pouch and get our Aiko Aika Paradise book out,
said Kakashi while his clone nodded before he reached into the real Kakashi's ninja pouch, only to have his eyes widen in fear.
Boss, it's not there, said the clone with fear. What, that can't be, I know I had it. I must have,
started Kakashi before his lone eye widened in shock.
Oh no,
whispered Kakashi while his eye widened further in shock.
I left it at home,
shouted Kakashi before he screamed like a little girl, causing all of the windows to crack and his shadow clone to disappear from the sheer decibel of the scream.
Demonic Uchiha Ch2.
Currently Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki, who was resting on Naruto's head, walked away from his former apartment before they all stopped when a girly scream echoed through the afternoon sky. Calmly they all turned to one another before they shrugged their shoulders and continued further into the village. As they entered the main shopping district, both Hinata and Sasuke were greeted with the sight of nearly all the villagers glaring at Naruto and Natsuki. Only a few nodded to Naruto while others just plain outright ignored them. Though despite all the glares, Naruto just brushed them off as if they were nothing more than innocents, while Hinata and Sasuke were trying their damn best to not kill half of the village. Luckily for the villagers, it didn't take too long for the group of genin to reach the Uchiha district, seeing as Naruto knew all the back alleys and side roads like the back of his hand. The only odd thing was the fact that Naruto was able to navigate through the Uchiha clan district and straight towards Sasuke's home.
Naruto, how did you exactly know where I lived?
asked Sasuke as she looked at Naruto with murder shining in her eyes, and she looked at Akuni like it was one of her friends.
One, your scent leads from certain areas to here. 2, who do you think dyed Itachi's ANBU armor pink for that whole week?
Stated Naruto while he backed away from the possible murderous, psychopathic, hormone-driven teenager.
Oh, so you spy on me while I'm at the onsen?
Said Sasuke while the glint in her eyes became slightly brighter and flames could be seen burning behind her.
No th, that's Kikiba. It's you just th that your scent is you unique.
Stuttered out Naruto while he reverted to his chibi fox form, which turned out to be either the best/worst decision of his lifetime.
How exactly is my scent unique?
Asked Sasuke while her rage resided and was replaced with the urge to hug Naruto. Well, you have the faint smell of omusubai with okaka and tomatoes, but your true scent is of early morning dew and freshly cut grass. Stated Naruto while he laid on the ground with his eyes covered by his front paws and shook, bracing himself from the pain that would come.
Naruto, I'm not angry, I was only messing around with you. I will also admit it was funny watching Itachi and I having to wear pink ANBU armor for that week.
Said Sasuke while Naruto looked at her returning to his human form.
Now come on. We still have to let my mother know that you two will now be living with us.
Said Sasuke as she grabbed Naruto and Hinata and literally dragged them into the house. After stepping into the house, Sasuke let them go while she removed her sandals, while Naruto and Hinata did the same.
I'm home and I brought guests.
Shouted Sasuke while Natsuki also walked into the house before she reverted to her human form.
I'm in the kitchen.
Was the reply they received before they followed Sasuke into the kitchen where a woman was busy cooking. The kitchen itself was more of a combination of dining room and kitchen. The left side of the room was the kitchen and was limited in size and equipment, but even still it served its purpose for the small family. Overall it had at least 12 cabinets, a stove, sink, and work area to prepare the food. The right side of the room was a small table that would fit a family of at least 6 without difficulty. On the walls were several scrolls with kanji on them. Overall the room had a comfortable atmosphere. The woman, though looked to be 37 years old, had coal black eyes, black hair with a bluish tint that reached to the middle of her back, and stood 5 feet 3 inches. She was wearing a blue shirt with the typical Uchiha symbol on the back, a blue skirt that reached to her knees, and a white apron.
"So SAS-chan, who did you bring home?"
asked the woman as she turned around to see Hinata, Natsuki, and Naruto. Slowly her eyes widened before she had a grin pull at her lips. She then walked up to Naruto before she bent down to where she was staring into his eyes.
"Hello Naruto. How have you been?"
asked Sasuke's mom as she rubbed the top of his head while his face and body seemed to relax under.
"I've been doing well, Makoto.
Although I wish Itachi was still around for me to pull pranks on," said Naruto while Makoto let out a small laugh before she stopped rubbing his head.
"I know, and I still remember some of the pranks you did to him. Why don't you tell some of them while I finish up dinner?"
suggested Makoto while Naruto smiled before Sasuke, Hinata, Natsuki, and Naruto sat at the table.
"Well, let's see here, what pranks did I pull on Itachi?"
"I remember changing his poke with cinnamon sticks and the other time where I buried his whole entire Pocky supply in Training Ground 44. said Naruto with a smile as he remembered some of his past.
"I remember those. Itachi was swearing up a storm for days while muttering about trying to get you back.
Although if I remember correctly he was never able to do so since whenever he tried the plan would backfire on him,"
said Makoto while everyone laughed at Itachi's expense.
"I remember that the last thing he ever tried was to coat me in glue and feathers, place a rubber glove on my head, and finished it off with me getting transported into the council chambers via a seal.
Man, that was probably the best time of my life, having a pranking war against the most static Uchiha,"
said Naruto while everyone had the image of a chicken Itachi hanging upside down in the council chambers, causing everyone to break out in laughter. "In heaven/afterlife/ whatever you want to call it." Currently Itachi was doing one of the most dangerous sports that can ever be performed in the afterlife, peeking in on the private bathhouse of the gods. All of a sudden though, Itachi started to feel a sneeze coming on, and despite his best efforts he was unable to hold it in before it was released, causing nearly every single scantily clothed god to chase him around the holy plain screaming, "Kill the pervert!"
Back with the gang.
I believe that after that attempt he was forced to admit surrender to me. Since the Uchiha took that as a great blow to their respect, especially since the so-called genius got outwitted by a boy no older than 5. Said Naruto while Makoto set a plate of omusubai with okaka and tomatoes in front of Sasuke, zensai in front of Hinata, a rather large bowl of ramen in front of Naruto, a plate of dango in front of Natsuki, and another plate of dango in her seat.
"Mom, before we begin, would it be alright if Hinata, Natsuki, and Naruto moved in with us?" asked Sasuke as she looked at her mother with the puppy dog eyes.
"Dear, you're a couple years too young to have the puppy dog pot work on me, but I don't see why not."
"I also want to know why,"
said Makoto as she laughed at her daughter who pouted. "If you must know, it is because they are my teammates, and quite honestly, have you seen the place that Naruto lives in?" said Sasuke while her voice rose to a shout at the end while her mother flinched at that.
"No, I haven't, and something tells me that I don't want to know. Now, I don't know about you, but I think it would be best if we eat now,"
said Makoto while everyone nodded in agreement.
"Itadakimasu."
Everyone whispered under their breath before they started to eat, opting to save the conversations until everyone was done eating.
Unluckily for the group, they got to witness where Naruto got his table manners.
Both Natsuki and Naruto were shoveling the food into their mouths at a pace that quickly made everyone look on it disgust, horror, and for some odd reason fascination. Quickly the other three shared a look before they just shrugged their shoulders, thinking the same exact thing: if you can't beat them, join them. Immediately after, they too were shoveling the food into their mouth and finished just a few seconds after Natsuki and Naruto, although they were breathing heavily.
"Damn, huff huff, how can you eat that fast?"
huffed out Sasuke while she placed a hand over her heavily beating heart.
"Had to get used to it.
With me being the ultimate evil, I literally had to eat extremely fast or else get dragged away from my food before I was halfway done and would be beaten. After the beating I was told that I don't deserve food or to even live for that matter. Luckily the Ichiraku ramen stand was willing to allow me to eat there. Hell, they even helped me hide from mobs and even attempted to adopt me on several occasions," said Naruto as he allowed himself to remember his almost adoptive family.
"Why weren't you ever adopted?" asked Hinata while she began to take a random guess as to who was behind it.
Old man Tucci, every time he would go to get the adoption forms, the orphanage would increase their prices. If he went to the Hokage, some random council member would come and say something like, "Hokage-sama, I'm afraid that the council had made an error in the paperwork that was needed to be signed today," before he would grab it along with the adoption papers and destroy them. It was either that or the Hokage's secretary wouldn't allow him past and even threatened him by calling ANBU. Said Naruto with rage as his eyes flashed a deep violet before he released a breath and calmed down while his eyes returned to their natural blue color. "Those self-arrogant pigs!" shouted Makoto as her eyes immediately flashed from their coal black to the Sharingan red before they returned to normal. "Mother!" shouted Sasuke with shock at what her mother said. "Sorry dear, it's just this is the third time they have ruined Naruto-kun's life," said Makoto with anger clearly burning in her eyes while she picked up the dirty dishes off the table and carried them over to the sink. She then proceeded to drop them in while releasing a large sigh. "What do you mean that was the third time that they have ruined my life?" asked Naruto with a menacing glare directed at Makoto, causing her to squirm. "The first time that they officially ruined your life was when they told your mother that you had died along with your father. During that time, though, Sarutobi was too busy protecting you from assassins that wanted you dead because of what you formerly contained, so he never officially found out until a fake letter. I even have the false letter that they wrote, with the help of my husband, that they gave to him. He was of course smart enough to ask me to come in and check to see if it really was Kushina-chan's handwriting. I knew Kushina better, she wouldn't abandon her own flesh and blood, and noticed several differences in between her handwriting and the notes. I immediately pointed them out and told Sarutobi what my husband did. He was one of the major ones behind your mother's leaving. I have been in constant contact with your mother, Naruto, and I can already tell you this much: she isn't very happy with Konoha's honorable council. It took nearly a whole month just to keep her from coming back and killing the council, and I even made her a promise that Itachi would watch over you and keep you safe. The second after you got your first C-rank mission, I'm also going to send a message to her so she can meet you in person," stated Makoto while she watched Naruto's emotions change from anger, to happiness, to fear, and finally rage while he released a concentrated form of killing intent that actually took a form of a fox standing behind him with its fangs bared. "Calm yourself, Naruto. Besides, if you kill the council members, we would miss their faces when we bring your mother back. Just imagine it, with her back, not only would you get a form of revenge against those fools on the council, but you will truly have a piece of your family back. Plus, if we're lucky, we'll get to see her kill a few of the more problematic ones," said Natsuki as she lightly rubbed his back, calming him down enough to where the killing intent had dissipated. "You're right, Natsuki. Makoto, can you at least tell me how you have been keeping in contact with my mother?" asked Naruto with his voice filled with hidden glee while Natsuki continued to rub his back before Sasuke and Hinata joined in, causing him to fall further in relaxation. "We have a special summon that we can call out. Although what it is I can't tell you until you meet her, since it is an Uzumaki clan summoning scroll. I was given special permission from the head summon since Kushina and I plan to have her firstborn marry my secondborn," stated Makoto with a smile and mild blush, completely ignoring Naruto's extremely pale face and Natsuki's, Hinata's, and Sasuke's looks of jealousy. "He's mine!" all the girls shouted while they tugged him closer to each of them, causing Makoto to snap out of her mental dreams. "I've been placed into a clan marriage with him," shouted Sasuke as she pulled Naruto to her while she gave him a light kiss on the cheek, causing him to turn a light red color. "So what, I've been bound to him ever since the idiots on my family council branded us together, and thanks to Kyuubi's intervention turned it into a marriage seal. Don't forget, I've also been the only one to really love him," shouted Hinata as she pulled Naruto close to her so his head was resting on her chest, causing him to turn a deeper red before it turned slightly deeper as Hinata began to lightly run her hand through his hair. "Well, guess what, you two, since the Shinigami seal binds me to Naruto-kun. So I outrank the both of you, especially since I've been with him his entire life. Besides, you never took the chance to approach him and ask him out, along with the fact that there is an old demon law that states that the old Kyuubi is required to marry the next Kyuubi," shouted out Natsuki as she pulled Naruto out of Hinata's grip before she places a kiss on his lips while she lightly rubbed his whisker marks. Shortly after, she released him before she lightly began to lick his cheek, causing him to squirm. Slowly, cold hard hatred boiled beneath both Hinata and Sasuke's skin before they shared a look before they jumped at Natsuki and began to fight while tossing Naruto out of the scuffle. Naruto and Makoto of course just stared on in wonder while Hinata and Sasuke took on the Kyuubi in her human form.
Uchiha, Sasuke, Hyuga, Hinata, and Yoko Natsuki stop fighting this instant," shouted Makoto, causing the girls to stop in a rather interesting position. Currently Natsuki was laying on her back with Hinata in a chokehold while Sasuke was behind her with her legs wrapped around Natsuki's neck while her face was locked in a chokehold as well, only with Hinata's legs. Of course, shortly after all of them fell into a pile on top of one another. "Hinata and Sasuke, you both are clan heirs, so I suggest you start acting like, and as for you Natsuki, you are a demon queen. Such squabbles like these are not appropriate for you to participate in. If anything, you should know Konoha clan's laws well enough to realize that Naruto falls under the Clan Restoration Act, meaning he can have more than one wife," stated Makoto while the girls looked at the ground in shame. Naruto, on the other hand, was doing his best to wrap around his mind that he would eventually have to marry more than one woman. Makoto-san, if you don't mind, could you please show me to my room?" said Naruto, who was so pale that it would have Orochimaru green with envy. "Of course, Naruto, and don't think you three are getting out of this scotch-free either. When I get back, I want this kitchen spotless," stated Makoto as she turned back to the three lightly sighing teens before they were standing stiff as boards, shaking in fear from the killing intent being released. "Yes, ma'am," quickly answered all the girls so they wouldn't have to face Makoto's wrath. "Good. Now come along, Naruto," said Makoto with a smile while she led Naruto out of the room. Only one thought went through everyone's head: never piss off Makoto Uchiha ever. Silently Naruto followed Makoto through the main house before they stopped in front of a door before Makoto opened it up and walked in with Naruto following after. The room itself was a comfortable size, being only 8 by 8 room with the ceiling stretching 9 feet into the air. The wall in front of him had a sliding door that led out to a small meditation area where several sakura trees grew surrounding a small pond that had several koi fish swimming lazily with much care. The left wall was covered in bookshelves that were filled to the brim with books on cooking, forging, Fuin-, Nin-, Gen-, Tai-, and Kenjutsu scrolls covered the shelves along with a rather impressive layer of dust. Along the wall behind him were a few dressers that had a few photo frames on them that were covered in dust, while a futon lay in between the two. Finally, the right wall had a single door that undoubtedly led to his personal bathroom, while on the wall were 2 scrolls with the word tiger on the first, while on the second was the word hunter. Slowly Naruto walked over to the dresser before he picked up one of the photo frames before he wiped off the dust. After wiping the dust off, a pair of violet eyes stared back at his own sapphire blue ones. Immediately after, he dropped the picture in shock while he backed up slightly. "Naruto, are you alright?" asked Makoto as watched Naruto. Yeah, I'm fine. It must have been a trick of the moon's light," said Naruto as he retrieved the picture and actually looked at it. In the picture were 2 people. The first was a male that stood 5 feet 8 inches, looked to be about 20 years old, had golden blonde hair that reached to his neck while 2 bangs framed his face, and sapphire blue eyes. He was wearing a dark blue long sleeve shirt that had a red spiral on each shoulder, dark blue pants, and blue ninja sandals. Standing next to him was a woman who stood 5 feet 4 inches, looked to be at least 20 years old, had fire red hair that reached to her waist, and violet eyes. She was wearing a light blue sleeveless shirt, blue pants, and blue ninja sandals. Currently, the man had his left arm wrapped lightly around the woman's shoulder while she leaned into him, cradling her stomach. Both of them had bright smiles on for the photo, but even still Naruto could tell that those were their true smiles. "Makoto-san, can you please leave me be for the rest of the night and tell the rest of the girls that I don't want to be disturbed?" asked Naruto as he reset the picture on the dresser before turning to face Makoto only to see that she was gone. Slowly he turned back to the picture with only one thought on his mind. "I have to get a C rank in fast," thought Naruto while he pulled out one of his sealing scrolls before he had to cover his nose. "But a shower first," said Naruto as he grabbed his scroll that contained his clothes and entered the bathroom. With the girls. Currently all the girls were busy rinsing, washing, and drying all the dishes used after they had finished cleaning the table and wiped it down. "Man, I can't believe that we just got into an argument over a guy," stated Sasuke as she rinsed off the dishes before she passed them on to Hinata. "I know, I never thought there would be a day that it would happen. Why don't we make a promise to one another? No matter who Naruto chooses and who gets to claim him first in bed, that we'll still be friends," said Hinata to Sasuke, who started to ponder over it before she nodded her head in a positive manner. It seems that you forgot something though. Naruto needs to marry at least 4 women or else the Honorable Council of Konoha will choose his wives.
I can already tell you they will choose girls that are under their control like that Waruno bitch to marry him. I can already tell you this much: Naruto has had his eyes on the both of you ever since the first day of the academy. So don't be too surprised if he chooses one if not both of you to be one of his wives," said Natsuki while she spit the word honorable out with so much venom that it nearly melted through the pan she was drying.
"What do you mean he has had his eyes on the 2 of us since the first day at the academy?" asked Hinata as she looked at Natsuki out of the corner of her eye.
"On the first day of school you two were the only ones to ever approach him and talk to him. Hinata, you offered him some of your own lunch during lunch, and Sasuke, you were willing to push him to do better than his own limitations. Plus he also knew that you were a girl helps," said Natsuki with a smirk on her face while Sasuke's mouth hung open lightly.
"Oh, how did he know?"
asked Sasuke as she paused in her work.
"It's your smell. All females, including demon women, constantly release pheromones once they hit puberty.
The only difference in between male pheromones and female pheromones is their scent and the time that they are released. During a female's period or heat, as we demons call it, we are constantly releasing pheromones to attract a strong male. Once a male usually smells the pheromones, they will begin to release their own in attempts to beckon the female to mate with them. Although the release of a male's pheromones is completely psychological, so to put it in simpler terms, a male's mind releases them upon smelling a female in heat. At the first day of school, Sasuke, you were going through your first period and were unknowingly releasing pheromones, and Naruto caught a whiff. Luckily for you, I had trained Naruto enough by then to the point that I can even release a minuscule amount of my own pheromones. If I hadn't, well, let's just say you wouldn't be human and Irika would have been nearly cleaved in half for trying to stop Naruto," said Natsuki while both Hinata and Sasuke blushed a deep crimson, causing Natsuki to laugh lightly while Makoto walked back into the room. "You know, I could have sworn that when I left I told you three that I wanted this room to be spotless," said Makoto with her voice filled with anger, causing all 3 girls to freeze and turn around slowly so they were facing Makoto. Silently, Makoto continued to glare at the 3 of them, causing them to squirm underneath her gaze. "Go get some sleep, I'll take care of whatever remains," said Makoto as she released a sigh while the girls quickly disappeared. After they had disappeared, did Makoto look over what they had done, only to see stacks of completely clean dishes standing at attention.
"I guess they did an okay job,"
thought Makoto as she started to place away the dishes before she stopped and did a double take at the pan she was holding. Right dead center in the pan was a hole. Faintly, Makoto could feel her eye begin to twitch before she sighed and tossed it out the window and heard a clang while she smirked.
"That'll teach that little pervert, and if it doesn't,"
started thinking Makoto while dark evil things began to float into her mind along with a dark low chuckle from deep within her mind.
With Naruto. Calmly, Naruto walked out of the bathroom wearing a simple light blue kimono on before he walked out to the small garden.
He then released a sigh while he looked up into the night sky and stared at the moon before he sat in a meditation position and closed his eyes, allowing the moon's light to cover him.
"What am I going to do?
I already know that I fall under the clan restoration law, meaning I can have several wives if I wished it. I know that I'll need at least 4 unless I want the council to pick them, and that is a disaster waiting to happen. I also know I have feelings for both Hinata and Sasuke, but I don't know if it's love, it may just be a simple crush, but they also understand me. Hinata had a seal placed on her without her choice, just like me, and Sasuke has lost just about everything except for her mother, plus we are the last of our clans. Then there's Natsuki, she is a demon queen who has fallen for me, even if she tries to hide it, but I can clearly see it in her eyes.
I just don't know. Am I not making a move because I'm afraid to lose everything again? Is it because somewhere in my heart I know that Mutsumi is still alive, or is it because I'm worried about what Mutsumi would think of me? God, this is so frustrating and troublesome," thought Naruto as he evened out his breath. Plus today was taxing on my mind too.
Showing one of my worst memories to not only my teammates, Irika, and myself has taken its toll, but even still I feel as if I'm forgetting to do something," thought Naruto once more before he reopened his eyes and stretched. Back at Naruto's old home. Currently, Kakashi was still stuck to the wall, breathing heavily since he screamed his throat raw, hoping to attract someone to help him. Although it seems that Kami had some form of grudge against him since no one ever entered after his team left. Slowly a sigh left his lips before he heard the sound of a floorboard squeaking. Acting quickly, Kakashi attempted to grab a kunai only to curse under his breath as he remembered that he was stuck to a wall. Instead, he quickly scanned the room and couldn't notice anything different and allowed his body to relax before he heard it again only from his left. Quickly, Kakashi turned towards the noise only to catch sight of a piece of clothing as it disappeared.
Genjutsu,
thought Kakashi as he allowed for his mind to calm down and felt for his chakra. The second he was able to feel his chakra, he immediately released a small, short, concentrated burst, causing the room to waver slightly before it shattered, revealing woman standing before Kakashi. The female standing before him stood 5 feet 10 inches, looked to be at least 30 years old, had short dark brown hair, light brown eyes, and wore her headband around her forehead. She was currently wearing a light earth brown kimono top that hugged her body lightly, showing that she was at least a C-cup, black ninja pants with a kunai and shuriken holder on her left leg, and black ninja sandals. On her cheeks she had purple triangles that faced downward, similar to fangs and large canines.
"I'm impossible, Rin?" asked Kakashi in shock while he rapidly blinked his eyes, thinking that it wasn't real.
"Hello, Kakashi," said Rin as she approached him before she lightly placed her hand on the side of his face.
"But you're dead, I saw you die,"
shouted Kakashi in hysteria while tears freely fell from his single eye.
"Kakashi, so long as I love you, I'll cheat death to be with you,"
said Rin lightly while she began to pull down his face mask so that his lower portion of his face was revealed along with his collarbone.
"Genkai by Za Suki my Antenshi," whispered Rin while her canines lengthened while she kissed Kakashi on the lips before she transferred her mouth over his collarbone. Not wasting a single second, she swiftly bit down while she transferred chakra into the wound. After a few seconds, she removed her mouth with a thin line of saliva linking her bite to her mouth before she replaced Kakashi's face mask. "We'll be together soon, my love,"
whispered Rin while she smiled softly at Kakashi's peaceful expression before she disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves and Kakashi fell to the floor still dead asleep.
Back with Naruto. "Well, nothing is coming to mind, so it must have been my imagination," said Naruto as he re-entered the room and took notice of Natsuki already laying in bed asleep. "Some things never change," thought Naruto with a small smile before he also got into bed.
The second he was in bed, Natsuki immediately snuggled up close to him, allowing for his head to rest on her chest.
"Good night, Natsuki-chan,"
whispered Naruto as he fell into a deep and dreamless sleep.
The next day,
with painfully slow movements, the sun ascended into the early morning sky, allowing for it to shine onto the world, or more precisely directly onto one person's face. Slowly the person groaned in complaint before he turned and pressed his face further into his pillow, causing it to giggle lightly.
"Wait a second, pillows don't giggle,"
thought Naruto as he reluctantly opened his eyes only to have to shut them before he squinted and made out a shadow hanging over him.
"Ugh, Natsuki, what are you doing?"
asked Naruto as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and tried to get up only to be pushed down lightly by the figure over him.
"Shoo! Go back to sleep, Naruto-kun,"
lightly whispered a voice right next to him, causing his eyes to widen in horror. Acting on impulse, Naruto immediately pulled a kunai out from his kimono and make a quick swipe for the figure's throat only to have it disappear.
"Ugh, Naruto!"
whined out Natsuki as she looked at him only to see him in minor shock.
"Naruto?"
asked Natsuki in worry, causing Naruto to look at her.
"Don't worry, it was nothing. It was possibly a ghost from my mind," said Naruto while he replaced the kunai into his kimono before he stood up. "A ghost from your mind?"
questioned Natsuki as she lazily sat up, allowing the blanket that covered them to fall to the ground, showing once again that she wasn't wearing any clothes.
"Yeah.
It was a shadowed figure. Maybe it was a remnant of an attack I suffered that I mentally buried into my subconscious, and that yesterday's revelation of my past dug it up. My mind might have then recreated what I last saw as an illusion. Now can you please put some clothes on?" asked Naruto at the end while he grabbed his clothes and headed off towards the bathroom with Natsuki following after.
"Naruto, you know that clothing is uncomfortable against my skin.
Besides, no one can say anything so long as I'm not out in public like this," retorted Natsuki while she locked the bathroom door behind her and looked around. The bathroom was relatively modest, being only 3/4 of the size of the bedroom next door. Along the left wall were two sinks with cabinets underneath them, a medicine cabinet above them, and enough room in between the two sinks for all the basic healthcare necessities. The right wall had two short wooden walls that were an even 3 feet apart from one another and held two showers and a single toilet. Along the south wall were several cabinets that contained only Kami knows what. In the center of the room was a large square indent in the stone that held spring water. Surrounding the small spring were several seals that ran along the spring's edge. Even from the distance that they stood, Natsuki was able to tell that most of the seals were designed to clean the spring after every use, control the temperature of the water, regulate how quickly the water heated, keep the water at a constant level so it would never overflow or be underfilled, and a few contained wash clothes along with some soap. "It makes no difference, especially with perverts like Kiba and old man Hokage out there," said Naruto while he removed his kimono while he walked over to the spring and tapped a few of the seals, causing them to glow a faint blue. Not a moment later, the spring slowly began to heat up while steam gently rose up from the surface just as Naruto stepped in. He then proceeded to walk towards the farther end before he slowly relaxed into the water and sat on a stone outcropping that was under the water, and allowing the water to rise up to his chest. Slowly he closed his eyes before he opened them a bit, only to see Natsuki still standing in the same place. "Are you going to join me or stand there all day like a fish out of water?" asked Naruto, which caused Natsuki to turn her attention towards Naruto. Slowly a grin spread across her face, causing Naruto to look at her questioningly only to brush it off as a girl thing. "Of course I'll be joining you. Besides, I can't have you drown yourself," said Natsuki with a smirk while Naruto just shook his head at her lame joke. "Ugh, women," whispered Naruto while Natsuki joined him in the spring and hit him for his earlier comment. She then proceeded to sit beside him while she relaxed into the water and released a groan of contentment as the warm water loosened up her muscles. "Natsuki, can you train Sasuke in how to properly use the Sharingan?" asked Naruto while he relaxed, allowing the water to work its magic in loosening up his muscles. "I don't see why not, but she won't be able to use it to the full potential unless she's a Hanyu or a full demon," stated Natsuki while Naruto nodded in response before he placed his hands over a seal. He then channeled a small amount of chakra into the seal before a rag and a bar of soap popped out. "I know, and since she isn't a demon, she won't be able to use the true Mangekyo Sharingan to the true potential without going blind," said Naruto while he lightly wetted the soap before he lightly rubbed the soap into the towel. "But you could change that," retorted Natsuki while she grabbed the soap-covered towel before she turned Naruto around and began to wash his back. "I know, but what if she doesn't like being a demon? Once you become one or a mate to one, there is no turning back," said Naruto while Natsuki continued to wash his back and occasionally added in a light tap on some of his muscles, allowing them to unknot themselves. "Naruto, if you're so worried about her decision, why not ask her and explain the positives and negatives of becoming a demon to her and Hinata? That way they understand what they are getting into," said Natsuki as she finished washing his back before she turned him around, handed him the cloth, and turned around herself. "Very well, you hold 2 valuable points and I'll talk to them about it later today. If they agree, I'll mark them, if not, I'll just let them live out their lives naturally," said Naruto while he washed Natsuki's back and occasionally struck a muscle not similar to how Natsuki did to him to loosen it and lightly rub it away. "Good. I also suggest testing their elemental affinity, since I have this feeling in my gut that Kakashi won't train all of you evenly. If anything, he may show favoritism to you and Sasuke, since you two are related to someone from his past," said Natsuki as she relaxed even further into Naruto as he finished washing her back. Silently they sat there content with one another before a knock on the bathroom door ruined the moment. "Coming!" shouted Sukun as he removed Natsuki from him and set her down next to him before he got up. He then proceeded to walk towards the door while he replaced the kimono that he was wearing earlier back on and wrapped it around his body like a robe. After making certain that it wouldn't fall off his body, he unlocked the door. Standing on the other side of the door were both Sasuke and Hinata, wearing kimonos while holding a towel in their arms. Hinata's kimono was a light purple color with a white moon on the center. Sitting inside the moon was the image of a wolf with red tattoos covering its left side of its face, while a single tail wrapped around the base of the moon. Surrounding the moon were several kanji that mentioned all the demon clans and summoning clans. Sasuke's kimono was a dark blue color with a black sun on the front, while the Uchiha symbol was imprinted on the back.
Encircling the moon was a black dragon that was eating its own tail as it guarded the moon.
Written into the dragon's skin was the kanji for life, death, and slumber.
Sasuke, Hinata, how may I help you?
Asked Naruto while the girls silently looked away with blushes adorning their faces.
We were kind of wondering if you would, allow us to join you in cleaning up,
said Sasuke while both Hinata's and her blush grew a little darker and Naruto had a blush adorning his face.
Started Naruto before Natsuki appeared behind. Of course you can join us. Besides, Naruto has a question for the both of you,
said Natsuki with a minor smile while she pulled Naruto out of the doorway and grabbed both girls before pulling them in as well. Shortly after the door was shut and locked once more, only this time it also had a demon seal on the door so it could only be opened from the outside. Not even a moment after sealing the door, Natsuki immediately stripped Naruto of his kimono before she dragged Naruto with her towards the spring and tossed him in. She then proceeded to follow after while Naruto resurfaced with his hair hanging in his face. After getting in, she grabbed Naruto by his hair and dragged him over to the ledge he occupied earlier before sitting him down there and sitting next to him while resting her head against his shoulder. Lazily, Natsuki opened her eyes and looked over to the girls who were doing their best to hide their blushes.
Don't just stand there. Either you can get in willingly or I'll do the same thing that I did to Naruto to the two of you,
said Natsuki with irritancy, causing the two to look on in minor shock. Acting quickly unless they wanted the wrath of Natsuki after them, they quickly stripped of their kimonos and allowed for them to pool on the ground around them. Naruto of course had a much deeper blush on his face before he looked into the water while the girls covered their bodies with their arms and walked into the spring and sat close to Naruto but still kept a fair distance away from him.
So Naruto, what did you want to talk to us about? Asked Hinata as she looked away from Naruto with a blush still adorning her face. Yeah, I do. All I ask is that you let me explain everything before you make any protests or ask any questions? Asked Naruto while he looked at the girls after finally getting his blush under control.
Of course. You have our word as ninja and clan heirs, said both girls while they motioned for him to begin. I was wondering if you would consider becoming Hanyas. I can already tell you that this would have several benefits for the both of you. Becoming a Hanyu will give you extra flexibility, larger chakra pools, demonic chakra, increased life, and you wouldn't be able to age after reaching 20. The bad things are, for starters, you would be considered an outcast in both the human world and the demon world, the extreme love of killing and spilling blood, and heat. Sasuke, there is an extra positive for this though. If you were to ever be able to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would deteriorate until you were left blind, but if you became a half-demon, the Mangekyo would never deteriorate. This may also have an effect on you, Hinata, for all I know, and what Natsuki knows, the extra demonic chakra may increase the power of your Byakugan and the ultimate form as well to an unknown degree, said Naruto as he took a minor breather while the two girls looked at one another.
Naruto, if you turn us into Hanyas, will we get extra features and will this officially consider us mates in demonic terms? Asked Sasuke while curiosity and Hinata nodding in agreement.
Well, to answer your first question, yes, you will gain fox ears, tails, and claws. The demonic chakra may also slightly enhance your metabolism, which would cause you to grow slightly. As for your second question, yes, you will be considered mates in demonic terms, but you won't be officially recognized as mates until you each birth a child, said Natsuki calmly, since she had been prepared by her mother to officially take on a mate at some point in her life.
We agree,
stated both the girls after a few moments, causing Naruto to look at them in confusion and shock.
What? Shouted Naruto while the girls giggled at his antics. We said that we agree.
We see nothing wrong with what you're saying, besides all the positives outweigh the negatives.
Sure, well, be considered outcasts, but then isn't everyone considered an outcast? Stated the girls without any hesitation while wearing grins of happiness.
I guess you're right, but you won't become Hanyas, you'll become full-blooded demons. Meaning certain emotions will be far easier to trigger, such as anger, jealousy, lust, envy, and pride, but if this is what you want, I won't argue.
I already know that I'll lose,
said Naruto with a small smile on his face, which caused everyone to break out with a smile of their own.
So how exactly will we be changed? Asked Sasuke while Hinata also paid very close attention to what was to be mentioned. Becoming a Hanyu is different from becoming a demon. To become a Hanyu, a demon's blood needs to be injected directly into the bloodstream of a human. The only way to turn a human into a demon is to have them drink the blood of a demon, and then they have to be marked by the same demon," said Naruto without hesitation, while the girls turned slightly pale but swallowed their disgust and fear. "I'll go first," offered up Hinata as she stood up, allowing for the water that hung on her body flow down. She then walked over to Naruto before she sat on his lap and held his head in her hands and stared into his endless sapphire blue eyes. Swallowing heavily, Naruto lightly cupped Hinata's face in his own hands before he pulled her face closer to his. Quickly stealing his resolve, Naruto bit down on his tongue hard enough for blood to be drawn before he allowed for it to pool in his mouth. Once he had enough, he quickly kissed Hinata on the lips while he gently coaxed her into opening her mouth. Luckily, he didn't need to wait long before Hinata lightly moaned into the kiss, opening her mouth wide enough for Naruto to slip his tongue into her mouth and allow for blood to flow along his tongue into Hinata's mouth. Shortly after, all the blood was either in Hinata's mouth or in her throat as Naruto released her from the kiss with only a thin string of blood-colored saliva connecting them before he gently pushed Hinata's head back, exposing her neck to him. Acting quickly, Naruto lightly kissed Hinata on the neck while feeling her pulse increase before he swiftly bit down and channeled chakra into the bit while drinking a small amount of her blood. After a couple of seconds, he gently released her before he set her down next to him and backed away. Silently, everyone waited for a few moments before Hinata's chakra began to swirl around her and changed from its dull light blue into a vibrant white with blue streaks. Not a moment later, the chakra completely consumed her as it flared before it died a few seconds later. Now standing in front of the small group was a female, stood 4 feet 3 inches, looked to be still 12 years old, had midnight blue hair with a few streaks of pure white and ocean blue mixed in, and white pupilless eyes. She was of course still naked, showing that her bosom size was at least a C cup, her skin was a nearly transparent white, and her hips were a medium size. Sitting atop her head were a pair of fox ears that matched the same color scheme of her hair, while lazily floating in the water beside her was a single foxtail that was a midnight blue, while the tip was a pure white with a second tip being a light blue. Her hands no longer had nails but rather short claws, and they also assumed that it was the same for her feet as well. Imprinted on her neck was a symbol of a golden yellow 9-tailed fox with its tails wrapping around her neck. Slowly, Hinata released a low groan as she slowly stood up before she swayed on her feet and sat back down before she looked around her and her eyes landed on Naruto. "How do you feel, Hinata?" asked Naruto with concern. "I feel fine, but this headache is annoying," whined out Hinata as she rubbed her head and coincidentally her new ears causing her to get lost in own form of pleasure. "The headache is understandable since it's your mind getting used to the new advanced hearing, smell, taste, sight, and feeling," chuckled out Naruto while he gently grabbed Hinata's hands and placed them at her side. "I'm also going to tell you this now: your chakra control has shot itself straight to hell. You will have to redo all the chakra control exercises you have learned and do them for at least 6 months if you want to be able to control your chakra to the same degree that you were able to do when you were human," said Naruto once more as he let Hinata go while she pouted at the thought of redoing all her chakra control exercises. "Sasuke, are you ready?" asked Naruto as he turned towards her. "Yeah," stated Sasuke with determination as she scooted closer to Naruto and took his face into her own hands, and Naruto in turn cupped her own face. Acting on impulse, Sasuke immediately crashed her own lips onto Naruto's, causing him to open his own eyes in shock before both their bodies relaxed into the kiss. Hesitantly, Sasuke ran her tongue along the bottom of Naruto's lip, causing him to moan lightly and granting Sasuke access. With sloppy movements, Sasuke allowed for her tongue to explore Naruto's mouth before she gently coaxed him into her own mouth and allowed for him to explore. Just as he was about to pull out, Sasuke bit down onto his tongue, causing it to bleed into her and coat not only her mouth but Naruto's tongue as well. After she felt she had a significant amount of Naruto's blood, she released him with only a thin string of bloody saliva linking them. Not a second after she released him, Naruto had immediately started to assault her bare neck with light passes of his tongue before he lingered on a pulse point and bit down and channeled his demonic chakra into her while drinking a small amount of her blood. Shortly after, he gently released her before she was consumed in a deep blue flame with small red spots mixed in before it died down. Now standing before the group was a young female that was also no older than 12 years of age, had black hair with blue streaks running through it that reached to her mid-back and red tips. Her eyes were a coal black with a thin, almost transparent red streak running through the center, and she stood 4 feet 5 inches, and she was also slightly more built with her muscles showing, giving her an athletic build.
She was of course wearing nothing, so everyone was able to tell she had at least a C-cup if not nearly a D-cup bust and wide hips. Sitting atop her head were a pair of fox ears that were a slightly dark blue with red tips that matched her hair. Floating behind her was a similar dark blue tail with a red tip, and her hands no longer had nails but claws that only extended out only an inch and looked to be retractable. The group also guessed the same could be for her feet. Imprinted on her neck was a symbol of a golden yellow nine-tailed fox with its tails wrapping around her neck. Sasuke, started Naruto before he was stopped by a delicate claw lightly placed on top of his lips. I'm alright Naruto, unlike Hinata I've continuously channeled chakra into some of my senses so that I was prepared to run away from the hordes of hormone-driven fangirls that I once had, said Sasuke before she removed her finger from Naruto's lips and lightly kissed him before she released him. Not a moment after she released him he was turned around before his lips were once again assaulted, only this time by Hinata. Almost delicately Hinata gripped her hands in his hair while she made gentle passes with her tongue on his lips before he opened his mouth and Hinata inserted her tongue into his own mouth. She then proceeded to explore his mouth and at the same time was able to coax his own tongue into her mouth. The second his tongue entered her mouth, Hinata allowed for him to explore her own mouth and leaned in further into the kiss when he passed over a particular spot in her mouth. Sadly, the kiss had to be cut short because of a necessity called oxygen. Even as they pulled apart, they were breathing heavily before tears of blood began to fall from Naruto's eyes. I don't understand. How can you love someone like me? You could have all found someone better, yet you chose me? Why? Asked Naruto as tears of blood continued to fall from his eyes while both Hinata and Sasuke gently hugged him while they lightly licked away his tears. Naruto, we love you because you've had the whole village against you, yet no matter what they did to you, you would ignore it and continue on with your life. Once you finally had enough, you took a stand for not only for your own revenge but also for how the village would mistreat anyone who became your friend, and despite what you have become you have remained humble. You don't flaunt your power like the Hyuga and Uchiha do, but you rather hide yourself and make yourself seem weak so that people would underestimate you. Even now you hide your true power and are humble, something not even the village will understand, said both Hinata and Sasuke without hesitation while Natsuki just hugged Naruto from behind. Thank you, whispered Naruto while his tears slowed before they finally stopped, but even still the girls wouldn't stop licking his cheeks. Girls, I've stopped crying so you don't need to continue licking my face, said Naruto while the girls gave him one last lick before they just curled up into Naruto and rubbed their heads into his chest. You know that we have about an hour to get to the training grounds so that we can take our test against Kakashi, said Naruto, causing the girls to look up at him lazily before they closed their eyes once more. I don't really see the big deal, after all he was late 3 hours the other day, said Sasuke with a calm and relaxed tone. Which possibly means that he is late to everything by at least 3 hours, stated Hinata also with a calm and relaxed tone. It doesn't matter, he is still our Jonin sensei, and think of it like this. If he is late every day by at least 3 hours, we can use that time for me to help you train in using your demonic chakra. Although I think I forgot to mention something when I mentioned the changes you would undergo, said Naruto with a thoughtful expression while the girl's eyes twinkled with joy at the thought of training with Naruto. Oh well, I guess it was nothing, said Naruto before he was yanked out of the spring by two extremely happy girls. He was then thrown in front of the sink while the girls quickly brushed, flossed, and rinsed their mouths before they left the room in a burst of speed, completely ignoring the door and running through it. Naruto of course stood there looking the 2 holes in his door before he just hung his head in defeat, and Natsuki laughed at him. What Kami did I piss off to have this happen to me? Moaned out Naruto as he brushed his own teeth at a normal rate, flossed, and rinsed as well before walking through the literal hole in the wall. 5 minutes later. Slowly Naruto walked towards the dining room with Natsuki beside him. Naruto was wearing a skin-tight black t-shirt with a black vest over the top, black ninja pants that were wrapped off with medical tape on the bottom, black ninja sandals, and he had 2 kunai and shuriken pouches on each leg. On the back of the vest was the typical Uzumaki spiral design, but surrounding it were 9 tails, 3 which were a golden color while the rest were a deep crimson. He was also carrying a scroll on his back that was a deep crimson and had a golden border. Natsuki was also wearing a skin-tight shirt, only hers was a dark crimson nearly bordering on black color. On top of the shirt was a dark crimson vest, dark crimson ninja pants that were wrapped off with a crimson-colored medical tape at the bottom, crimson ninja sandals, and she had 2 senbonpachas and a sword strapped to her back. The vest had the same design as Naruto's. The sword, on the other hand, was resting gently against her back with the help of chakra. The sword's hilt was designed to be a 9-tailed fox with the blade coming out of the mouth, and the blade itself shone like new, making it seem as if blood never touched it.
Natsuki, you never officially answered why you like me. Care to explain?
Asked Naruto as he slowed his steps a bit, while Natsuki also slowed and looked at the ground almost in shame.
Naruto, you by all rights should be dead if not emotionally broken, yet here you are still standing and growing stronger. No demon, half or full-blooded, could ever go through what you have. If any did, they would commit suicide to escape the pain. I know you tried a few times before meeting Mutsum only to have them fail, but even that didn't stop you. You realized that it wasn't your time or someone else cared enough to stop you. Even now, with the power to obliterate this village, you chose not to, because this is your home no matter what they put you through. Said Natsuki as she stopped a few sentences in, and Naruto kept walking before he stopped as well.
Certainly there must have been better suitors waiting for you back home.
Said Naruto as he looked back at Natsuki. Naruto, most demonic suitors flaunt their own power and drag whatever starstruck fangirl into bed. Hell, most demonic men cheat on their own wife. The only time that a man wouldn't is if he has multiple mates. You would, on the other hand, remain loyal only to those who you decided deserve to become one of your mates. That's why I chose you. Said Natsuki as she remained rooted to the spot. She stopped and looking at the ground. Guess that is true. I would only be loyal to those who were my mates.
Said Naruto with a smile while he walked up to Natsuki. Once he was in front of her, he gently grabbed her chin and forced her to look at his lightly smiling face before he gently kissed her. It of course didn't last long before he removed himself and swiftly bit down on her left cheek and channeled chakra into the bite. Shortly after, he released her while a tattoo of a golden kitsune sat on her cheek while its tails gently waved behind it and wrapped around her left eye socket.
Come on, let's go get some breakfast. I'm suddenly hungry for a Chirako ramen.
Said Naruto with a small smile while he grabbed her hand, and somehow both Hinata and Sasuke's, who were wearing the same clothing as the other day, hands as they ran by the two. Quickly Naruto ran through the village, completely dodging villagers or tripping the council members if he came across them, before he stopped in front of a small stand with a few pieces of cloth running over the entrance that said Ichiraku. Salivating with minor delight, Naruto immediately walked in while 3 girls were left outside, 2 in confusion, and the other just laughing at Naruto's antics.
Come on. If we don't hurry, Naruto will possibly eat the stand out of food before we can even have any. Said Natsuki as she entered the stand with Hinata and Sasuke following after.
Upon entering the stand, they were met with the sight of Naruto sitting in one of the 6 bar stools and talking happily with a female. Slowly both Hinata and Sasuke narrowed their eyes dangerously as they stalked up to Naruto before they were stopped by Natsuki grabbing their shoulders. They of course turned their attention to her along with their glare before it completely dissipated from Natsuki's own glare.
Don't attack her.
She is more of a sister figure to Naruto and the daughter to Tsuchi. Whispered Natsuki quickly before she released them and took the seat to the left of Naruto and looked over the older teen. The teen stood 5 feet 2 inches, looked to be 17 years old, had dark brown hair that hung to the middle of her back and was restrained by a light cream-colored bandana, and light brown eyes. She was wearing a light cream-colored kimono top with a light cream-colored skirt that reached to her knees, while on top of that was a white apron.
Wanna flip a coin? Asked Sasuke while Hinata just nodded her head in a positive fashion. Calmly Sasuke pulled a coin out of her pocket and tossed it into the air. With bated breath, both girls watched the coin before it fell back to the ground and landed perfectly straight up. Sasuke, what are the possibilities of this happening? Asked Hinata as she picked up the coin and weighed it in her hand for any weight disturbances. I have no clue, but if you want you can sit next to him, but in return I get to sit next to him next time. Offered Sasuke, which Hinata agreed to without hesitation before she jumped into the last seat next to Naruto, while Sasuke just took the seat next to Hinata. My Naruto, you sure have been busy. It makes me really sad though. You'll be going off on missions, meaning you won't be able to visit me as much as you once did. Said the female while she gave Naruto the puppy pout. I am Nachan, you know I could never forget about you. Said Naruto with a light laugh while he gently patted Ayam's head, causing her to pout further. Ayam, stop tormenting the poor boy and take his order already.
shouted a voice before another person walked out of the back of the stand. This person was a male that looked to be at least 43 years old, stood 5 feet 5 inches, had gray hair that was only noticeable on the sides and back of his head since the rest of it was covered by light cream-colored hat, and his eyes were completely shut. He was also wearing a cream kimono top with matching cream pants, while on top of the kimono was a light blue apron. But Dad, Naruto hasn't been here in so long. Whined Ayam while she turned the puppy pout onto her own father. Then you should ask him what he wants along with his guests, then ask him how he has been, said the older man while he smirked at his daughter, who looked back to see both Hinata and Sasuke with their extra features showing.
What are you two doing? You can't just walk around the village like that,
hissed out Ayam as she quickly pulled both girls over the counter.
What do you mean we can't walk around the village like this? Asked both girls with restrained anger while the fur on their tails stood stock straight.
What she means is you can't have your extra features showing. It's okay for when you're in a private setting, but out in public it's a death sentence waiting to happen, explained the older man while he quickly slapped a seal onto their foreheads.
Shortly after applying the seals, both girls' foxtails and eats disappeared in a minor wave. Oh, we didn't know,
said both girls as they looked at the ground depressed.
Don't beat yourselves up.
I should have taught you a simple illusion that all demons use to hide themselves in the human world.
Sadly, my hunger and slight overexposed to love somewhat fried my brain.
For now you'll need to wear those seals until I can teach you the illusion.
For now just get back over here so we can eat,
said Naruto with anger directed at himself, while the girls nodded in response and rejoined Naruto and Natsuki.
Well, now then, what will you all be having? Asked Ayam with a chipper tone in hopes of lightening the dreary mood.
I'll have 3 large bowls of your vegetable ramen, said Naruto with a minor scowl, but it was outshone by his enthusiasm for being able to have ramen. I'll have a large bowl of beef, chicken, and vegetable combination ramen if you don't mind,
said Natsuki with a smile. I'll have a large miso ramen, said Hinata shyly while she lightly looked at the counter. I'll have the same as Natsuki if you don't mind, said Sasuke while Ayam wrote down their orders before handing them off towards her father. Ayam, how did your father know how to hide our extra features? Asked Hinata in hopes of creating a form of conversation.
Well, as you know, my father and I are about the only family that Naruto has other than the Hokage, and as such we are informed of certain things by Naruto.
My father was actually at one point an ANBU and was a seal apprentice before he retired, married my mother and had me. Back before Naruto could even hide his features, Natsuki was required to hide them with a genjutsu, especially since Naruto didn't have the proper control.
One day my father asked Natsuki if it was possible to create a seal that could hide the extra features up until either his chakra destroyed the seal or he could cast the genjutsu without any help. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but basically it took them at least nearly a whole month just to draw out the seal and be certain that nothing was missing. Then it took another whole month for the Hokage to go over the seal and fix or add anything that he felt was necessary, and finally it only took a week to prepare for the sealing. After that, father began to create a smaller paper seal that once applied it would immediately blend into the skin tone of the person and would only disintegrate once the genjutsu was mastered to the point that anyone could hold it up even in combat situations, stated Ayam while both Tuchi and Natsuki lightly blushed from the comments.
Ayam, stop chatting and get these ramen to our customers, stated the old man from the kitchen while he balanced 4 bowls in his arms. Of course, father, said Ayam as she quickly grabbed 2 of the bowls and set them down in front of Naruto, while the older man set the other 2 bowls down in front of Natsuki and Sasuke before he returned to the kitchen and exited with another 2 bowls. Quickly he set the one more bowl down in front of Naruto and the other in front of Hinata before he backed away while everyone grabbed a pair of chopsticks.
Itadakimasu, said everyone before they dug in, before both Hinata and Sasuke had to stop halfway through their own bowls to see that Naruto was already on his second. Slowly they gulped down their current mouthful and watched Naruto in fascination and morbid curiosity as Naruto stuffed nearly half the bowl of noodles into his mouth. Silently they looked back to their bowls and just ate at a similar pace, only slightly more dignified.
Thanks for the ramen, old man, and I am Nachan, said Naruto while both Hinata and Sasuke just started to drink the broth before they set their bowls down onto the counter with a gentle clink. No problem, Naruto, just promise to come by more often and tell us about what is going on,
said Ayame as she picked up his 3 bowls, Natsuki's, Hinata's, and Sasuke's bowl before she shoved them off to her father, who just so happened to walk out from the back door.
We'll be certain to stop by after every mission, Ayame-san, said both Hinata and Sasuke as they got out of their seats. Please just call me Ayame or Nachan. After all, you are going to be 2 of Naruto's wives, said Ayame while she gave them a small wink with a small laugh as Naruto and Natsuki left the stand. Oh, okay, Ayame, said both girls once more before they followed after Naruto and Natsuki. Luckily, it didn't take them long to catch up to the 2 others before they were off towards the 7th training grounds while talking over what the test would be. If you ask me, it may be a test of skill so he can see how we rank, how we react in combat, and possibly to the death of a teammate, said Sasuke while the others listened while they thought over what the test was. It could also be a test of teamwork to assure that we wouldn't abandon a comrade in the thick of battle. That was what the foundation of Konoha was built upon, said Hinata as she held a few points in her saying. If you ask me, it will be a combination of the 2, said Naruto as they stopped on a small bridge that went over a small creek into the training ground. The training ground was a large open space with another creek on the other side of the grounds, while both the left and right side were covered with forest. In front of the right forest were 3 logs which were firmly planted in the ground, while behind them was a black stone with several names imprinted on the surface. Standing in front of the stone was Kakashi. Hey Kakashi-sensei! Shouted Sasuke, completely forgetting about Hinata, Naruto, Natsuki, and her own advanced hearing, which pretty much floored them. Silently, Kakashi turned to them before a small eye smile stretched on his only noticeable portion of his face before he flash stepped so he was in front of his team. Good morning, team. Are you ready for your test? Asked Kakashi while everyone slowly stood back up while lightly nodding their heads. Good. Now then, your test is simple. All you have to do is get these 2 bells from me before this timer goes off directly at noon, said Kakashi as he pulled out 2 bells from his back pouch and then a small clock that showed it was clearly 11 o'clock. Not a second after, he quickly flash stepped so he was standing beside the 3 posts. He then proceeded to set the clock down before tying the 2 bells onto his waist. Kakashi-sensei, what happens if we don't get a bell, and why are there only 2? Asked Hinata while she mentally went back to what she said about the test being about teamwork. Well, if you don't get a bell before the timer goes off, you will be tied to one of these posts, while the other 2 of you will be allowed to have one of the 2 lunches I packed for you. Also, if you don't get a bell, you will be sent back to the Ninja Academy. Oh, and one last thing, come at me with the intent to kill. Now then, 3, 2, 1, Tatakai! Stated Kakashi while everyone immediately jumped into the surrounding scenery, all except for Naruto. Well, it seems that they have hiding down, although Naruto could use some work, thought Kakashi while he gently slid 2 kunai out from his sleeves and quickly put them into a reverse grip. Here I come, Kakashi-sensei, whispered Naruto before 4 more of him popped into existence beside him. Calmly, Naruto lifted his hand before he brought it down in a downward strike along with a blade of wind that traveled straight towards Kakashi, causing his single eye to widen as he jumped out of the way just barely in the nick of time. Not a moment later, he felt something strike him from behind, sending him flying towards the forest just as several kunai and shuriken came flying towards. Quickly thinking on the fly, Kakashi replaced himself with a Naruto clone that was close to the real Naruto. Running on autopilot, Kakashi then grabbed Naruto's shirt collar before following it up with 3 quick knees to his stomach before spinning him and letting go of him. Slowly, Kakashi released a silent breath before he had to jump to the left to dodge a fireball that blew up where he formerly stood, while also sending boulders flying into the air. Not a moment later, Natsuki appeared behind the boulders before she just lightly tapped them and sent them flying straight towards Kakashi, forcing him to quickly replace himself with a poor defenseless log that was crushed into kindle. They're really aiming to kill me, thought Kakashi before he had to grab a wrist and quickly pinned the person to the ground while he held his knee to the back of her head. Patience is a ninja's greatest ally, said Kakashi. So is deception, Kakashi, replied the girl before she puffed out of existence and the place around him wavered lightly before completely dispelling. The area was the same except for the fact he couldn't detect his students' chakra signatures. Lightly getting up, he cautiously walked towards the middle of the field and looked around in hopes of noticing something out of place. Ninja art, 10,000 years of death.
lightly whispered Naruto as he rose up out of the ground behind Kakashi with his hands in the Taurus symbol before he shoved them up into his ass and released the chakra. The result was rather comical since the only part of Kakashi that could be seen was his right eye, and it seemed to show a combination of surprise, shock, horror, and fear all mixed into that one area before he was sent flying towards the creek before he landed in it. It only took him a couple seconds to resurface, but by that time Hinata had already walked towards the water with the devil's smile on her face. Water style, multi-water dragon jutsu. Stated Hinata as 7 dragons made of water surrounded Kakashi with their deep yellow eyes glaring down at Kakashi. Not wasting a minute, Kakashi immediately jumped into the air knowing that the dragons couldn't reach him up there before his eyes widened in shock as all the dragons started to fire human-sized water bullets at him. Katan, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Stated Kakashi as he quickly preformed the hand signs, removed his mask slightly before breathing out a large fireball. Futon, Great Breakthrough. Said Kakashi once more as winds came from behind him and struck the fireball, increasing its heat and size before it stuck the water balls, creating a minor explosion. Kakashi then proceeded to dive back down to the surface only to have to dodge water dragons as they aimed to strike him. Faintly while dodging one of the water dragons, he caught sight of Hinata ordering the dragons with a single act of pointing her finger at him. He of course in his moment of distraction was struck by one of the water dragons, completely soaking him and making him land in small puddles. Slowly he got back up only to see Natsuki, which scared him. No, it wasn't because of the fact that she was the most powerful demon, it was because flowing between her middle and point finger were little bolts of lightning. Raton, Lighting Shot. Stated Natsuki while she pointed her fingers at the puddles before the lightning flew off her fingers straight for the puddle. Acting quickly, Kakashi immediately replaced himself with another log as he landed a few feet away from the puddles while the log was immediately charred from the lightning water combo. Quickly he drew out several kunai before he began to toss them at Natsuki and Hinata, who dodged them without a problem until she noticed that they were exploding kunai. Acting quickly, Kakashi quickly activated the seals, causing the tags to blow up and knock both Natsuki and Hinata unconscious. Kage Bushin. Said Kakashi while he took a few deep breaths while he quickly gave a mental command to his clones, who followed it without question. Silently he watched as the clones tied both girls up onto different posts that were away from one another. Kakashi also took notice of the time only to realize that it had only been nearly 5 minuets since the test started. Only half an hour and already they have me breathing heavily. I definitely feel sorry for whoever manages to piss off these genin. Thought Kakashi while he instinctively reached for his book pouch before he stopped and changed his direction and quickly pulled out a kunai. Not a moment later several kuni and shuriken were flying towards him and he was able to completely deflect them or dodge them without a problem. Futon, Grand Windstorm. Stated someone from behind Kakashi before he was suddenly struck by gale force winds that sent him flying while his clothing gained several cuts on it, all except for his mask, before he struck a tree face first. With shaky movements Kakashi removed himself from the tree with a few bits of tree bark sticking to his face mask. Quickly Kakashi shook his head back and forth, causing the tree bark to fall off his face mask, which was still in perfect condition. Shakily he got up to his feet before he turned to see Naruto standing there performing another set of hand signs while Sasuke stood next to him performing a different set of head signs. Katan, Kiru Eden. Shouted Sasuke as she finished her hand signs before a large fire dragon came from her mouth flying towards Kakashi. Futon, Great Breakthrough. Shouted Naruto not a moment later as the wind sped up and increased the dragon fire's intensity. Shit, 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 shit. Mentally shouted Kakashi as he flashed steeped out of the area and into the forest behind the two teens and watched as the dragon created a crater in the ground that was burning along the edges. He then proceeded to watch as both of them went to their tied-up teammates and quickly cut them free before grabbing them and running off into the forest. While they have the teamwork part down, thought I think it's time I get serious. Thought Kakashi as he gently placed his hand over his forehead protector. With Naruto and Sasuke. Currently both Naruto and Sasuke were traveling through the trees with their unconscious teammates on their backs before they stopped in a clearing and set both girls down. We need to wake them up. Any ideas, Sasuke? Asked Naruto as he watched Sasuke gain a devilish smirk on her face. He then watched as Sasuke bent down until her face was even with Hinata's before she gently pressed her lips against Hinata's while gently rubbing her cheek with her hand. Naruto was of course wide-eyed with a blush coating his face before he turned around and attempted to not watch.
I think I'll stick with smelling salts, said Naruto while he walked towards Natsuki's prone form and pulled out a small vial. He then carefully removed the cork stopper from the bottom before he gently held it underneath her nose, letting her get a small whiff before he pulled the bottle away just as she started to groan. A few seconds later, her eyes lightly fluttered open, half open, while she gently set her left hand on her head. "Ugh, Naruto?" asked Natsuki as she opened her eyes further and took in her surroundings. "Where's Kakashi, where are we, and why in the holy Kami's name are Hinata and Sasuke kissing one another?" asked Natsuki while her eyes landed on Hinata and Sasuke in a heavy kiss, causing her eyes widen in shock. "1. I have no idea where Kakashi is. 2. We're about 2 to 3 minutes away from training ground 7, and finally Sasuke started to kiss Hinata to wake her up," said Naruto while he quickly pulled out a scroll and tossed it at them and successfully hit Sasuke in the head, causing her to yelp in pain. "Naruto, what was that for?" growled out Sasuke as she rubbed her head trying to ease the throbbing. "Sorry, but we need the two of you to be focused. From my best guess, I would say we have at least 50 minutes before our test is over. Kakashi will also be more than on guard, so we need a plan," said Naruto as both Hinata and Sasuke nodded their heads in agreement. "Okay, but first of all, how did I do those jutsu?" asked Hinata as she thought back to the water dragons and water bullets. "It might be a possible side effect of becoming a demon. Since Naruto was changed by my power, he also received some of my knowledge on jutsu. So possibly when Naruto changed you too, you may have also received some of the knowledge that Naruto had received," stated Natsuki before a kunai landed in the center of their temporary base. Acting quickly, everyone got up onto their feet before they were pulled underground with only their heads showing. "Earth-style, headhunter jutsu," stated Kakashi's voice before he appeared in the center of the group with his left eye showing, causing everyone's eyes open in shock. Kakashi's left eye was a Sharingan eye. "Lesson 1, Ninjutsu," was all Kakashi said with a serious expression before it was broken by laughter from his captives. "Ninja rule number 1, never assume the enemy is captured until they are either unconscious or dead, and number 2, look underneath the underneath," said all the genin while Kakashi just looked confused. "Grand Clone Explosion Jutsu," stated the genin before they began to glow before blowing up, sending Kakashi flying into the air. Quickly Kakashi righted himself in the air while pulling out a kunai and blocked a sword slash that would have cut him in half without a problem, although the force behind the blow sent him towards the ground. When he was about to strike the ground, he quickly landed on his hands before backflipping a few times and jumped into a tree just as several copies of Naruto popped out of the ground, attempting to give him several uppercuts to his jaw. "Lesson 2, Taijutsu," said Kakashi as he quickly rushed Naruto as he popped out of the ground and landed a solid punch to his gut before kicking him in the side of his head. He then followed up with a few false punches aimed at Naruto's head before he swept him off his feet and landed a punch to his face, driving his head into the ground before he was forced to block an axe kick from Sasuke. Sasuke then proceeded to follow up with another kick aimed for Kakashi's right side, only to have that successfully blocked before a small smirk graced her face and she reached out and touched one of the bells before she was thrown back. Acting quickly, she quietly performed a backflip and landed on her feet while Naruto got out of his creator and joined her, with Natsuki appearing via genjutsu. "Wait, there's only 3 of them here, where's the 4? started thinking Kakashi before it was interrupted. "You are in my field of division. 8 trigram seal, 64 poem," stated Hinata's voice from behind him. 2 poem, stated Hinata as she lightly tapped on Kakashi's arms. 4 poem, said Hinata once more as she tapped 4 more places on Kakashi. 8 poem, Hinata again as she continued to strike him, closing his chakra points. 16 poem. Once again Hinata was striking chakra points, only she was moving smoother and quicker while increasing the amount of chakra added. 32 poem. Hinata was nimbly dodging and any resistance Kakashi placed up and getting past his defenses with ease. 64 poem, shouted Hinata as she pulled her hands back before slamming them forward and striking the main chakra point in the human body, sending him flying back a few feet and down to a single knee, breathing heavily. Although Kakashi didn't miss how his possible students were also breathing heavily while they also collapsed to their own knees before they all could hear a ringing sound coming from the training grounds. "Looks like time's up,"
said Kakashi as he breathed heavily while placing his Hayate over his Sharingan eye and shakily got up to his feet. He then walked over to Hinata and helped her to her feet while Naruto helped both Natsuki and Sasuke up to their feet while leaning against one another. They then proceeded to walk back towards the training ground in silence, and once they got there they then went and sat down in front of the stone with Kakashi in front of them.
Now then, does anyone know what this test was about?
Asked Kakashi as he stared intently at his possible students, who in turn looked at one another. This was a test of skill to see how we would react in particular combat situations, but the whole test was about teamwork, said everyone while Kakashi's patented eye smile appeared on his face. Very good, you're the first team to finally figure that out, but since no one was able to get a bell, I'm afraid that you all fail, but I'm willing to allow for you to all have a second chance in about an hour. So until then, feel free to eat one of the bento boxes that I packed, said Kakashi as he got up and started to walk off before he turned around.
Oh, and one last thing. Naruto was not allowed to eat anything, said Kakashi before Naruto was pulled underground so only his head was showing.
Naruto's left eye was slightly twitching before he took notice of the fact that there were 2 acorns tied to his waist.
Nah. Kakashi-sensei, why are there 2 acorns tied to your waist? Asked Naruto while Kakashi instinctively patted the bells only to have his eyes widen in shock.
Quickly he turned around and looked at Hinata, who shook her head in a negative fashion along with Sasuke. Natsuki on the other hand was lazily tossing the bells in the air before she took notice of Kakashi looking at her.
What, looking for these scarecrow? Asked Natsuki before she tossed them to Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke then tossed one onto Naruto's head while he smirked.
Well, then I guess you pass, but I was planning on passing you anyway, considering you all were able to work as a team and the fact most of you know several high-ranking jutsu.
So congratulations. Meet here tomorrow for your first missions as ninja at 10 o'clock. Ja-ne,
said Kakashi before he disappeared in a puff of smoke while 3 genin and a demoness smiled and shouted in happiness before removing Naruto from the earth.
With Kakashi.
Currently Kakashi was walking towards the Hokage Tower while smiling happily at his team that he now had.
I not only have Sensei's son but one of Obito's family. Finally I can repay my department to you, Obito, but I had better not show favoritism.
I don't need another me walking around. I mean, wouldn't be bad, it would actually too extremely funny if not for the fact that Might Guy's mini-clone would consider the person their eternal rival. At that, Kakashi had to suppress a mild shudder before he steeled his emotions and walked into the Hokage's office where several other instructors stood, but only 2 stood out. The first instructor was a female that stood 5 feet 5 inches, had deep crimson eyes, black hair that reached to the middle of her back, and looked no older than 27. She was wearing a form of medical tape that acted similar to a dress and did little to hide the D-cup she had in blue ninja sandals. Standing next to her was a male that stood 6 feet 2 inches, had brown eyes, blue hair that was short, was smoking a cigarette, and looked no older than 27. He was wearing a green jonin vest over a blue long-sleeve shirt, blue pants with a shuriken and kunai pouch, and blue ninja sandals.
Ah, Kakashi, nice of you to join us on time,
stated the Hokage as he lazily puffed out a small stream of smoke from his pipe.
Now then, Kurenai Yuhi, pass or fail?
Asked the Hokage as he carefully folded his hands on his desk so not to disturb his paperwork. They passed with flying colors.
Currently Sakura is weak but has the finer points for genjutsu.
Shino is just like his clan, he doesn't base his opinions off of what he hears but rather what he witnesses or learns about any person. Kiba on the other hand is loud, brash, and disrespectful to not only females but anyone who pisses him off. Altogether they have the ability to become a successful tracking and capture team, said Kurenai as she bowed to the Hokage.
Good. Now then, Asuma Saratobi, pass or fail?
Asked the Hokage as he turned his attention towards his only son.
They passed, if only barely.
Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru have firm grasps on their family techniques, but they also have their own flaws. Ino is rather fantasy-struck and believes that she will be saved by her knight in shining armor and not to mention extremely bossy.
Choji is too trusting but has a firm grasp on what a ninja's job entails. Shikamaru on the other hand is extremely lazy and considers everything troublesome unless it's watching clouds. Altogether they may make another perfect Inoshika-cho group if their flaws are finally hammered out, stated Asuma as he spoke around his cigarette before bowing to his father.
Good.
Now Kakashi, should I just put your team down as a failure? Asked the Hokage while several Jonin senseis laughed lightly under their breath. Actually, they passed. They were able to work together from the very beginning of the test and were able to force me to reveal that, said Kakashi with pride while several Jonin had their eyes open wide. I take it that Naruto also did that with those three, said Saratobi as he looked at Kakashi for confirmation. I do believe he did change them. I was able to catch the seal array on them from time to time. Now then, if you excuse me, I need to think up a training regime for those three, said Kakashi as a slow dark chuckle rose from deep within his chest. Nervously all the Jonin stepped back while looking at the Hokage. Just don't overdo it. After all, we don't need to kill them, Kakashi, replied the Hokage with some mirth while Kakashi gave a simple nod of the head as he walked out of the office. 3 weeks later. This is Moon Angel, approximate distance from target is 5 meters. This is Ice Queen, same distance from target. This is Solar Flare, currently above the target. By the way, next time I'm choosing the code names Kakashi. Good, you now have permission to engage the target, and Naruto, don't tell me what to do, said Kakashi before Naruto fell from a tree right above the target and was able to successfully grab it. Heh, got ya, smirked out Naruto. Is there a red ribbon on the right ear with the name of Tora on it? Asked Kakashi via a headset. Yep. Excellent work, Naruto. Now join up with your teammates and proceed to consider this mission complete, said Kakashi over a small earpiece while Naruto just nodded in response and proceeded to the meeting point. When he reached the meeting point, he noticed both Hinata and Sasuke sitting on the ground while Kakashi was reading a brand new Aiko Aika Paradise book. One fully captured cat ready for delivery, said Naruto as he proudly presented a log. Naruto, that's a log, said Kakashi as he looked at the log in Naruto's hands. Naruto, of course, was looking at it with horror before he heard something meowing at him. Cautiously, everyone looked into a nearby tree to see the target walking upside down on a branch while taunting them. Kakashi, is that cat walking on a tree branch upside down? Shouted Sasuke as she pointed a perfectly sharpened claw at said cat. It would appear so, although my question is on how long it has been able to do this. Especially since I remember having to chase this same cat and it was never able to do something like this, said Kakashi while his only good eye began to twitch in annoyance. Team, I'm authorizing the means of anything to catch that cat, stated Kakashi while everyone started to pull out kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, and several other things. Tora, of course, just stuck its tongue out at them before it started to jump off towards Konoha. Get that cat, shouted Kakashi as his team took off after the cat and were able to find it after a few minutes laying out in sunlight just relaxing. Slowly, evil little grins plastered themselves onto the three Genin's faces while they silently pulled out some more kunai with ninja wire on them before they let them go and wrapped the cat in the ninja wire. Once all the wire was constricting the cat, the team jumped down and quickly tied it up so it was hanging upside down on a stick before they successfully marched back to their sensei. Okay, this time I believe that we have it, stated Naruto as he along with the other two meet up with Kakashi once more. Where is it? Asked Kakashi as he looked at the cut ropes on the stick while the genin could only stare at the stick with annoyance while they stared back into the forest to see the cat laughing at them. Silently all the genin looked at one another before they took off running after the cat with Kakashi following them. Tora, of course, just started to run through the forest, running through hollowed out logs, in between closely grown trees, and across a small river before Hinata finally caught up to it, only to get her foot caught in a deer trap and leaving her hanging in the air while Naruto and Sasuke continued after the cat. The next person to nearly catch the cat was Sasuke as she had successfully caught a hold of its tail only for it to perform a substitution with Hinata, so Sasuke's hand was groping Hinata's butt, which caused Naruto to turn a deep shade of red while Kakashi just giggled perversely. That was before both Hinata and Sasuke gave him a good punch to his jaw that was chakra reinforced and sent him flying while screaming pervert. Naruto, of course, grabbed both girls by their shoulders before he pulled them back to where Hinata once hung before stopping short. Standing at the water's edge was Tora, who was lightly lapping at the water. Slowly Naruto motioned for the girls to stay put before he silently crept up on Tora before he pounced on Tora and successfully captured it once more. You aren't going anywhere this time," stated Naruto before he was suddenly shocked by lightning and dropped Tora, who was bristling with electricity while it flashed a devious smile. Shortly after, Tora released a bolt of electricity from its mouth at Naruto that sent him flying back towards Hinata and Sasuke. With angry glares, the girl stared at the cat, who was still glowing lightly with static before it completely disappeared. "Suiton, water prison jutsu," stated Kakashi as a sphere of water entrapped the cat while Kakashi's left head remained in the prison. "Kakashi-sensei, let go of the jutsu," shouted both girls while Kakashi looked at them with confusion before he was shocked by lighting, and with him standing in water while holding a water prison only made it worse. After a few seconds, the water prison was completely gone while Kakashi could best be described as a well-charred piece of meat, while he was also covered with a small amount of soot. "Oh, look at all the pre-Yotayati Nat-Kij women," slurred out Kakashi as he released a small puff of smoke from his mouth before falling over and being carried away by the river. Both Hinata and Sasuke couldn't decide whether to help out their sensei or leave him as he was because of what he said as they watched the river carry him away. While they watched him, they were also able to hear the sound of a metal door meeting against plastic before they turned their attention to Tora, only to see Naruto standing there with Tora successfully locked inside a plastic pet cage. "We are never taking this mission ever again," said Naruto with seriousness while the girls nodded in agreement before they headed off towards the village. Hokage's office. "Here you are, old man. One Tora the cat successfully captured," said Naruto as he slammed the cage down onto the Hokage's desk while Sarutobi looked at him questionably with his pipe in his mouth, as did Irika, who was sitting beside him. "Okay, Naruto. Now then, care to explain where your sensei is, why your clothing is burned, and why the cat is in a cage?" asked the Hokage as he removed his pipe and looked at the three. "Last time we saw Kakashi, he was taking a minor nap in a river. As for the other two, you wouldn't believe me even if I showed you," said Naruto while the Hokage gave him the look that said, "Try me." "That cat was able to use chakra and used a Raiten jutsu on Naruto and Kakashi," said Sasuke as she glared at the caged animal. Almost as if sensing the glare, the cage began to jump, shake and rattle. "I hardly doubt that Tora could do that. Isn't that rig?" started the Hokage as he opened the cage only to have a cat bite his hand and add lightning chakra to the bite, shocking the old man and causing him to fall backwards while the cat attempted to jump to freedom, only to be caught by an extremely large woman who crushed the cat in between her assets. "Oh my baby Tora, those mean ninja didn't hurt you now, did they? Beside, you know better than to run off without mommy." "Oh yes you do," gushed the owner while she crushed the cat in a hug as the genin smirked evilly while hoping that the women would kill the cat. "Here you go, Sarutobi, the money for the mission," said the woman as she set the money on his desk before walking out of the room while still crushing the life out of the cat. Right as the woman was leaving, Kakashi walked into the room to see Sarutobi on the floor before looking at his team. "The cat," was all they said while Kakashi could only shake his head in disappointment before taking his position behind his squad. Luckily, Sarutobi was able to get up while holding his head. "Okay, Squad 7. Seeing as the cat is able to perform jutsu, I'm raising the rank of that mission to at least B rank. You will also be paid accordingly. Now then, I'm certain that you'll also want another mission. Right now we have babysitting the chief counselor's 3-year-old, helping his wife to do the shopping, digging up potatoes," started Sarutobi while he read the missions off a list before being interrupted by a cat squeal and the women from before running back into the office. "Sarutobi, my poor Tora-chan has just run off once again," said the woman before she ran out of the room. "Or catching Tora the cat for the 3rd time this week," finished the 3rd Hokage with a sigh. "No way. I'm a ninja, not some fucking babysitter, farmer, or animal control. I'm supposed to be a killer," stated Naruto in defiance. "How dare you, Naruto? You're just a brand new genin with no form of combat experience. How do you plan on protecting yourself of your teammates if you're outnumbered?" shouted Irika as he slammed his hands against the desk. "Irika, I'm not human and neither are they," said Naruto as the girls removed their genjutsus, showing their extra appendages. "It seems you don't understand the understanding of the tasks you've been given. Listen, many different kinds of requests come into our village every day.
from simple babysitting to assassinations. These requests are carefully recorded, analyzed, then ranked A, B, C, or D depending on their difficulty.
We ninja are also ranked by ability.
Hokage at the top, Jonin, Chunin, and Genin at the bottom. At the highest level, we select the missions and assign them to ninja who have the appropriate skill and experience, and if the mission is successful, we receive a fee that supports our village and our work. Since you're untried Genin just starting down the shinobi path, you are given D-rank missions, of course.
Explained the Hokage before he took notice of Naruto not even paying attention. Anyway, I was thinking of trying the Tangtatsu ramen today. What about you, Hinata and Sasuke? Asked Naruto as he completely ignored the Hokage. Sounds really good.
Maybe we should just see if I and Tucci would be willing to make a bowl large enough for all of us to eat out of.
Suggested Hinata while Kakashi listened in. Silence!
Shouted the Hokage as he stared down all four ninja in front of him.
Oh, sorry,
said Kakashi as he rubbed the back of his head, and I smiled at the Hokage.
Listen, old man. I'm not asking for a B-ranked mission. I just want one that will get me out of these walls for a few weeks. Is that so much to ask?
Said Naruto as he stared down the Hokage. For a few minutes nothing was said as the two shinobi stared at one another before the old Hokage released a sigh.
Fine, I'll give you a simple C rank.
The mission is to escort Tazuna back to Wave Country while guarding him from bandits there and while he works on a bridge.
Irika, please go get Tazuna-san,
said the Hokage as he replaced his pipe in his mouth before it broke in half. After a few moments, all three Genin and Kakashi had to cover their noses as they were assaulted by the scent of very cheap sake before the door opened up.
What the?
I pay you good money and all I get are a whole bunch of little snot-nosed kids, said the person that walked in before he took a long swig of his sake, allowing for everyone to take in his appearance. The man stood roughly around 5 feet 8 inches, had short gray hair, black eyes with glasses over them, and looked to be 59. He was wearing a lightweight brown sleeveless shirt, with light brown pants that were held around his waist by a rope belt, and brown sandals. He also had a white towel around his neck while a forest green backpack was on his back. He also had a faint blush from his sake.
And you, the two dark-haired girls. You look like you could be easily taken out without a problem,
said the man as the girls gained tick marks on their foreheads before they attempted to jump their hirer. They would have nearly done so too if Naruto didn't quickly grab them and hold them down.
Trust me when I say this, fool.
Don't piss off anyone who bears the mark of a ninja village, for it could be the very last thing you ever do, said Naruto while he quickly pressed at the base of their spines, causing them to immediately calm down. I am Tazuna, a master bridge builder, and I must return to my country,
started Tazuna before he was interrupted. Yes, we're aware of the mission details, Mr. Tazuna.
Team, prepare for a month-long mission and be at the gate at noon tomorrow, said Kakashi as he turned his attention towards his team.
Of course, Kakashi-sensei, replied all three Genin before they disappeared in a small whirlwind. Demonic Uchiha CH3. I can't believe it. We finally got our first official C-rank mission, said Naruto with disbelief as he along with the girls walked out of the office. I know. We should inform my mother so she can send a message to your mother, said Sasuke with a smile on her face while Naruto just smiled sadly. I'll admit I'm worried about meeting her, said Naruto as he walked slightly slower as he stepped out of the Hokage's tower into the early afternoon sunlight. Naruto, don't worry about it. We'll cross the bridge once we get there, and don't forget you have Hinata, Natsuki, Kakashi, and myself to draw strength from, said Sasuke as she gently took his hand into her own, causing his arm to stiffen and Sasuke to scowl. Come on, let's go get some Ichiraku's ramen so we can brag about how the mighty Sharingan Kakashi was defeated by a simple cat, suggested Hinata while Naruto seemed to relax at the thought. Alright, but I'm paying this time, said Naruto with a small smile while he gained a slight skip to his step as they walked towards the small stand. It luckily didn't take long for them to reach the stand since it was only a mile walk away from the Hokage Tower. Calmly, Naruto pulled the cloth aside while motioning for the girls to enter. Slowly, the girls couldn't help but giggle at how polite and refined Naruto was being.
They then proceeded into the stand before they took their typical seats and Naruto sat in between the two girls. Not a moment later, a small blood-red fox jumped down onto Naruto's head from the ceiling before it curled up into Naruto's hair.
"Hello to you, to Natsuki-chan,"
said the group as they lightly rubbed her head, causing her to peer in delight before it was ruined by the sound of something getting hit with a frying pan. Quickly, the group looked up to see Ayam walk out of the kitchen holding a frying pan in her hands and a pissed-off expression on her face. Although the expression immediately disappeared when she took notice of the group.
"Hello Naruto-kun, Sasuke-chan, Hinata-chan, and Natsuki-chan. What can I get you?"
asked Ayam as she folded her hands together before taking notice of the frying pan. Slowly she nervously chuckled before she quickly hid it behind her back and rubbed her head lightly.
I'll be right back,"
said Ayam while she backed up to the kitchen door before she rushed in and came back out with a small notepad and pen.
"Now then, can I take your orders?" asked Ayam with a smile on her face. "Of course, Ayame-chan, we would like one extra large bowl of Tangtatsu ramen if you don't mind," said Naruto as Ayam quickly wrote it down and looked at the other two. "If you don't mind, we're just going to eat out of Naruto's bowl," said Sasuke while Hinata nodded in response, and both of them could have sworn that they saw Ayam's eyebrows shoot up into her hair from shock before it was replaced with a giddy smile. "My Naruto-kun, not even officially dating for a month and already sharing your meals as if you're married in human terms," said Ayam while she watched in amusement as the group sputtered trying to create a response. "It almost makes me wonder what else you've done. Maybe a little drinking and having sex,"
said Ayam as she turned away from the group while she held a smile on her face. Quickly though she composed herself and turned to see the group blushing a deep crimson that it made her wonder if there was any blood flowing anywhere else in their bodies.
"Ayo Ayam," stuttered out Naruto while she just leaned in close to him before she pinched his cheek. "Oh come on Naruto-kun, you aren't the only one who is devious like a fox,"
said Ayam while everyone finally caught on to the fact that she was teasing them. Sadly, before they had the time to create a retort, Ayam had already disappeared into the kitchen to begin preparing their food.
"So how was your mission today?"
asked Ayam from the small window that allowed for the group to watch her as she made their meal.
"It was the Capture Tora mission," said the team unhappily. "Oh, was it really that bad?" asked Natsuki from on top of Naruto's head. "You have no idea. We had to catch that cat 3 times since it kept getting away from us. The first time it replaced itself with a log. The second time it cut itself free. The final time I got sick of it constantly getting away, so I locked it away into an anti-chakra pet cage just so it wouldn't get away. Although I will admit it was a shocker when we saw that cat using chakra along with lightning techniques," said the group with a dark chuckle. Hell, even Sharingan no Kakashi was defeated by the cat, shocking him to a nice crispy brown, said Sasuke with mirth as she still remembered how Kakashi looked after that. "Really think I could use this as blackmail against him?"
asked Ayam with a smile while she brought out a large bowl of ramen before setting it down in front of the group.
"You possibly could, but if you ask me, you should attempt to spread this as a rumor through the Jonin and ANBU divisions. He would be completely humiliated since he is one of the best Jonin and was one of the best ANBU back when he worked there. Now Itadakimesu,"
said Naruto as the rest of the group also said their praise before beginning to eat. It wasn't long before they finished the bowl of ramen.
"Thanks Ayam. It was delicious like always,"
said Naruto with a smile towards his sister figure.
"Thanks Naruto. Now then, how's training been?" asked Ayam with a twinkle in her eye. "It has been absolute hell.
Kakashi has been forcing us to use multiple shadow clones to perform tree climbing, water walking, kunai balancing, and senbon balancing exercises, while at the same time we are required to use chakra to keep off of spears tipped with poison. As we're doing that, he has Ankone and that 10-10 girl from Team 10 throwing so many different weapons at us to the point it has become either life or death. And as if it wasn't hard enough, he placed weight seals on our bodies to make it even harder. After that, he has our clones continuing to perform the chakra control exercises while he teaches us combat strategy so we can make plans up on the fly. After that, we are doing element training while he fights us with an army of clones that are doing everything in their power to kill us. He claims it will help us in the long run. Then we get a 15-minute break to eat lunch and regain some of our energy. After that, the rest of the day is nothing but missions to solidify our teamwork. Usually the next day we have to deal with subjects that we hadn't covered, which are usually genjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Then the rest of that day is used for us to work with our demonic chakra," said Hinata while she gently rubbed her shoulder where she could still feel the same exact location where she was accidentally nicked by a kunai thrown by Enko. "How about your ninjutsu progress?" asked Ayam while she walked around the counter and gently hugged Hinata. "Well, for me, I can now perform Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Fire Style, Flame Dragon Bullet, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Jutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Shot, Lightning Style, Thunder Armor, Shadow Clones, and Chidori. Demonic wise, I know Lightning Style, Thunder Claws, Fire Style, Fox Fire, and Fire Style, Fire Claws," said Sasuke with pride as Naruto, Hinata, and Ayam chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Currently I know Water Style, Water Bullet Jutsu, Water Style, Water Prison Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Water Style, Multi-Water Dragon Jutsu, Earth Style, Inner Decapitation Jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Spire Jutsu, Shadow Clones, and Earth Style, Diamond Armor. Demonic wise, I know Water Style, Water Whip, Fire Style, Fox Fire, and Water Style, Water Claws. Currently I'm also learning how to become a team medic along with Earth Style, Earth Claws," said Hinata happily while she smirked in victory. "I can now currently perform Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Wind Style, Grand Windstorm, Wind Style, Air Bullet, Wind Style, Air Dragon, Water Style, Water Dragon, Shadow Clones along with Grand Clone Explosion, and Water Style, Water Clone. Demonic Jutsu wise, I know Demon Art, Wind Claws, Demon Art, Fox Fire, and finally Demon Art, Illusion of the Damned," said Naruto with an air of calmness while a small smirk played at the edge of his lips. "How about Taijutsu?" asked Ayam while she quickly took the bowl to the back room and rushed to the front and closed the stand for the day. "Taijutsu has been absolute hell. Every other day Team 10 comes over to give us taijutsu training. Hinata is always paired up with her cousin who does very little to pull his punches. Sasuke is paired with Tenten. Overall they are evenly matched, if only because Tenten uses weapons. As for me, I'm paired with Guy's mini Niclone," said Naruto as he slammed his head on top of the counter while Ayam could only sympathize with him since she had heard rumors about the energetic duo. Genjutsu?" asked Ayam as she steered the conversation clear of Team 10. "Actually, Naruto's ability to detect and dispel genjutsu has improved, even if only slightly. My ability has greatly increased along with Hinata-chan's, but to be quite honest, I mostly believe that it is because of the fact that we have greater chakra control and because Naruto-kun has absolutely no talent for genjutsu," said Sasuke while a deep purple cloud formed over Naruto's head. I wish that we could stay longer, but I'm afraid that we need to inform our families of our first C-rank mission," said Hinata as she gently rubbed Naruto's back. "Oh fine, but promise me that you'll tell me all about it," said Ayam as she pouted at her time with her brother figure being cut short. "Of course Ayam, nay, we promise," said Sasuke as the group left the small stand and waved goodbye to their sister figure. Once they were outside the stand, they quickly took to the rooftops and started heading towards the Uchiha district. "Hey Naruto, why was Ayam holding a frying pan when we got there?" asked Sasuke as they continued to jump from roof to roof. "It was probably because some poor perverted bastard groped her. He was lucky if you ask me, because I would have done far worse, as would have Tucci if he was in town," said Naruto as he jumped onto a cable connecting two buildings together and started to slide across it. Slowly the girls raised an eyebrow before they just shrugged their shoulders and did the same. With a slight bit of hesitation, the girls looked below them and watched as the civilians went about their usual business while ANBU watched from the shadows. Occasionally from time to time there would be a Jonin and a couple of Chunin in the crowd also going about their business. Sadly, their view was obstructed by the top of the next building and them slamming into Naruto. Good thing was their landing would be soft, bad thing Naruto was standing at the edge of the roof. Acting quickly, the girls both grabbed one of his ankles and reinforced their legs with chakra so they wouldn't accidentally slip. Pulling with whatever strength they currently had, they quickly got Naruto onto the roof in a few seconds. Okay, quick note: if you're going to pipe slide, please pay attention to what is in front of you. Not what is below, to the left, right, or above you," said Naruto as he sat down while Natsuki came out of his shirt. Yes, I would not like to die before I have any children if you don't mind, said Natsuki as she took her human form and gently wrapped Naruto into a hug, causing him to stiffen slightly before completely relaxing into it.
Sorry, Naruto,
gently said Sasuke and Hinata while they also hugged him from his sides while they placed a chastised kiss on each of his cheeks.
I know,
simply stated Naruto while he wrapped his arms around Hinata and Sasuke's waist and pulled them closer to himself. Silently the group sat there watching the world moving forward without them. It wasn't long before Naruto got an idea and quickly flash stepped, so they were sitting on top of the Hokage monument, but more importantly directly on top of his father's head. The girls could barely contain a gasp as they were given a complete view of the village.
Slowly they looked out across the village, taking in everything they could. This is my favorite place in the village.
When I'm here there's no one to disturb me, no one to call me monster, and most importantly it is one of the few places that not everyone can reach. Even if they had perfect chakra control, by the time they reach this place they would have to little chakra to do anything to me, said Naruto as he stared out across the village that he once swore he would lead.
Yeah, but now it's not only your place. It's ours,
said Hinata with a smile as she gently wrapped her tail around Naruto's waist along with Sasuke and Natsuki.
I still don't know what I did to deserve you, but thanks,
said Naruto with a smile before they were engulfed in smoke. Once the smoke cleared they took notice that they were sitting inside of the dining room at the Uchiha complex. Now go get yourselves packed, we don't have to long before our C-rank mission to Nami no Kuni, said Naruto as he gently unwrapped the girls' tails from around him and disappeared towards his room. Shortly after the other girls also headed off towards their rooms.
The next day, East Gate.
Present Naruto, Natsuki, Hinata, and Sasuke were waiting underneath a nearby tree for not only their client but their sensei.
Shortly after though, their sensei appeared in front of them.
Yo, said Kakashi as he gave his team the peace sigh before he took notice that their client was absent.
Where is our client?
asked Kakashi as he looked around only to see a tumbleweed roll on by and caused a few raised eyebrows.
Honestly, I have no idea, Kakashi.
Besides, I don't care, all I care about is something more personal, said Naruto while he watched the tumbleweed disappear into town before stopping in front of a nearby bar. Well then I guess that this is the best time for me to explain your new training regime, said Kakashi as he pulled out a scroll that had a deep dark aura surrounding it, causing the genin to gulp in fear. Now then, as of today you will now be subjected to one single gravity seal that will be placed on your persona in the coming days. The gravity will be 2 times that of our natural gravity, and you will also be required to continue to wear your current weights. For 3 hours every day you will be required to go against me in taijutsu spars by yourselves before you will all spar against me for 6 hours. You will then have a 2-minute break before you will be placed into 3 hours of increasing the speed at which you can perform your hand signs. After that you will each get 1 new jutsu to work on for exactly 1 hour. If any one of you isn't practicing, then you will have your gravity seals increased for 2 hours. Then you will be learning how to detect genjutsu and how to dispel them without wasting a large amount of chakra. Once that is over you will continue with your chakra control exercises. Once team training is complete you will be allowed to continue studying nin-gen- or any other taijutsu you are learning on your own. If anyone misses a training day you will be forced to work 2 times longer on each of these things so you can catch up with your teammates, said Kakashi as he finished reading from the scroll, while once again all the genin could do was stare at Kakashi in absolute horror and nod their heads sadly.
Good, now then we wait,
said Kakashi as he went straight back to his book while the group just sighed.
Naruto, quick question. Why exactly did the Hokage reoffer the capture the Tora mission to us after he said its rating would be modified to at least a B rank? Asked Sasuke as she looked at Naruto.
2 reasons. The first was because he knew we could catch it without any problems since we had seen some of its abilities. 2, it would take him a week to write up the paperwork, have the council approve of the mission level change, and then another week for the change to be set into place if the council approved the mission level change, said Naruto as he pulled out a small black book and flipped through the pages before he dropped the book a bit. Not a moment later a cat passed in front of him and continued to run off into town.
Wonder what that was about? Mentally asked Naruto before he did a shrug and went back to his book.
Shortly after the girls were also looking at the book and began to read.
Bingo book entry number 458. Name, Kushina Uzumaki aka the Red Death. Age, unknown. Height, 5 foot 4 inch 5 feet 8 inches. Skills, excels in advanced sealing arts, advanced sword arts, and ninjutsu. Current alliance, unknown.
Current bounty is roughly several thousand ryu and has a flee upon sighting order in stone, lightning, and water country.
Bingo book entry number 459. Name, Zabuza Momochi. Age, unknown. Height, 6 foot. Skills, excels in silent killing along with water ninjutsu. Current alliance, no current alliance.
Is now a missing nin for an attempt to overthrow the current Mizukage. Bounty is roughly only several hundred in water country but easily reached into the late thousands in several other countries.
Is preferably wanted dead. Naruto, why are you looking a bingo book? Asked Sasuke after she finished looking over the 2 pages.
It's better to be prepared for the possible future rather than being unprepared,
said Naruto as he closed the book and placed it away. True.
Now team, I want to know what exactly you have packed away for this mission, said Kakashi as he listened in on their conversation before quickly stowing his book away.
I guess I'll go first.
Currently on me I have my tent, sleeping bag, spare clothing, a first aid kit, 20 ration bars, 300 kunai and shuriken, 100 exploding tags, and a cookbook, said Hinata while she turned to Sasuke. I also have a tent, sleeping bag, spare clothing, and first aid kit. I have on the other hand 15 ration bars, 250 kunai and shuriken, 3 fuma shuriken, for fire jutsu scrolls, 50 exploding tags, my mother's blade along with a scroll explaining the sword style she used, and the Uchiha clan summoning scroll,
said Sasuke with pride while Kakashi nodded in confirmation.
I have on me my tent, sleeping bag, spare clothing, at least 3 first aid kits, 10 ration bars, 500 kunai and shuriken, 1 fuma shuriken, 5 rolls on ninja wire, 2 wind scrolls, 500 exploding tags, 2 books written by the 4th Hokage titled Sealing Arts for Dummies and How to Become an S-Class Threat, and finally I also have my father's notes on the Flying Thunder God along with the Rasengan.
Oh, and I also have a special photo of Hana Inuzuka, said Naruto before it was pulled out of his hands by Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki.
Clearly sitting in the photo was a female ninja that looked to be at least 17 years old, had dark brown hair that reached slightly past her ass and flared out behind her while 2 bangs gently framed her face, light brown eyes, and the customary red triangles on her checks marking her as an Inuzuka. She was only wearing a small deep crimson bra that did very little to hold in her C-cup bust that was threatening to break out and a deep crimson thong that hugged her lower body. Clearly written on the photo in red ink was, "Thanks for the help Naruto," and underneath that was a lipstick imprint and 3 paw marks. All the girls could do was stare in shock at the photo before it was removed from their grip, and even then they continued to stare at where the photo once was before they were snapped out of their shock by someone clearing their throat.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to get home, said Tazuna from behind them.
Silently everyone just turned to him before Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Natsuki had to completely cover their noses from the scent coming off of Tazuna.
What hellhole did you drag your sorry carcass out of?
Asked Natsuki as she made a fan from her yokai and used it to keep his scent away from her and her sisters.
Wah, now you listen here brat, started Tazuna before he was cut off by Kakashi. Well, now that you're here we can leave. Team, I want us to be in the diamond formation.
Naruto, I want you to take point, Hinata and Sasuke I want you 2 on the sides, Natsuki stick with Naruto, Tazuna you will be in the center, and I will take the back, said Kakashi as the team took their points and started to move out.
2 miles outside the village. So, Tazuna was it? What exactly is Nami no Kuni like? Asked Hinata so they would know more about the location they were heading towards. Nami no Kuni is beautiful. The land is a complete island with forest. We are traditional a fishing village and trade is limited. That is why I'm building a bridge.
I hoping that this will help stimulate the economy and increase trade,
said Tazuna almost hesitantly as they passed over 2 puddles.
Interesting, especially since I just read through several different Hyuga Council reports that are claiming that Nami no Kuni has been taken over by Gato of Gato Shipping and is driving the economy into the ground. said Hinata as she monitored his vitals and noticed that his heart rate increased. Not even a moment later, both Hinata and Kakashi were wrapped with a chain.
Standing behind Kakashi and Hinata were two people.
The people looked to be in their 20s, had messy brown hair that reached to their shoulders, and small beady black eyes. They were both wearing black and white camouflage pants along with matching camouflage shirts and black ninja sandals. Over their shirts they wore a dark brown traveling cloak, on their forehead they wore Mizu Hitayate, and they wore some form of breathing mask.
2 down. Started the one on the left. 3 to go.
Finished the one on the right before they both pulled their chains, ripping both Hinata and Kakashi to pieces. Once they were ripped to shreds, they immediately took off towards Tazuna before they were stopped by a kunai landing in front of them. Nimbly they sidestepped the kunai and continued towards the bridge builder before the one on the left received a fist to the face, sending him flying back along with the other. Silently Naruto stood there with his head down and his left fist out as his chakra flared around him. Slowly he lowered his fist before he raised his head, showing his eyes had turned a deep violet before he deliberately walked towards the two slowly. Thinking quickly, the left person quickly detached himself from the other ninja before he rushed Naruto. As he drew closer, he never took notice of one of Naruto's tails slowly coming out until it was wrapped around his neck. Trying his best, he attempted to break free of his captor's hold, only to realize that it was futile as he stared directly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto didn't even spare the prisoner a glance before he tossed the man aside and into no through the tree and breaking the man's back before he continued forward. Acting quickly, the person quickly performed a few hand signs before a thick blanket of mist rolled in, obscuring Naruto's eyesight.
Foolish,
was all Naruto said as he closed his eyes and relied on his ears. Silently he stood there before he heard the rustling of cloth come from behind him and sidestepped the chain that gouged out a thin line in the earth. Shortly after, he began to dodge left, right, bending backwards, and jumping as the chain slashes became faster but at the same time lost some of their power and grace.
Look at you. You're blindly attacking without thinking about your moves and are instead running off of your rage, said Naruto before he completely vanished and reappeared behind the assassin.
Which has thus far weakened your sensing abilities, said Naruto as he held a kunai to the assassin's neck. All the assassin did was laugh before it turned into a puddle of water. All Naruto did was huff before jumping back just as a chain shot out of the ground and a person following after. Not wasting an opportunity, Naruto immediately rushed the person and quickly sent a downward claw swipe and ripped through the person's shirt, showing medical tape underneath. Immediately after, the person was throwing random strikes with the chain at Naruto and got a few well-placed strikes in before the chain was broken by Naruto sending a chakra stomp on the chain when it got stuck in the ground. The assassin then took off towards Naruto, bring the clawed gauntlet down, only for Naruto to sidestep the attack and bring a kunai down on the medical bindings, showing that the assassin was a female.
Ah shit, thought Naruto as he started to dodge more and more strikes coming from the rage-driven female.
It didn't take him long to find an opening in the female assassin's brawling style so he could slip around her and landed a solid chop to the back of her neck, knocking her out cold. The second she was out cold, the mist lifted and allowed for Naruto to see that they had done a fair share of damage to the surrounding landscape. Several trees had gouges in them, as did the ground from the female assassin's chain whip. It was while surveying the landscape that he took notice of the two shredded logs in the same position of that Hinata and Kakashi once stood.
Idiot. Of course she would have used substitution,
mentally berated Naruto as he quickly unsealed a blanket and wrapped it around the female assassin and carried her to a nearby tree while Natsuki brought the other one over and Naruto quickly tied them there with ninja wire. Well, I'd give you a 10 for defeating both of the assassins if it weren't for the fact that you nearly completely destroyed the surrounding landscape, said a lazy voice from behind him. Calmly he turned his head slightly to the left to see Kakashi standing there reading his porn and Hinata standing right beside him. Well, I think that Naruto handled the situation rather well, although I wish it was my clothing that was being ripped rather than hers, said Hinata as she approached Naruto, who held a deep red blush, and held him in a gentle hug and kicked the female assassin at the same time.
That was a risky move you did, Kakashi-sensei. You had better stop reading that porn or else you may lose more than your life next time. Now then, Hinata, are you alright? Asked Naruto as he turned his attention to Hinata.
Yeah, I'm alright, but thanks for caring, said Hinata as she lightly kissed Naruto's nose before removing herself from him.
Is that a threat, Namikaze? Asked Kakashi as he placed his book away and stared at Naruto questioningly.
No, and apparently you haven't taken notice of who our uninvited guests are. So to save you some time and a headache, they are the Demon Brothers of the Mist, and it seems as if they were misnamed.
Anyway, they are well-known assassins that work for Zabuza.
That means that Zabuza is nearby, or we'll be meeting him sometime in the future," said Naruto as he quickly created a clone and told it to watch over their guests.
Now then, Tazuna Hinata mentioned earlier that Nami no Kuni has been under the influence of Gato. Care to elaborate?
Said Naruto in a tone that clearly showed he wasn't very pleased.
Fine.
On the surface, Gato seems like a legitimate businessman. The truth is, though, is that he's a ruthless murdering criminal, employs gangs and teams of shinobi, and does traffic in the drug and slave rings around the elemental nations. He usually starts out by taking over companies and ruining countries for his own sick pleasure. Just as the young Hyuga said nearly a year ago that Gato set his sights on the land of waves. He came under the guise of a business venture. Then the violence began, and in no time at all he'd taken complete control over our entire marine transportation and shipping industry, and we were all under his thumb. Gato now has a stronghold on all forms of transportation, the lifeblood of an island nation, and a stronghold on all the wealth. The only thing that he has to fear is that which has been under construction for some time, my bridge," said Tazuna as he looked at the group with sadness in his eyes. "I think I understand. With you being the architect of the bridge, it makes you a perfect target. Which also means that Zabuza is also working for Gato," said Sasuke as she stared at the two captured ninja, one which was asleep and the other just glared at them despite the pain. "But, I still don't understand, if you knew that you were a target of a ruthless thug with ninja at his disposal, why didn't you tell us when you asked for our help?" asked Kakashi as he looked at Tazuna lazily, but to those who understood him could clearly tell that he was watching his body movement for the slightest lie, no matter how small.
"It's because Nami no Kuni isn't over prosperous, even the local lords are poor. Apparently you have no money either. Even with all the money that the people possibly had and the lords backing him, a B-rank mission would have still cost him too much. Right, Tazuna?" said Natsuki as she looked at him with a smirk on her face. Yes. But if you all turn away from me now, then I'm as good as dead." "Oh well, it's not your concern. You won't be there to see my daughter and 10-year-old grandson cry all day like their hearts are breaking," said Tazuna as he turned away from the group of ninjas. "But," started Kakashi, only to be interrupted. "Well, it's not your fault. Oh. And you won't mind if my daughter vows eternal hatred of all the ninja of your village as she lives her life alone?" said Tazuna as he started to cry. "Well, I suppose it can't be helped. We'll continue to protect you, at least until you return to your country," said Kakashi with a forced smile. "Hee, I win," whispered Tazuna with a victory smirk. "I still don't think it would be best to continue this mission, at least without some form of backup. All we know is that Gato has possibly several hired missing nin underneath him. Then there is the fact that we have no knowledge as to how many thugs Gato has. It also doesn't help that we will be running into Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, sometime in the future," said Naruto logically as he looked at the others to see that Hinata, Sasuke, Natsuki, and Tazuna were agreeing to the logic presented to them. "You have valid points, and as such you have made an appropriate call. Which team are we going to request?" asked Kakashi after a short while. "Team 10. With Kiba and Shino being the tracker types, we could use them to keep an eye on any of the workers working on the bridge, just in case one or more of them attempt to betray Tazuna for the safety of their family. If Sakura has been training under Kurenai, then she should be above average with Genjutsu, which could in handy if we need to make a quick retreat," suggested Sasuke as they began to discuss what team they would need for backup. "You can't be serious. Kiba is a pervert, and I can't guarantee that he won't be missing a limb or two if he tries to peek on either of you girls," said Naruto with a growl. Team 8. There is Ino, who can gather information directly from the opponent's mind, Shoji excels in his family jutsu, and Shikamaru is an absolute genius," said Hinata as they continued to discuss the teams. "No way in hell. Ino is a loudmouth brat who is also one of my lesbian fangirls,
Choji while he is nice is too easily upset about his figure, and Shikamaru even though he is a genius he is beyond lazy.
So absolutely out of the question,
said Sasuke as she carefully said figure fearing Choji coming out of the bushes to beat her into the ground.
Shortly after the group fell into silence. What about Team 9?
Suggested Naruto after a short while and Hinata seemed to brighten at the suggestion. That could work especially since they are usually free after their sensei's training,
said Hinata.
And plus it would torture Kakashi to no end,
said Natsuki with an evil smile. Summoning jutsu,
said Naruto as he slammed his hand on the ground and a poof of smoke followed after. Slowly the smoke disappeared showing a small white fox kit with a single tail, red eyes, and some black on the tip of its tail and paws.
Hello Yuki. I have a special job for you,
said Naruto as he held out his hand allowing for the young kit to climb up to his shoulder.
What do you need Naruto-sama? Asked Yuki as she gently rubbed her face against his.
For starters don't call me Naruto-sama and second I need for you to go tell the Hokage that our client lied about the mission ranking and that we are requesting backup from Team 9.
Alright? Asked Naruto as he looked Yuki straight in the eyes. Of course Naruto, but I need to know what about my payment? Asked Yuki as she looked at Naruto questioningly. Just bother the old man about alright,
said Naruto with a small smile.
Okay,
said Yuki as she jumped off of Naruto's shoulder and took off running down the path that they had just come from. I suggest that we continue moving so that way we can cover more ground before the day is over.
Besides I want to be in Nami no Kuni before tomorrow afternoon,
said Naruto as he started to walk down the path with the girls following him along with Kakashi.
Hey wait a minute, aren't you going to wait for your backup? Asked Tazuna as he ran to catch up with them.
Why should we? They have been out of the Ninja Academy for well over a year now and thus should have the necessary training to catch up with us,
said Hinata rather coldly. Still having problems with your cousin Hinaheim? Asked Naruto as he focused his thoughts on Hinata. Yeah. He says that it was fate that is allowing for me to be free.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing the same old shit that he keeps on saying about fate dictating every move that we make. It almost makes me wish that he would just die for his stupidity.
Mentally thought Hinata as venom dripped off of a good majority of her words. Now Hinata, you, Naruto, Natsuki, and I know that you don't mean that. It's just your frustration talking to you, thought Sasuke. I know, but it's so annoying, mentally whined Hinata. Hinata, how about when we stop for the night I'll give you a massage? Will that help?
Asked Naruto as he looked at her from the corner of his eyes.
Yes, I would like that, Naruto-kun, thought Hinata as she smiled at him. Alright team, I think that we have traveled fat enough for the day,
said Kakashi as he knocked the genin out of their daze.
What, why? Asked Hinata as she looked at the sky to see that it was only midday.
Well, for starters we have no way across the ocean, 2 our backup still hasn't arrived, and 3 Tazuna is exhausted, said Kakashi as he smiled at the team as they looked at Tazuna who was wheezing slightly.
Kakashi, couldn't we just water walk across the ocean? Asked Sasuke with one of her eyebrows raised as Tazuna collapsed onto a nearby log. Well, we could, but that would mean leaving our client here without any protection.
So now we can use this time for training, said Kakashi as his smile changed from one of kindness to one of a complete psycho. Now then team, I want you to begin water walking if you would be so kind, said Kakashi as his smile returned to normal and 3 more of him popped into existence beside him. Mumbling curses under their breath, the genin did as they were told and started to water walk 5 feet out from the shoreline while Kakashi's clones stood at the shore. Silently they stood there, the students glaring holes into their teacher's clones while the clones just stared at them with boredom. Neither of the 6 of them moving an inch before Naruto jumped back, Hinata to the right, and Sasuke forward as 3 Kakashi clones attempted to grab the genin ankles.
Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu,
shouted Sasuke as she breathed out a doghouse-sized fireball and sent it straight towards the Kakashi clone that was pulling itself out of the water. Acting quickly, the Kakashi clone quickly performed substitution with Hinata, who was in her gentle fist stance.
Water style, water dragon jutsu.
Quickly said Hinata as she performed the hand signs at a rate faster than what she would normally do. Shortly after, the water began to churn beneath her feet as the dragon slowly circled around her before it rose up around her and then dived straight towards the fireball.
The second the two opposing elements collided, an explosion occurred, obscuring both Hinata's and Sasuke's vision.
Wind style, great breakthrough, said Naruto as he pointed the wind straight towards the smoke cloud and blew it away, showing two Kakashi clones running towards Hinata and Sasuke. Just as Naruto was about to start up another set of hand signs, he stopped as he took notice of the water churning faster and two water dragons come forward and head straight towards the Kakashi clones. It didn't take long for the water dragons to close in on their targets and snap the clones in their jaws before they were blown off.
Exploding clones,
whispered Naruto with some shock in his voice while his face remained somewhat neutral before cold steel was felt against his skin.
That's right,
said the Kakashi clone from behind Naruto in a sing-song voice.
Sadly, since Kakashi was behind Naruto, he never took notice of the smile on Naruto's face.
Not a moment later, they were both encompassed in a cloud of smoke.
When it cleared away, Naruto wasn't in front of the Kakashi clone anymore but was behind Kakashi, holding a kunai to his neck.
You know, I could have sworn I told you that never assume that an opponent is defeated until they are either dead or unconscious, Kakashi-sensei,
said Naruto as he lazily held the kunai to his sensei's neck.
Naruto then released a yawn as he removed the kunai from Kakashi's neck and then kicked him square in the ass, sending him flying towards Hinata. When Kakashi's clone was barely 5 feet away from Hinata, 3 water dragons came out of the water and started to pull on him like a chew toy until he was torn to shreds and blew up.
That the best that you got? Asked Naruto as Hinata and Sasuke stood beside him holding one of his arms. No, that was only the warm-up,
said Kakashi as he started to channel chakra. After a few seconds, the chakra began to physically manifest itself behind him in the form of a large white wolf before a sudden poof appeared. Standing right beside Kakashi was what could be best described as a wolf of some kind. The wolf, when sitting, was a few inches shy of Kakashi's full height, and when standing like normal was up to Kakashi's chest. It was a pure white color with tufts of fur that swirled around on its shoulders, while some tufts extended off the back of its hind legs just beneath the kneecaps. Its claws were only half an inch in length but looked like they could still extend another half an inch out. The wolf's eyes were a deep black, while the left eye had some traces of red in it along with a rather impressive scar.
Slowly the wolf looked around and gave Kakashi a once-over before it jumped onto him and disappeared. Interesting. I've never seen a human that has an animal spirit well other than some of my guards, said Natsuki as she watched the event with curiosity. Animal spirit? Asked Kakashi as he raised his right eyebrow in confusion, as did everyone else. It's another way of stating someone is a demon. I've only known at least one human who became a demon on his own without any help from other demons. I need to ask you, Kakashi, was there any point within the past month that you were approached by a demon? Asked Natsuki with a glare, stating that she wanted the truth no matter what.
I was approached on the night by someone who I had long since thought had died when I was still stuck to Naruto's wall. It was my old female teammate Rin. I at first thought it wasn't here because she had dog ears and I believe a tail. The last thing I remember her saying was something like, "Genkai by Zie Suki my Antenshi," said Kakashi as he rubbed his head with a perplexed expression.
Genkai by Zie Suki my Antenshi. Are you certain that that is exactly what she said? Asked Natsuki as she watched everything about Kakashi. Yes, that is exactly what she said. What I want to know is what it means, said Kakashi with seriousness. It's a Latin saying.
It roughly translates to "bound by the moon, my mate." It is a form of saying that you were taken in demonic terms. If she finished the ritual, she would have bit you and channeled her yokai into you.
Did she bite you? Asked Natsuki while Kakashi took a thinking position.
Yeah, she did.
At first it hurt, then after a while it was relaxing and peaceful.
After she stopped biting me, I fell into a somewhat sleep-like state and heard her say, "We'll be together soon, my love," said Kakashi after a minute or two.
Idiot. You are now at least considered a demon by basic human standards. You are also considered an outcast by demon standards. I can give you some form of protection, but even I can only go so far to keep a Hanyu safe," said Natsuki while Kakashi looked shocked and sad.
As for what she said after biting you shows that she'll be returning for you at some point in the near or far future," said Natsuki as she looked at Kakashi, who still looked like he was in shock before he fell to the ground.
"Hey Natsuki, is Kakashi going to be alright?" asked Hinata as she ran back to shore with Sasuke and Naruto close behind. "Yeah, he'll be fine. It's probably the shock of finding out that you are now no longer considered inhuman mixed with a case of chakra exhaustion," said Natsuki as she approached Kakashi's prone form and gave him a few kicks. After the last kick, Kakashi let out a groan of minor pain before falling silent once more. "I'll say this much, you ninja are a weird bunch of people," said Tazuna as he drank from his sake bottle.
"The same could be said for the human race,"
retorted Natsuki as she sneered at Tazuna.
"Whatever,"
replied Tazuna as he continued to drink before he fell backwards off of the log.
"Well, I guess I'll set up camp," said Naruto as he walked towards Tazuna and picked him up by his collar and set him back down on the log. After that, he pulled out his travel scroll and unsealed his tent along with his sleeping bag.
"Shadow clone jutsu,"
said Naruto as two more of him appeared, one on his right and the other on his left. "You go get some firewood and you go hunt for something, possibly fish, since we're near a river.
Make certain that you catch as much as possible since we'll be having extra company later today. Now get to,"
started Naruto before he stopped and looked back towards the direction that they had come from. "It seems that our guests that we caught got away with the help of an accomplice," said Naruto with a glare before he refocused his attention on placing together his tent. Roughly 2 minutes later, Naruto had his tent up and Hinata and Sasuke had their tents up as well. "We'll take Kakashi into my tent and I'll take first watch," said Naruto just as the clone that was told to get firewood walked back into camp, followed by the clone sent out to hunt with 6 50-pound fish. Naruto then walked over to Kakashi, picked him up, and took him into his tent. After a few seconds, he walked out to see a fire burning and the clone that hunted the fish down cooking them over the fire. Once the clone that was cooking took notice of Naruto stepping out of the tent, it quickly stood up, saluted, and then poofed out of existence. Slowly, Naruto released a sigh while he pinched the bridge of his nose up until he smelled something charring. He then walked over to the fish and removed them from the fire and held them in his hands.
"Dinner's ready,"
stated Naruto, causing the girls to appear right beside him while Tazuna just walked over with a slight wobble. Silently, Naruto handed off a fish to everyone before they sat around the fire and began to eat in silence.
"Yoshgi sensei, I can see a fire from here,"
shouted a voice from the direction that they had traveled earlier today, while Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki had their left eyebrows twitching.
"Yoshli, I believe that you are right,"
shouted another voice louder than the one before, showing that they were getting closer.
"That's enough out of the two of you,"
shouted a feminine voice as it was followed with the sound of wood crashing into skin.
"Ach, Ten, that was very unyouthful," was the indigent reply, which was far louder than any other reply so far.
"I swear if you two say anything about youthfulness or shout once more, I use the both of you for target practice," shouted the feminine voice once more as silence followed after.
3, 2, 1.
Counted down Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki as they ate their fish.
Tazuna just looked at them as if they were crazy until. Ten, don't be such an unyouthful young kunoichi.
You should be proud that you have such a sensei as me," shouted the man from earlier, only this time they could clearly be seen from the hilltop. "Oi, are you going to stand up there yelling like a bunch of 2-year-olds, or are you going to get down here and join us?"
shouted Natsuki, stopping the group on the hill from fighting.
Slowly, the group on the hill looked towards the fire before two of them started running towards them with a dust cloud behind them. The other two members of the group opted to walk down the hill, although one of them had a slight skip to their step and the other was walking with perfect posture. The first of the two that were running down was a 30-year-old man that had black hair done in a bowl cut, large black eyes, and large black eyebrows that seemed to move no matter what. He was wearing a forest green, skin-tight, full bodysuit with orange arm bracers and leg bracers. Wrapped around his waist was a light blue belt with the leaf hishiyate in the center. Over his green bodysuit was a darker green jonin vest. The second person that was running down the hill was an exact carbon copy of the first person, only he was a 13-year-old teenager. He wore a smaller version of the green jumpsuit that showed off his impressive figure, orange wrist and leg braces, and a blue belt with the leaf Hishiate in the center. The two walking people were a male and female. The female, which looked to be in her teens, had dark brown hair that was placed into a pair of buns, chocolate brown eyes, and a kind face that couldn't be seen on a killer. She was wearing dark green ninja pants with a kunai holster on both legs, a light pink sleeveless Chinese shirt with gold trim along the edges that did quite well to hide her B-cup, and light blue ninja sandals. Her Hishiate resided on her forehead and kept her bangs from falling into her eyes. Her name was Ten and the daughter of Dustin, proud owner of the Wolf Claw Weapons Shop. The final of the four people was another male that was also in his teens, had light brown hair that reached a quarter of the way down his back while his bangs were braided and framed his face. His eyes were a pure cold white color that seemed to radiate hatred. He was wearing dark blue ninja shorts with a kunai and shuriken holster on his right leg, a ninja pouch on his back, a khaki brown sweat jacket, and blue ninja sandals. His Hishiate resided on his forehead and hid a dark secret of the Hyuga clan. He was Niji Hyuga, cousin of Hinata and Hinabi Hyuga, nephew of Hayashi Higwa, and a member of the branch portion of the Hyuga family. "Yosh Naruto-kun, how are you, and where is my hip and young rival Kakashi?" asked the giant green bean. "It's nice to see you as well, Gai-san. As for Kakashi-sensei, he is currently out cold suffering from chakra exhaustion," said Naruto as he pointed towards his tent where the sounds of gentle breathing could be heard. "Oh, that is just like Kaka," started Guy until he was hit in the back of his neck, knocking him out. Shortly after, he fell to the ground, showing Ten standing behind him with a scowl upon her face while her here left hand was in the karate chop position. "I'm sorry about that, Naruto-kun. I hope that my idiot of a sensei doesn't or hasn't interrupted your sensei's rest," said Ten with a smile and an added kick to her sensei's ribs. "Yosh Ten, that was most unyouthful. Gai sensei, can you hear me?" asked Lee after he scorned Ten before he started to shake Guy with unnecessary force. "Quite, Lee, there are people that are trying to sleep and there is a small possibility of a spy watching us," said Naruto as he coldly looked at Lee, causing him to freeze up and nod. "Good. Now then, it is wonderful to see you as well, Tenchan. How is your father doing?" asked Naruto as he gently hugged Ten, causing her to giggle lightly. "He is doing well, although he won't quite teasing me about when we were younger," said Ten as Naruto lightly chuckled as he released her. Shortly after, she slapped him in the back of his head, only causing him to laugh slightly harder. "But you were such a cute bride," said Naruto as he gently pinched Ten's left cheek up until his face was united with the ground. "I told you to never speak of that ever again," said Ten in a hushed whisper as she held Naruto by his collar. "I know, but it's so fun to rile you up and you make it too easy," said Naruto as he quickly flipped Ten onto the ground and pressed his knee into the back of her neck. "Now I suggest you set up your tents and then you can eat. Besides, I already have first watch," said Naruto as he removed himself from atop Ten and sat on Natsuki's lap. Not a moment later, Hinata and Sasuke were attached to his sides. With the firelight shining upon their faces, nearly everyone who was awake could swear that they were staring directly at the king and queens of hell. Not wanting to be in the presence of the group of demons, everyone quickly headed off to build their tents and retired for the night. "Good night, Naruto-kun," said Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki as they lightly kissed him on his cheeks and forehead before disappearing into their tents. Silently, Naruto sat there with the fire burning and crackling, just staring directly up to the moon. Suddenly he saw something fly across the moon, causing him to stand up to get a better look, only to have it pass by and disappear. What was that? Mentally wondered Naruto as his eyes narrowed into slits and his demon blood awoke, demanding that he kill whatever it was that flew across the moon. Naruto remained in that position for a few seconds before he took in a deep breath of the cool saltwater air that assaulted the shoreline. After his deep breath, he sat down and gently pulled out a special scroll and unsealed a small ocarina. The ocarina wasn't overly valuable. It was a simple wooden one that was painted a deep ocean blue with orange whirlpools and green whirlwinds surrounding the finger holes, while a golden kitsune was painted on the side. Mutsum. whispered Naruto as he gently ran his fingers across the ocarina as images flashed before his eyes. From the first time they met, to the day Mutsum and him made the ocarina, to the days that they pulled pranks on the inhabitants of the village, and finally the memory of her dying in front of him by that bitch SY Haruno. As each image passed before his eyes, he couldn't help but allow tears to fall from his eyes before he began to play a low and dark tune. Shortly after finishing, with tears pouring down his face covering it with blood, a painful scream came from his mouth. Shortly after, while he started to punch the ground with enough force to crack boulders, as his tears never ceased, and no matter how much it pained them, no one came to comfort him, for everyone could clearly tell that this was something that Naruto didn't want help with. The next day. The next morning, everyone walked out of their tents and came face to face with a practical war zone. Everywhere they looked, there was some form of damage, ranging from simple kunai and shuriken embedded in the ground up to the hilt for kunai and halfway buried for shuriken. Large craters marked the landscape. Uprooted trees thrown around like sticks. Hell, some were thrown halfway out into the ocean. The ground was soaked by the ocean water from attacks. There were even craters that were formed from pure chakra attacks, and the damage only got worse the further into the forest they got. Helpless animals that were caught in the rampage weren't spared enough time to get out of the way, so they were brutally killed. Roughly 2.5 miles away from the camp, they finally took notice of Naruto standing in the middle of a forested area with chakra flaring around him. Everywhere the chakra flared would cut up the ground at least 4.5 feet out from him. "Naruto," whispered Hinata lightly, causing Naruto to turn to them. What they saw in him caused them to step back. Naruto's eyes were a complete solid blue with a black vertical slit running through the center. Slowly he fully turned so he was facing them with his chakra flaring behind him. "Haruno," growled out Naruto with absolute venom that some of his chakra fell from him and burned the ground he stood upon. "No, Naruto, it's your teammates and friends," said Tenten, as everyone agreed with her, well other than Niji, who scoffed at the word. Right after saying that, Naruto grew even angrier and began to create a blade made entirely of his own chakra. The blade itself was an absolute piece of beauty and terror for the group. The blade was the perfect size for his stature, standing only 3 feet and 4.5 inches tall with the hilt and only 3 feet tall without the hilt. The hilt was perfectly made to fit his hands so he could wield it with either his left or right hand. The coloring was a deep sapphire blue with 3 short different bindings wrapped around it. The first binding was a deep crimson red, the second was a light lavender, and the final was a black binding with a blue tinge at the edges. The blade itself was the most unique though. It was neither too thin or too thick so it wouldn't weigh the user down or break after a few uses. The blade portion was sharp enough that everyone could see the light bending from the tip, and the blade was also made in the traditional katana way. The blade's coloring was a deep silver color with runes written upon both sides. There were also 3 foxes on the blade. The first fox was a crimson red with 9 tails, the second fox was a light lavender color, and the final fox was a black color, and its fur also had a deep blue tinge to it. "Naruto, please, we aren't those bastardized assholes on the council," said Hinata as she willingly allowed tears to fall from her eyes. All Naruto did was narrow his eyes even further and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. Not a moment later he ran towards the group and brought the blade down upon them. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening, so they quickly defended themselves before someone stepped in front of them and blocked the strike with absolute ease. The person standing in front of them was a female that looked to be at least 23 years old, stood 5 foot 6 inch, had neck-length fire red hair, and violet eyes. She was wearing a light tan coat with a black tank top underneath. Underneath the black tank top was a sleeveless fishnet shirt, a light tan skirt, black ninja sandals, and she was wearing metal arm bracers that went up to her elbows and covered the top of her hands. The metal arm bracers also had the Konoha symbol engraved upon the elbow portion. In her left hand she held the basic Anbu katana. Slowly she started to slide back as Naruto added more force to his strike. Not risking the chance of getting hurt, she jumped off towards the side as the blade crashed into the ground, causing it to lift from the force. Acting quickly, she swiftly brought her blade down only to have her strike dodged by Naruto's blade. Silently they stared each other down, with their blades being the only thing separating them. After a few seconds they pushed off of one another and pivoted on their heels and had their blades clash once more. Not a moment later they broke apart once more and just stared at one another. Silently they just stood there for moments on end before they ran towards one another, blades flashing in the early morning sun. It wasn't long before they clashed with one another before breaking apart and clashing once more in a dance of death. Strike for strike neither could land a hit as they blocked each other at every chance until Naruto slipped. Not letting the chance get away from her, the kunoichi quickly grabbed him by the neck and held her blade to Naruto's neck while she moved her hand so his head was pulled back. Silently, Naruto struggled against the kunoichi's grip until he became fed up and used his tails to grab the kunoichi and tossed her off of him. Even though she was thrown off of Naruto, she was still able to cut him along his neck. The cut was shallow enough to only lightly graze Naruto and cut through only a few layers of skin. Not wasting the moment, Naruto pivoted on his heel, bring the blade down, successfully slicing the kunoichi in half before she blew up, covering the land in a slight haze. Stealthily using the haze, the kunoichi snuck up on Naruto and quickly landed a powerful punch to the back of his head. Slowly, Naruto's body stiffened before it slumped to the ground in a heap before a wind blew the surrounding haze away. Silently, everyone watched as Naruto's blade broke into 3 colors and one attached itself to Naruto's right arm and left a tattoo on it in the form of the new moon. One went to Hinata and attached itself to her left, a tattoo of the full moon. The final one went to Sasuke and left a tattoo of the half moon on her left arm. Calmly, the kunoichi released a breath and lowered her fist. The kunoichi then pulled her blade up and rested the blade against the palm of her hand. Quickly, she took in a deep breath before she cut her palm and coated her blade with her own blood. She then flicked the bloody blade to the side, cleaning it of any blood before she sheathed the blade. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Natsuki-sama?" said the kunoichi as she picked up Naruto and walked towards the group. "That it has, Kushina-chan," said Natsuki as she went over and helped Kushina with Naruto. Slowly, they walked towards the group in a content silence and walked right past the group towards their camp. "Did she just call her Kushina?" asked Sasuke as she stared at the Naruto's, Natsuki's, and Kushina's backs as they walked back towards camp. All the group could do was nod their heads in a positive fashion before they quickly shared a look and took off after the 3. After a few minutes, they caught sight of them entering the camp and setting Naruto down. "So how have you been for the past 12 years, Kushina?" asked Natsuki as she gently revealed her tails and gently lifted Naruto's head and placed it on top of her tails. All the while she was doing that, Sasuke and Hinata walked out and also did the same as Natsuki, but each placed a gentle kiss against his cheeks. "I've been better. Especially after I read all of the reports on what happened to my son ever since I was tricked by the no fucking good asswipe of a council," said Kushina as she just looked at Naruto with longing but restrained herself. "You're afraid, aren't you?" said Sasuke, even though she meant it as a question. "Of course I'm afraid. Why wouldn't I be? My son was placed through a hell I could have prevented if I hadn't listened to that useless council. Besides, even though I've helped him, it doesn't make up for me abandoning him. If I would have only gone to Sarutobi first, he would have had a somewhat normal childhood. Hell, if things would have gone as planned, none of this would have happened," shouted Kushina in frustration and rage. "Kushina, even if things would have gone as we had planned, he would have only had a far more difficult life. You know that the village would have pampered him until he was spoiled to the core of himself. The life that he has lived has tempered his soul so fine that the gods are even disgraced for allowing a person such as Naruto to live the life he has," said Natsuki as she gently grabbed a hold of Kushina's left hand and pulled her towards Naruto. "Now is the time to begin repairing the damage that has happened," said Hinata as she also took a hold of Kushina and pulled her closer to them. "Alone we can't repair all the damage that has happened," said Sasuke as she too took Kushina and brought her closer. "Only together can we help him through his darkness," said Natsuki, Hinata, and Sasuke as they rest Kushina's hand over Naruto's heart as the girls rested their hands over Kushina's. "You are the only remaining piece of Naruto's biological family. We can only do so much, but you can do so much more. You can help him in ways that we could never do. To us he is our salvation as we are to him, but it can never replace the love of a mother," said Natsuki as she stared at Kushina with a sorrowful expression. "You're right, like always, Natsuki. Kamisama, he looks just like his father," said Kushina with a smile as she gently slid behind the girls and pulled Naruto's head into her lap and started to gently stroke his hair. "You say that now, but he has your personality," said Natsuki as she gently held Naruto's left hand and gently ran one of her clawed fingers over the surface, "which was slightly tweaked by you if I remember correctly," said Kushina with an accusing glare at Natsuki. Details," said Natsuki as she gently brushed off Kushina's glare with a quick swipe of her hand. Well, as much as I don't want to break up this little love fest, I'm afraid that our way across the sea is now here," said Kakashi as he poked out of the battle zone, breaking everyone away from Naruto. "Don't worry about me, Kakashi, I'll just water walk the rest of the way, besides Kushina needs some time to get to know her son," said Natsuki as she released Naruto's hand and walked towards the ocean. "I'll see the rest of you later," said Natsuki as she waved goodbye to the group before she ran atop the water until the group couldn't see her anymore. Shrugging their shoulders, the group quickly packed up camp, lifted Naruto onto Kushina's back, and completely eliminated any signs of being there before they followed Tazuna to a nearby wooden dock where a small boat could be seen.
Are you certain that we can all fit in there?" asked Sasuke skeptically as she looked at Tazuna accusingly.
"Of course, besides the man that'll be taking us across has a second boat that he can pull behind the first," said Tazuna as he pointed to a second boat behind the first. Shortly after saying that, they could see someone waking up inside one of the boats. The person was a man that stood about 5 feet 8 inches, looked to be in his 30s, had black hair and a black goatee, and brown eyes. He was wearing a straw hat, a white long-sleeved shirt with a dark blue vest with fur along the neckline on top, light brown pants, and wooden sandals.
"Tazuna, I'm glad to see that you were able to gain some form of help, even if it's children,"
said the man before he was silenced by a kunai whizzing right beside his face and cutting his cheek. Not a moment later, he could clearly feel someone leaning against his back and the same kunai from before resting just above his jugular vein. "I suggest that you watch your tongue," said the person before everyone realized that it was Naruto.
Slowly Naruto looked at the additional redhead before he looked away ashamed.
Is she ashamed at having a demon for a son?
Wondered Naruto. Did I do something wrong? Wondered Kushina as she too looked away. Anyway, I can take all of you across in one go. Go ahead and sit in a boat so we can get out of here.
I want to get to Nami no Kuni just as the fog bank rolls in so I don't have to worry about Gato killing me,"
said the man as everyone got into a boat.
Hinata, Sasuke, Kushina, Naruto, Kakashi, and Tenten all got into the back boat while the rest got into the first boat. Once everyone was situated in their seats, the boat driver shoved off and started the motor, heading straight into the ocean.
"Naruto, I just want to say that I'm sorry," said Kushina with sorrow echoing in her voice.
"Forget it. At the time you had just lost Dad. You were distraught and wanted to hear that your son was alive. When you didn't hear what you were hoping for, you broke and couldn't think straight. All you could do was curse, spit, and hate the gods for a cruel and unjust fate."
"Trust me, I know," said Naruto as he gently pulled out the ocarina from the other night.
"I've heard how bad your life is, or was it all true?" asked Kushina with fear.
"What exactly did you hear or read?" asked Naruto, knowing that he wasn't going to like this conversation.
"I've read that you had assassins attempting to kill you, were burned alive, crucified in the village center and set afire after being beaten to death's doorstep, received nothing but hatred wherever you went in the village from both children and adults, you were thrown out of shops, and if they served you only got war weaponry or bright clothing, and I also read about what happened to you to warrant the release of Natsuki-chan," said Kushina, knowing that she possibly only hit the tip of the iceberg of Naruto's pain.
"Well, it seems that Makoto-san didn't tell you everything. That was only the very tip of everything. If you want to know everything that happened to me, I suggest that you look at my medical records," said Naruto as he looked out to see a deep fog bank rolling in. "Is it also true that you became a demon upon releasing Natsuki?" asked Kushina, already knowing that it was ultimately true. "Why ask when you can see?" said Naruto as he released his genjutsu, as did Hinata and Sasuke.
Silently, Naruto closed his eyes, all ready to hear the shouts of demon, monster, and hellspawn come from his mother, only instead he felt a pleasant rustling of his tail fur. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes to see his mother looking into his eyes while gently rubbing one of her own fire-red tails against his own blonde ones.
"Naruto, I don't hate you. Besides, you're so cute," said Kushina as she gently wrapped her own tails around Naruto and hugged him.
How do you have tails?" asked Naruto in a content while his girlfriends gently rubbed their own tails against his skin. "You didn't think that you were the only Jinchuriki for the Natsuki now, did you?"
said Kushina as she smiled down at her son. You were a Jinchuriki, shouted Naruto as they rode through the fog bank and past an impressively large bridge. Hey! Keep it down. This mist will keep us hidden, but from this point on, we have to turn off our engines and row. We'd be dead if Gato or his mercenaries caught us, said the boat driver hastily, lest he bring their death upon them. Anyway, we'll enter through the mangroves that protect the island, said the fisherman as they continued to pass by pillars of concrete. Silently, everyone remained quiet as they watched the surrounding scenery for any attacks. Even as they entered the mangrove forest, they never stopped looking. It wasn't until they passed through the mangroves and into the sunlight. I'm afraid that I won't be able to take you any further than this, said the fisherman as he pulled the group of ninjas and one civilian up to a dock. He didn't waste any time docking the boats before he threw the group off. I understand, my old friend, just be safe, said Tazuna. The only sign of hearing Tazuna that the fisherman gave was a quick nod of his head before he shoved off and exited through the mangroves. About time you got here, said Natsuki from in a tree near them. Glad to see that you made it as well, Natsuki-chan, said Naruto with a small smile as Natsuki jumped down so she was in front of Naruto. Ahem, my house isn't too far from here, so if you wouldn't mind, said Tazuna as he coughed into his hand. Everyone could tell that Natsuki wasn't very happy, but Naruto was wearing his complete neutral mask. Kamisama Naruto, I could have sworn that you were going to remove that mask, said Sasuke as she slapped Naruto on the back of his head. Sorry, self-defense, said Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head. He then was pulled up by his neck by Sasuke and set back onto his feet. Just start walking already. I want to see my grandson and daughter one last time before I die, said Tazuna as everyone just turned to him, puffed in annoyance, and began marching towards Tazuna's house. Mom, quick question, how did you become the host for Natsuki-chan? Asked Naruto as he looked at his mother, hoping for an answer. I'm sure that you have heard of the village hidden in the whirlpool? Asked Kushina as the group of ninjas nodded, but Tazuna just looked confused. Good, that will make this conversation easier. One day before I was born, my father, the third Uzukage at the time, heard about the Kyuubi heading towards our village. At the time we had no idea as to why the Kyuubi was attacking, but my father called all of our village's seal masters and asked them to design a seal that could contain the Kyuubi. They were successful. They created two versions. The first is the Death Reaper seal, which you should be familiar with, but the other I only know by name, Lifekeeper seal. My father, in attempts to keep the Kyuubi at bay, asked for some of our village's ninja to distract it. It worked and gave my father time to find a host, but was unable to find anything that could contain the Kyuubi other than a newborn child. My father and mother both made a sacrifice and sealed the Kyuubi into me with the Lifekeeper seal. My parents survived, but to keep me safe from the village's wrath, they asked my grandmother to take me away. She did, and she took me to Konoha. I later learned that during the Third Shinobi War, the village hidden in the whirlpool was destroyed by IWA. I knew my family was there, but I never met them, so I couldn't mourn their passing like my grandmother. So I did the only thing I could think of at the time. I swore any IWA mean that I came across that was involved with the destruction of my grandmother's home, I would kill them, said Kushina as she took a slight breather. And Natsuki's attack on the hidden village of the leaves? Asked Naruto, knowing that he was going to find out more than what he saw. That was never meant to happen. When I heard that I was pregnant with both your father and I were ecstatic, we would continuously talk and wonder what you would be like. Although I had a fear. During the Third Shinobi War, your father and I killed thousands of IWA and Cloud Shinobi, so I approached Natsuki. She offered that she would willingly allow herself to be sealed inside of you at birth, and in return she would protect you. I ended up discussing it with your father, and I can already tell you he made a literal list of positives and negatives that could happen. In the end, we agreed. So on the day before your birth, Minato and I left the village and headed towards a secret cave to perform the sealing and birth of you. Your father was nearly done when he was attacked by an unknown assassin. Your father did quite well until he removed the assassin's mask and revealed it to be Madara Uchiha. In a cowardly attempt to prevent you father from killing him, he took me hostage and fully released the Kyuubi who attacked him and successfully destroyed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then was placed into a genjutsu to destroy the hidden village of leaves. You should know everything that happened after that," said Kushina as she gripped her hands into fists, causing her clawed hands to dig into her skin. "And you're becoming a demon?" asked Hinata as she gently grabbed Kushina's shoulder and gently squeezed it. It was roughly 1 day after I had left the hidden village of leaves that the pain and grief took a hold of me. I accidentally tapped into some of Natsuki's remaining yokai and it changed me into a demon. After the transformation, I could feel Natsuki's chakra. I immediately knew I was lied to, but I didn't want to risk it for fear of dealing with an ANBU guard hired by the council. Although that doesn't mean I didn't leave behind some form of security. I had a special summon that kept a watchful eye on you and reported to me your progress. Whenever I read something I didn't think was right, I would write out a scroll for you that would help you," said Kushina, knowing that she could do more but didn't. "I don't blame you," said Naruto after a short while, shocking everyone. "While you may have been able to do more, you did what you could without risking being found out. Now, if you don't mind, what exactly was the summon that watched over me?" asked Naruto with curiosity as they continued down the path. "It was a small tiger cub that was a light orange color with white stripes," said Kushina as she rubbed the back of her head. "Does everyone in Naruto's family have a weakness to the color orange?" mentally wondered everyone but Tazuna, who was doing his best to keep up on the conversation but ultimately failing. "So Mom, when will I be able to learn the summoning for the tigers?" asked Naruto as his mother's eyes lit in absolute happiness. "We'll start tomorrow," said Kushina before she stopped and took an experimental sniff in the air. She then threw a kunai into a bush that rustled a little before she walked up to the bush. Slowly she pried the bush apart to see a snow-white bunny with the kunai above its head along with a thin line on the tip of its head from where the kunai grazed. "Kushina, you attacked a defenseless rabbit. I'm so proud," said Natsuki as she wrapped Kushina in a hug while everyone, except Tazuna, looked at the rabbit. "That's a snow hare. It's already spring, so why does it still have its winter coat? Unless," thought everyone until their eyes, or I in Kakashi case, whiten in shock. "Everybody get down!" shouted the ninja as Naruto tackled his mother and Natsuki to the ground and Kakashi tackled Tazuna to the ground. Hinata, Sasuke, and Team 9 quickly ducked just as a giant blade flew over their heads and lodged itself in a tree. Acting quickly, everyone got to their feet and the genin all pulled out kunai. Kakashi, Kushina, and Natsuki pulled out their blades. Guy, he just yelled about unyouthfulness until Ten whacked upside the head, knocking him out and threw him to the side, while Niji did the same to Lee. Shortly after, a person appeared standing on the blade staring at the group. The person was a male that stood 6 foot, looked to be at least 26, had black spiky hair which was held in place by a mist headband with a scratch straight through the center, had small black eyes, no eyebrows, and his lower face was completely covered with bandages. He was wearing a sword strap across his chest, black and white camouflage pants, and black ninja sandals. "Zabuza Momochi, the kid who ran off and left the land of mist," said Kakashi lazily as he looked up at Zabuza. "Sharingan, Kakashi, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you hand over the old man?" said Zabuza calmly until he took notice of Kushina the Red Death and some large green bean. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow that, eyebrowless," said Naruto as he stepped up to the plate with his tail swaying around. "Who are you, kid?" asked Zabuza, hoping to get a ruse out of the boy only to be disappointed when he didn't. "The name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Son to Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze and Minato Namikaze. Future mate to the Kyuubi and future Kyuubi," said Naruto as he watched Zabuza begin to sweat. "Well, kid, that is quite the title, but until you had your hands covered in blood you won't make it into my own personal name book," said Zabuza with confidence. "Fine, then you want to know something? When I turned 9 I killed 2 ANBU, 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and at best 300 villagers in one night. Although I didn't officially kill them until after they went through 72 hours constantly living my life day by day. Feeling all my pain and then ending it all letting them know that they disregarded my own father's last wish for me to be seen as a hero. After that I would kill at least 2 Jonin, 4 Chunin, and 16 villagers a day for 3 years until they learned not to mess with me," said Naruto as he flexed his claws and lightly licked them with psychotic happiness. Zabuza, on the other hand, was swearing up a storm in his head. "Naruto, stand down. I'll handle this," said Kakashi as he leveled Naruto with a glare. Fine, but you had better not get caught, cause I just might let you die just like you left me to die nearly 3 years ago, said Naruto as he walked back towards the bridge builder and quickly took the form of a defensive position, and everyone else formed up around the bridge builder in a defensive position. Well then, let's get started, said Zabuza as he disappeared along with his blade and reappeared upon the lake in front of them. Water art, hidden mist jutsu, said Zabuza as a deep mist rolled in and Zabuza disappeared. There are 8 targets: throat, spinal column, lungs, liver, the jugular vein, the subclavian artery, kidney, and the heart. So many choices. What vital vulnerable place shall I choose? Ha ha! Laughed out Zabuza as he released killing intent that froze Tenten and Niji in place. Niji, Tenten, calm down. Even if he gets me, I'll still protect you. Even if it means having to listen to Guy rant about how youthful I am, said Kakashi as he smiled at the two before he turned around and quickly revealed his Sharingan eye. I will never let my comrades die, said Kakashi without blinking. I wouldn't bet on that, Hataki, said Zabuza as he appeared in between the group and brought his cleaver, attempting to slice the bridge builder in half only to have his attack stopped by Kushina. Acting quickly, Kushina kicked Zabuza into the air and Naruto threw a kunai at Zabuza and successfully struck him the heart before the kunai blew up. Water art, 1000 water needles jutsu, said Zabuza's voice from everywhere as 1,000 water needles fell from Zabuza's death zone. Not wasting a minute, Hinata quickly jumped into the air and gathered chakra in her hands. 8 Trigarm's guard, said Hinata before she started to rapidly move her hands in front of her. After a few seconds, she had a complete sphere of chakra surrounding her and the water needles struck without mercy, but the chakra sphere held strong until it suddenly blasted out towards the needles and Hinata blasting back towards the earth. Quickly, Naruto jumped and caught her before he landed on the ground. You okay? Asked Naruto as Hinata did something that she hadn't done since the seal was on her. She fainted, making the group sweat drop. Sighing lightly, Naruto gently set her down and left a clone with her as he returned to guarding Tazuna. All the while that was going on, Kakashi was using his ears to pinpoint Zabuza before he had to jump to the side just as Zabuza's blade went past him. Not wasting the piece of opportunity that he was granted, Kakashi pivoted on his foot and stabbed Zabuza in the neck with a kunai, only for Zabuza to turn into water. Kakashi only had time for his eyes to widen in shock before he was sliced in half and promptly blew up, destroying the water clone once more. Slowly, Zabuza walked out of the surrounding forest with a scowl on his face. Where the hell is he? Whispered Zabuza before he jumped into the air just as a pair of hands came out of the ground. Water art, water bullet jutsu, said Zabuza as he shoot out a human-sized water ball at the ground. The second the water bullet struck the ground, it collapsed where the hands were and raised large rock chunks. Got ya, fought Zabuza as he started to descend in the air only to have to dodge kunai and shuriken and even a flippin' couch. Where did he get the couch? Wondered Zabuza as he dodged it. It wasn't until he heard a poof behind him did he turn around just in time to grab Kakashi by his wrist. They then fell to the ground in a constant struggle with one another, and even when they were on the ground they were still rolling around with Kakashi still trying to kill Zabuza. Zabuza, finally getting tired of the game, quickly kneed Kakashi in the holly crest. Once Kakashi dropped the kunai, Zabuza then quickly struck Kakashi in the face with a fist and followed up with a leg sweep. When Kakashi was starting to fall, he quickly turned so he landed on his hands and pulled himself up to a handstand. Thinking on his feet, Kakashi started to spin on his and landed a solid kick to Zabuza's head. Once more thinking on his feet, Kakashi quickly pushed off his hands and deck-ended upon Zabuza with an axe kick that Zabuza blocked without a problem. Zabuza didn't wait a single second before pushing Kakashi off of him and started to perform hand signs at a quick pace. Water art, water dragon jutsu, said Zabuza as Kakashi landed on the lake nearby and was swallowed inside the dragon's jaws. Not a moment later, the dragon blew up, spreading water everywhere. Water art, Gant waterfall, said Kakashi as all the water rose up into a spiraling ball of water. Not a second later, the water was shot at Zabuza at an extreme speed with enough force to throw Zabuza through 2 trees.
When Zabuza stopped, Naruto stepped out of the mist and walked towards Zabuza with slow and calculated steps before stopping.
Die,
was all that Naruto said as he launched a kunai at Zabuza, only to have it stopped by a sunban striking it and two more lodging themselves in Zabuza's neck. Not a moment later, a person appeared right beside Zabuza, lifted his body and then disappeared.
Hunter Nin.
Aren't they usually told to dispose of the body on the spot where they die? Thought Naruto as the mist lifted, showing Kakashi passed out on the ground.
Idiot used too much chakra,
said Naruto as he walked over to Kakashi and threw him over his shoulder and walked back to the group. When he got back to the group, he was relieved to see that Hinata was alright before he nodded to himself before it poofed out of existence.
Kakashi's out cold and Zabuza is still alive.
We need to get to your house soon, Tazuna. There is no telling if Zabuza's accomplice will come back to finish the job, said Naruto with seriousness while everyone else was slightly shocked. Naruto was successful with knocking them out of their shock with a simple snap of his fingers and motioned for Tazuna to lead the way.
Not wanting to die, Tazuna quickly led the group to his house.
When they got there, they were brought to the site of a large open area that had a perfect view of the ocean and sunset. The house was halfway on the land with the other half extending into the ocean. The house itself was 2 stories tall and was well made. Quickly the group crossed the open area with the ninja on high alert and reached the front door of the house without an incident.
Quickly Tazuna knocked on the door.
Not a moment later, the door was opened by a young woman. The woman stood 5 feet 1 inch, had black hair that reached to the middle of her back, brown eyes, looked to be 27 maybe 29 at best, and held a fierce look on her face until she saw Tazuna. She was wearing a light pink shirt with red along the edges of her sleeves and neckline, and a deep blue skirt that covered extended to her knees. She was also wearing civilian sandals.
Father, I'm glad to see that you made it home safe,
said the woman as she hugged Tazuna before she lightly kissed her father on the cheek.
Yes, it's good to be home, but anyway, I want you to meet the ninja who protected me, said Tazuna as he stepped aside and allowed his daughter to see them.
The blonde-haired one is Naruto and the 3 girls hanging onto him are his teammates and girlfriends from what I understand.
The blue-haired one is Hinata, the redhead is Natsuki, and the black-haired one with a blue tinge is Sasuke.
The other redhead is Naruto's mother Kushina and the passed-out silver-haired man is their teacher Kakashi. The one with brown hair done up in buns is Tenten, the static one next to her is her teammate Niji, and the 2 bowl cuts are, hey, where are they?
Asked Tazuna as everyone realized that they weren't with them. Slowly everyone looked around before they all sweat dropped. Looks like we left them behind, said all the ninja at the same time, causing Tazuna and Tsunami to swear drop.
Oh, don't worry about them, they get here, trust me, said Tenten as her eyes began to twitch in annoyance at the thought.
Well, I'm going fishing,
said Naruto as he started to walk off while dropping his sensei on the ground without a care.
Care to explain how exactly you're going to fish without a rod? Asked Tazuna.
Easy, I'll use my tails because for some odd reason animals enjoy biting them, said Naruto as he figured that out the hard way.
Alright, and good luck with that, said Tazuna as he walked into the intent on getting more sake to drink.
Don't worry about it, Naruto will help you, said Sasuke as she grabbed a hold of his left arm, Hinata grabbed his right, and Natsuki jumped on his back. Well then, since the 2 of you are left, you're going to help me. You Mr. Broody, get the man up to one of the guest rooms. And you're going to help me go shopping for dinner,
said Tsunami with authority while Tenten nodded and Niji just scoffed.
Did you just scoff at me?
Asked Tsunami as she looked at Niji, who just looked right back at her.
If I did?
Asked Niji arrogantly while Tenten just shook her head.
You're coming with me, said Tsunami as she grabbed Niji by his ear and pulled him into the house and took him towards the sink. When they got to the sink, she pushed Niji so his head was in the sink. She then started the water and grabbed a nearby bar of soap and wetted it. Holding Niji by his hair, she then forcefully stuck the bar of soap into his mouth and prevented him from spitting it out for 30 seconds before she let him go. Not wasting any time, he spit the bar of soap out and washed his mouth out. No matter how many times he washed it out, it never got rid of the taste of soap. I'm going to tell you this now, you will not scoff whenever I tell you something.
When I tell you to do something, you will do it. Am I clear? Asked Tsunami as she crossed her arms and looked Niji with a glare.
Crystal, said Niji as he continued to spit out the soapy taste in his mouth. Could now go help you teammate lift that teacher up to his room, said Tsunami as Niji begrudgingly did as he was told.
It's going to be a long week, said Tsunami as she went to get her purse. Demonic Uchiha CH4.
Silently Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki had their tails draped over the edge of a nearby dock not overly far from Tazuna's house. Every now and then they would lightly flick their tails, enjoying the relaxation time that they had. Naruto was even smiling, lightly, but the group of girls still felt it was at least some form of progressive healing.
So Naruto, are you glad to have your mother back?
Asked Hinata as she gently held her right hand in his left hand with her own smile. Naruto's smile slightly faltered into a small frown before it transformed into a look of concentration.
Honestly, I don't know.
I have some sort of feeling of happiness at seeing her, but at the same time I'm still worried. While it's true that she helped me whenever she could, I still don't know if I can trust her. There have been so many times before this when someone would be nice before they would literally turn around and stab me in the back, but even still there's something inside of me telling me to trust her.
For now I'm content,
said Naruto with a smile at the end, while the girls only smiled sadly as they only realized that the memory that they witnessed was only one of several thousand. I will admit it will be interesting for me to learn how to summon the Tiger Clan, although that does present a problem. I already hold a contract to summon the foxes, and I'm not certain if they will allow for me to summon another summoning creature or creatures, said Naruto as he looked over to Natsuki, hoping to hear some form of answer from her. Honestly, Naruto, since I now officially live in the human world, you will have to summon the new Kitsune leader and receive their permission. We can worry about that later though, so for now just enjoy being able to relax for a day, said Natsuki as she felt a tug against her tail. Smiling with glee, she gently moved her tail and felt the tug once more before it turned into a bite.
Not waiting a moment, she pulled up only to be disappointed.
Hanging on her tail was at best a 3-inch sea bass. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke were attempting their best to not burst out laughing at the fact that the former Queen of Demons was only able to catch a small fry sea bass. Sadly, their attempts were in vain as Naruto was the first to break, with Hinata and Sasuke following after. Even Natsuki after a short while was able to start laughing at the absurdity of the situation. It luckily didn't take them long to get their laughter under control.
So Sasuke, are you going to attempt to summon the crows? Asked Hinata as she looked over to Sasuke.
Yeah, I plan on doing so, but this is also a reminder for me. My brother, Itachi, found the scroll one day and attempted to summon the birds. I don't exactly what happened, but my brother passed their test and was given permission to summon them. I still remember how happy my mother was when she heard that even my dad was happy, but it was possibly just because it was giving the clan more power. I want to summon them in remembrance of my brother, and so I can ask them what type of person my brother really was when he wasn't wearing his mask, said Sasuke with a small smile as a few tears came to her eyes. Not wishing to see Sasuke cry, Naruto gently pulled her to her chest and just sat there hugging her while gently rubbing her back. After a short while, Sasuke stopped crying and released a small purr of happiness as Naruto had yet to stop rubbing her back. Sadly, the purr of happiness was turned into a yip of surprise as she yanked her tail out of the seawater and held it in front of her. Hanging there, clearly enjoying the taste of her tail, was a 1 foot 2 inches red herring. Growling with frustration, Sasuke slammed her tail on the dock, yet the fish never relented her tail, causing her eyes to turn into slits. She then proceeded to slam the fish on one of the dock's pilings and the dock itself, and even then the damn fish wouldn't let go. Growling in frustration, Sasuke then grabbed the fish by its tail before slamming it against the piling and yanking on it. That time it was successfully removed at the minor cost of some of her tail's fur. Silently, Sasuke glared at the fish, having a staring contest with it, while Hinata bust out laughing.
You know, Sasuke, ha ha ha, a fish can't blink, ha ha ha,
laughed out Hinata as she held her gut before she yipped in pain and pulled her tail out of the water.
Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh at Hinata, who had a 2 feet 5 inches angel fish hanging off her own tail. Not wanting to lose any of her own fur, Hinata quickly killed the fish by sending a concentrated chakra burst into the fish's heart, killing it instantly. Smirking victoriously, Hinata couldn't help but smile at knowing that she had bragging material for a short while.
Naruto on the other hand just sighed while shaking his head in a negative fashion as the two kunoichi started a glaring contest. Silently Naruto sat there watching the two as his left eye twitched in annoyance before the annoyance was replaced with shock and pain. Not waiting a moment, Naruto pulled his tail out of the water and took notice that he had an adult white shark snacking on his tail. Growling in annoyance, Naruto sent a blast of chakra into the shark. Naruto was surprised when the shark didn't die instantly and rather bit down on Naruto's tail harder. "Get the hell off of me!" shouted Naruto as he started to kick the shark in the head, which only made it angrier and made it start biting harder on Naruto's tail. Glaring heavily at the shark, Naruto quickly raised his tail and threw the shark into the air before punching it onto dry land. With a couple dull thuds, the shark landed on dry land and helplessly flopped everywhere as Naruto approached it with slow and evenly spaced steps. It only took Naruto 3 minutes to get to the shark before he raised his leg into the air and sent a concentrated burst of chakra to his foot, extending the blade hidden in the sole of his sandal. "Die," was Naruto's simple statement as he brought his foot down, crushing the shark's skull while the blade passed through without a problem and struck the shark's brain. Not risking the shark attempting to bite him once more, Naruto sent pure wind chakra into the blade embedded in the shark's skull, turning the brain into instant mush. "Okay, we're done here," said Naruto as he started to drag his catch by its tail back towards the house. The two kunoichi never heard him, as they were still too busy with their glaring contest. Natsuki on the other hand followed Naruto while at the same time slapping Hinata and Sasuke's butts with her tails. Hinata and Sasuke both released a yip of surprise before they glared at Natsuki. As they glared at Natsuki, they couldn't help but gently rub their butts while following after the group. When they reached Hazuna's house, they were mildly surprised at the fact that there was no one around other than Kakashi, who was fast asleep upstairs. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders before he went to the kitchen with the girls following after. Shortly after, there were several different sounds coming from there, with Niji, Tenten, and Tsunami. Slowly the group of three walked down the streets of Nami no Kuni. Everywhere they looked, there were children wearing clothing that was either too small or too large for them and covered in dirt, holes, and showed how thin they were. Occasionally they would catch an adult or two who were sitting on the ground or against walls with bloodstains behind them or around them. All the buildings were in shambles or completely burned to the ground. As they passed by the houses that were burned down, they could clearly see hands sticking out of the rubble, blackened from the fires. How can one man be so cruel?" asked Tenten barely above a whisper before anyone could answer. A young boy no older than 5, maybe 6, approached Tenten and held out his hands. Tenten couldn't help it, but when she saw this boy, she was suddenly reminded of Naruto from when she saw him outside of school just barely surviving. "Here, these are ration bars that aren't overly good, but they should help you against hunger," said Tenten as she pulled out 4 ration bars and gave them to the little boy. The little boy smiled at her before he took off towards a nearby alley where there were 2 more children. Silently they watched as the boy gave one to each of his friends and hid the other in his clothes. "Tenten, you shouldn't have done that. They will now believe that any traveler will be willing to give them food. Besides, fate has already decided that several of these people shall die during our stay," said Niji with his superiority complex. "Niji," said Tenten with a hard tone. "Yes, Tenten?" asked Niji with mild curiosity as he looked at his teammate with cold indifference. "Shut your damn mouth, or may the kami or shinigami so help me I stick one of my special weapons up where the sun don't shine," said Tenten with a dangerous tone, which perfectly scared anyone who was going to attempt to steal from them to back off. "You wouldn't dare do such a thing, especially to one who belongs to an up-and-standing clan such as the Hyuga," said Niji with a daring tone as he openly glared at Tenten. "What I do know is that if you don't drop your superiority complex, I'll be washing your mouth out with soap again," said Tsunami as she gave the mother of all mother looks, which succeeded in shutting up Niji. "Now we are here at the store, so I don't want to hear anything more from your mouth, Mr. Hyuga," said Tsunami as she glared at Niji, who just growled in annoyance before nodding his head positively. "Good," said Tsunami as she entered the store with the 2 young genin following after. When they entered the shop, Tenten looked around and was overall shocked at the lack of food. At best there were a few good fruits and vegetables, but the rest was rotten or already decaying. "Gato has complete control over everything, even down to the very food that we eat," It's gotten so bad that children are forced to beg, adults are having to hunt for food or fish, or in some worst cases move their families," said Tsunami as she grabbed whatever good produce she could and quickly paid for it. Tsunami then walked out of the store with Niji and Tenten following close behind. They were able to luckily get out of town without any confrontations from anyone and quickly made their way back to Tezuna's house. When they got into the house, they were met with the smell of cooking fish. Immediately on guard, both Niji and Tenten slowly walked towards the kitchen only to have to jump onto the ceiling as Hinata and Sasuke came out holding each a plate of grilled fish. As soon as they set the plates down, they once again entered the kitchen. Silently, Niji, Tenten, and Tsunami shared a look and quickly decided to enter the kitchen. Out of all the things they were expecting, they never expected to see 4 Naruto clones along with Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki each working on a dish. They also had hairnets over their tails so it wouldn't contaminate the food. Naruto clone number 1 was of course making ramen. Naruto clone number 2 was making some sort of pie. Naruto clone number 3 was busy making rice cakes along with sushi. Naruto clone number 4 was working on some sort of stir-fry as everyone could clearly hear the juices from whatever was in their cooking. The real Naruto was busy preparing another stir-fry along with herbal tea. Hinata was making, not overly surprising to Niji, cinnamon rolls and zenzei. What he was shocked about was the fact that she was making one of his favorite food dishes, herring soba. Sasuke was making her favorite dish omusubai with okaka and tomatoes. She was also attempting to create sesame dumplings along with a few Chinese dishes. Natsuki, on the other hand, was creating dango and a few other random dishes. "You know, you could either stand there like a bunch of brainless idiots, you can help us, look for Kushina, or go get your sensei and leave from where we left them before some idiot decides to take their clothing," said Natsuki as she continued to cook, not bothering to spare them a glance for even a second. Right as they were about to argue against that, they were stopped. "Gai sensei, we've been robbed of your beautiful and most youthful green spandex," came out shout from further in the forest, scaring a few birds into flight. "Quickly, let's go find our missing teammates and see if they will be willing to part some of their clothing for us to borrow," shouted a second voice from deep within the forest. "Never mind," growled out Natsuki before she took notice of Naruto smiling his traditional pranking smile, which caused everyone to look at him. "You didn't?" asked Tenten as she looked at Naruto, as did everyone else. "Didn't do what?" asked Naruto as he attempted to appear innocent, similar to a child caught eating a cookie before dinner. "Don't mess with us Namikaze. You took Lee and Guy's outfits along with their spares," said Niji, but had to stop himself from using a bad word as Tsunami's punishment was still fresh in his mind, and add in the fact that she was standing behind him wielding a frying pan didn't really help. One thought went through everyone's head, and that was, where the hell did she get the frying pan? "Now what exactly gives you that idea?" asked Naruto as he still attempted to play the innocent card. "Well, if you're anything like me and from the stories that I've heard from Makoto, you are, and you inherited my love for pranking along with my love of ramen," said Kushina as she appeared right behind Naruto and gently rested her hand on his shoulder. "Hey boss, I've got them," said another Naruto clone as he appeared before the group holding a pair of green leotards along with 2 scrolls marked clothes. "You were saying Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata as she giggled at his predicament. "Fine, I did take them and I plan on burning them. Can you really blame me, though those things are an abomination?" said Naruto as he pointed at the leotards as his clone tossed them on the ground, washed his hands and continued cooking from where the original Naruto left off. "You know, Naruto, I remember all the ninja calling your old orange jumpsuit an abomination," said Sasuke as she teased Naruto. "Orange is a good color," shouted both Naruto and Kushina at the same time, while at the same time releasing enough killing intent to scare the surrounding wildlife. Quickly realizing that they said the same thing, Naruto and Kushina shared a glance before smiling towards one another. "For some odd reason I think that we will get along just fine," said Kushina as she gently rubbed Naruto's head, causing Naruto to gain a somewhat relaxed expression. "I agree," said Naruto as he was able to shake off his relaxed expression and quickly turned back to the food. "And thank the gods that you inherited your father's cooking skills and not my own,"
said Kushina as she watched Naruto cook with the same attention that his father did whenever he was attempting to learn whatever he could.
If you don't mind, could most of you leave? It's already crowded in here, and quite honestly, I don't want this dinner to be ruined,
said Naruto as Kushina and Tsunami understood they of course had to pull both Niji and Tenten out of the kitchen.
Shortly after Niji, Tenten, and Tsunami left the kitchen, Naruto took the hideous green spandex and threw it out the window.
Kitsune bye,
said Naruto as he pointed one of his fingers at the spandex. He was soon rewarded with them catching a flame and watched with sadistic glee as they burned until they were only smoldering piles of ash.
Okay, now how much of the food is done?
Asked Naruto as he turned towards his girlfriends. All of it's done here, you can take out these 2 plates and well follow after, said Hinata as she handed Naruto 2 plates, one of sushi and the other a mixture of different Chinese foods.
Naruto then left the room with the others following after.
When he entered the dining room, he set the plates of food down on the table and the girls did the same. Silent as a shadow, Naruto headed into the living room where everyone was seated, other than Kakashi, and he just stood in the doorway waiting until he had everyone's attention. When they were all staring, he just looked at them.
Dinner's ready,
said Naruto as he stepped out of the doorway.
Not a moment later they walked past him.
As they passed by, Naruto took notice of a young boy just sitting in the living room glaring at him. The boy was possibly no older than 9, stood at best 3 feet 2 inches, had black eyes, and had dark brown hair that reached to his neck and was rather unkempt, but whether that was natural or because of Gato, Naruto couldn't tell. He was wearing a tan shirt, green overalls, and black ninja sandals. Silently the 2 of them stared at one another before Naruto activated the 2nd level of the Sharingan and looked at the boy. After a short while he deactivated his Sharingan and walked away back into the dining room. When he got there, he took notice that his mother was shoveling ramen into her mouth just as he did, and that Tazuna and his daughter were rather disgusted.
I may have gotten Dad's cooking skills, but I got your eating habits apparently, thought Naruto as he approached Kushina from behind and just looked over her.
Sighing lightly, Naruto quickly smacked his mother on the back of the head, stopping her from eating. He then watched as Kushina turned to face him with a mouth full before quickly swallowing.
What was that for? Asked Kushina as she looked at her son, slightly annoyed.
That was for your eating habits. We are staying in another person's home, eat properly, said Naruto as he walked towards his seat and sat down. Not even 5 seconds after sitting down, Hinata and Sasuke were to his left and right while Natsuki stood behind him.
And if I choose not to? Asked Kushina as she glared daggers at her son. If you don't, I won't let you have ramen for 2 whole years, said Naruto as he threw out a line, hoping that it would work. No ramen for 2 years? Asked Kushina with a mild stutter and her eyes opened to the size of dinner plates.
Yep, said Naruto as he quickly grabbed some of the Chinese food and began to lightly chew it before swallowing.
Fine, said Kushina as she started to eat at a more dignified pace that put both Tazuna and Tsunami at ease.
After a short while, the boy that Naruto was looking at entered and walked over to Tsunami and sat on her lap.
Oh, Inari, where have you been? I haven't seen you since I got back earlier today, said Tazuna as he looked at Inari, who just looked forward dully. I've been around, Grandpa, said Inari as he gently hugged his grandfather's arm before he ate a piece of sushi that one of Naruto's clones made. Shortly after, his eyes gained a certain light and he started to eat a little of everything, causing everyone to smile and continue to eat as well. 30 minutes later. Slowly everyone released a content sigh as they leaned back into their chairs. Who knew that ninja could cook like 5-star chefs? Said Tsunami as she gently patted her stomach in delight. What can we say, practice makes perfect, said Naruto with a smile at the fact everyone enjoyed Hinata's, Sasuke's, Natsuki's, and his cooking. Hey Naruto, I've got a question for you, said Tenten as she looked at Naruto. Okay, throw it at me, said Naruto as he looked at Tenten. Do you think that you could cook for the whole village? Asked Tenten as Niji just glared at her and Naruto seemed to ponder over it. I don't see why not, but I'm curious as to why, said Naruto as he looked at Tsunami, expecting for her to answer. Well, Naruto-san, it's because Gato is starving the village, Children who once played with one another are now fighting over clothing, food, and shelter. Everyone has resorted to having to eat outdated food that is rotten from garbage cans. Adults are resorting to thievery or doing any suicidal job.
It would also give the people hope that things will get better, especially if we get a contract for a ninja village to protect us from future gatos," said Tsunami as Inari started to look rather angry about that suggestion.
"I don't understand, mother. Why ask them for help if they are just going to die?" asked Inari as he looked at his mother. "Inari, don't say that to our guests," shouted Tsunami as they ninja all looked somewhat peeved at what Inari said. "But you know it's true. They'll die just like the rest who have stood up to Gato," said Inari as he looked at the ninja without a care. "Then what of your grandfather?" asked Naruto as he looked at Inari as he slightly stiffened.
"You're claiming that anyone and everyone who has stood up to Gato has died. Your grandfather hasn't, if not for us.
Does this mean you don't think that we will be able to keep your grandfather safe, or are you claiming that your grandfather is going to die?"
asked Naruto with a calm, stone-cold face as his words cut through Inari's heart as a sword slices through flesh.
"Shut up, my grandfather won't die," shouted back Inari at an attempt to fix what he said.
"You're contradicting yourself. Are you saying that your grandfather is more important than those who have already died for what they believed in, or are you only saying that to?" started Naruto before a knife flying past his head stopped him. Shortly after, the skin split as a faint trail of blood began to fall. It didn't last long before his chakra began to pour out of the wound and began to stitch the wound closed. On the other side of the table, Inari stood watching in mild horror and fascination with his right hand out. His face was contorted in a painful manner of anger and sadness. "You don't know anything about the pain our village has suffered," said Inari as he glared at Naruto. "I don't know what you're going through?" asked Naruto as he lowered his head as a slow and dark chuckle came from his mouth. Shortly after, he started to laugh in a hysterical manner as he raised his head, showing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan was a deep black color with a crimson red slit running through the center. Gently floating around were 9 fire-red fireballs on both sides of the slits. "I don't understand what you and your village are going through," shouted Naruto as he released all of his chakra pressure and killing intent as he glared down on Inari, who was scared stiff looking into Naruto's eyes. "Let me ask you this. Have you ever had over 300 assassination attempts on your life before your first birthday committed by your own village? Have you ever been starved the affection of a family and were forced to watch as other parents told their children that they loved the giving them hugs, kisses, and anything else a parent would do? Have you ever had all the parents tell their children to ignore you and beat you until you were at death's doorstep? Have you ever watched as the only person in a village that cursed your existence and willing to become your friend was killed right in front of you? No. Well, guess what? This is only the tip. By the time I was 2, I had 450 assassination attempts on my life, over 200 beatings, and was sent to the hospital over 100 times. By the time I was 5, I attempted to kill myself but was stopped from the sweet release from that hell. By the time I was 10, I had slaughtered so many civilians and ninja alike that I can still smell the blood on my hands. So don't you ever, and I mean ever, tell me I don't know what you're going through, cause I can be certain that I've had it 20 times worse," said Naruto as he vented his anger before he breathed deeply and released his killing intent and pulled in his chakra. Not a moment later, Inari was flat on his ass looking at Naruto in absolute fear as Naruto still had his Sharingan activated. "I'm going to train for the rest of the night. Don't disturb me," said Naruto as he deactivated his Sharingan and left the house. After he left the house, an uncomfortable silence fell over the house as they listened to the sound of Naruto walking away from the house. Was it true?" asked Tsunami as she looked at the ninja. "It was. I've seen every single memory he has ever had. Anytime that he was happy about something, the so-called villagers of his home would take it away from him by any means necessary, even if meant murder. For 8 years he survived in that hellhole without any family except for those he considered the closest that he would ever receive. Those people were the Hokage, who he sees as a grandfather, the Ichirakus, whom he sees as his adopted father and sister, and just recently a Chunin ninja named Irika that is his older brother figure," said Natsuki as she looked at the table, consumed with sorrow. "But didn't you say that you were his mother?"
said Tazuna as he pointed at Kushina with confusion written upon his face. Yes, I am. Started Kushina before she was interrupted. How could you be so irresponsible? Shouted Tsunami as she glared at Kushina. Despite the fact that Tsunami was a civilian, she was still able to catch the fact of Kushina becoming depressed and enraged and wisely shut her mouth. It wasn't my choice. I was lied to by the council of the Leaf Village, telling me that my son and husband had both died. How would you react if you had everything that you loved stripped from you? You would be distraught and believe everything that you were told. For 2 months I had no knowledge of my son being alive. It wasn't until I felt his unique chakra, which all Uzumaki are famous for, and a letter arrived from one of my friends in Konoha, that I knew. After that I did everything I could do to make his burden better by assigning my friend's eldest son as his guardian, along with one of the only surviving members of my husband's genin team to watch over him. You can clearly tell how well that worked out. So don't you dare call me irresponsible. If had known he was alive, I would have left the village with him and not have returned until he was strong enough to protect himself," said Kushina as his eyes glowed. Silently they stood there glaring at one another before Tsunami accepted defeat and backed down from Kushina, knowing that what Kushina said was true. "So what are you planning on doing to the council members that lied to you?" asked Tsunami as she sat. Just as Kushina was planning to respond, she was stopped by knocking coming from the front door. Not a moment after the knock, everyone quieted and waited. They didn't have to wait long as another more urgent knock came and Kushina motioned for Tsunami to answer the door. Calmly Tsunami approached the door and looked back at the ninja with slight fear, only to notice that they were all pulling out kunai and shuriken and had them ready to be thrown. Taking a breath to steel herself, Tsunami then opened the door to see a face of a man with huge caterpillar-like eyebrows wearing absolutely nothing. One thought came straight to her mind. "Perverts!" shouted Tsunami as she pulled a frying pan out of nowhere and started to attack the labeled pervert. Mentioned pervert was forced to dodge the deadly strikes coming from Tsunami as the group of ninja laughed at the spectacle. After a short while, Kushina approached Tsunami from behind and quickly set her hand on Tsunami's shoulder. Tsunami, of course thinking that it was another pervert, quickly spined on her heel and slammed the frying pan into Kushina's head, officially knocking her out. Tsunami, quickly realizing what she had done, immediately dropped her frying pan and started to look over the good-sized bump that was forming on Kushina's forehead. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," began muttering Tsunami as she attempted to lift Kushina up but was unable to. Quickly she looked around before she nearly jumped out of her skin as the older pervert stood on the other side of Kushina. "You hit her pretty hard, but I highly doubt that her flames of youth have been diminished," shouted Guy with a smile on his face. It was long before that smile was replaced with a pained expression as he was hit in the head by Tsunami's dropped frying pan by Tsunami before falling to the ground in an ungrateful slump. "Gai-sensei, are you alright?" shouted Lee as he approached his down sensei, only to join him a moment later as Tsunami struck him in the head with the same frying pan. "Here, let me help," said Tenten as she grabbed Kushina and took her into the house while a distraught Tsunami followed after. When they got into the house, Tenten immediately took Kushina up to the second guest bedroom for the girls and shortly after rejoined the group. Tenten, aren't you going to grab your sensei and teammate?" asked Hinata as she looked outside to see that they were still knocked unconscious. "Why bother? They both survived a half of their day unconscious after we finished defeating a missing nin. I think that they could survive a night out without any clothing," said Tenten as he left. I began to twitch in annoyance as she, along with everyone else, began to hear Guy mutter about youthfulness. Even in his sleep he talks about youth, thought both Niji and Tenten at the same time. "I think I will retire for the night," said Niji as he stood up and walked upstairs. "I'm with Niji, it has been a long day and I still have yet to polish my weapons," said Tenten as she also stood up and walked upstairs. "Natsuki, do you think Naruto will be alright?" asked Hinata while Inari just scoffed and went upstairs. "I honestly don't know, only time will tell, but for now it's bedtime. After all, you all still have your training that you need to complete tomorrow," said Natsuki as both Hinata and Sasuke seemed to wince slightly but still went to bed. Somewhere in the forest. That ungrateful brat. He has no idea what true suffering is. If anything, he has only begun to scratch the surface of suffering.
He has no idea how close I was to showing him my life and forcing him to live every single day," said Naruto as he punched trees, knocking them over and gouged out large gashes in the sides of the trees.
Then again, it's not his fault.
He has no idea what exactly my life has been, and I have no idea what his has been. Then there is the fact that if our positions were switched, I would have said the same exact thing to a stranger who I assumed lived a good life. Man, why does everything have to become so be damned troublesome?" growled out Naruto as he walked through the forest with the moon completely absent. Releasing a sigh, he gently sat down against a tree and looked towards the stars.
"Tusan, Mutsumi, what would you do?" asked Naruto as he continued to stare into the night sky.
Even as he sat there, he couldn't help but feel that both Mutsumi and his Tusan were there with him. He was suddenly brought out of his reverence as he heard a twig crack before he threw a kunai in the direction of the twig cracking. He was shortly rewarded with a successful crunch of the kunai burying itself into something.
"You know, you should be more careful about where you throw those things, Naruto-kun,"
said a voice that resonated through the forest, bouncing off of trees and rocks. Even with his advanced hearing, he couldn't pinpoint where the voice came from and quickly reverted to his small kid form. Slowly he began to sniff the ground, occasionally pawing it before he would turn this way and that. In the end, he released a huff before he took off into the forest, never noticing two people watching him from high in the treetops, both looking at him with pride, along with one of them looking at him with some badly hidden lust. Silently, Naruto walked through the forest, listening to it come alive and relishing the freedom he had. It only took him a while before he was standing at the forest edge in clear view of Tazuna's house. Slowly he took a few sniffs of the air before he started walking towards the house. Every now and then he would slow himself so he would stand still and look around like a normal fox. He was lucky enough to catch sight of a nearby bush rustle with a small amount of movement. Naruto of course ignored it in favor of a relatively peaceful sleep before he took off running the last few feet to Tazuna's house. When he got there, he jumped his way up to the second floor and walked over to the male guest bedroom. When he got to the window, he was able to see Kakashi still fast asleep while Guy was bound and gagged in a corner of the room along with Lee.
Snickering at the supposed green beasts of Konoha's predicament, Naruto gently used a small amount of demonic chakra to cut a perfect hole in the glass.
Silently, the glass popped out and landed on the floor with a dull thud. Slowly he squeezed his way through the window. It didn't take him long before he was standing in the room. Acting quickly, Naruto reverted to his human form and gently set the piece of glass back into the window.
Slowly he turned in until he couldn't see any sign of his somewhat forced entry.
Nodding at his work, Naruto then quickly climbed into his futon and closed his eyes.
The next day.
Groaning in disappointment, Naruto slowly opened his eyes before he suddenly shut them from the intense light.
Attempting to ignore the sunlight, Naruto turned into his pillow.
Slowly he rubbed his face into the pillow before he heard something or someone giggling. Once more groaning in disappointment, Naruto opened his eyes to see Kakashi lying nearby sound asleep while Guy and Lee were bound, gagged, stuffed into a nearby corner, and had a blanket over them.
Slowly Naruto got up and stretched his body. He was soon rewarded with the sound of his bones popping into position. While he did that, he allowed for his eyes to scan over the room once more. The first thing that he noticed was the fact that the room was roughly the size of his old apartment room, if not slightly larger. There were very few things spread out in the room. At best, there were 3 futon beds and 3 blankets. Looking at this room momentarily made Naruto remember the first apartment that he had. Small flashback.
Screaming and yelling, a small boy jumped around with joy as an elderly man just watched with a smile on his face. The boy looked no older than 7 years old, stood around 3 feet 6 inches, had blonde hair that spiked out everywhere, deep cerulean blue eyes that shone with happiness, and 3 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. He was wearing a white t-shirt with a red Konoha symbol on the front, dark blue shorts, and blue ninja sandals. The older man, on the other hand, looked to be in his early 40s, stood 6 feet 1 inch, had white hair that wrapped around the side of his head leaving the top bald, and a pair of light brown eyes. He was wearing a white robe with a red line going down the center. He was also smoking a pipe while he smiled at the young boy.
"Come along, Naruto, we need to get going,"
said the old man as Naruto looked at him.
"You're taking me to my apartment, right, Gigi?" asked Naruto as he walked up to the old man.
When he got there, he slightly tilted his head to the side, causing the old man to chuckle.
Yes, I am Naruto, said the old man as he picked Naruto up before they had disappeared in a swirl of leaves. When the leaves died down, they were standing outside a small apartment complex that was in relatively good living standards. Grabbing Naruto by his shoulder, the older man led Naruto up to the top floor before he opened the door, showing a small apartment room. The room was a combination of a kitchen and bedroom. Off to the side was a small closet and a hallway which led to the bathroom. The room was pretty much clean except for some of the dust that was settling. There was very little furniture in the room as well. Now Naruto, I know that this isn't one of the best apartments, started the old man as he looked Naruto in the eyes before he was halted by Naruto hugging him. Are you kidding, old man? This is far better than the other places that I've stayed. Thank you, said Naruto as he hugged the old man with everything that he could, while the old man smiled sadly and hugged him back. After a short while, the older man released Naruto and held him out arm's length away from him and smiled. He looks so much like his father but holds personality traits of his mother. He is going to be a legend someday, thought the old man as he released Naruto. End flashback. While the apartment sucked, it did its job and gave me a place of shelter, whispered Naruto as he looked back at where he slept to see Natsuki sleeping there naked. Why doesn't that surprise me? Thought Naruto as his eyebrow twitched, as did his left ear. Muttering curses under his breath, Naruto quickly threw a spare blanket over her form before he left, but not before grabbing Kakashi and dragging him down the stairs to the first floor. When he got there, he quickly looked around. Nodding his head in satisfaction at not seeing anyone, he quickly went into the living room and sat Kakashi on the couch while he took the seat directly across from him. Get up, you damn scarecrow, I know that you are awake, said Naruto as he sat there looking at Kakashi. Not a moment later, Kakashi sighed in defeat and opened his single eye. What do you want, Naruto? Asked Kakashi as he looked at Naruto. I wanted to apologize for bringing up the fact that you couldn't help me those 3 years ago, said Naruto as he looked at Kakashi with faint traces of sorrow in his eyes. No, Naruto. You don't need to apologize. You were right, I did nearly let you die that night. If I had only done my job, you would be, said Kakashi as he struggled with the word human. Kakashi, I will not lie, while it's true you could have prevented what I became, I'm glad you didn't. If I would have remained my former self, a naive fool who would have royally screwed up and possibly have died by this point in my life. Besides, it's not all your fault. I was the idiot who had both Mutsum and myself out way past our curfew. If only I had listened to the old man more often when I was younger, she would still be, said Naruto before he caught sight of a faint trail of black hair from the window edge. With his eyes widening in shock, he quickly stood up and ran towards the window. When he got there, he quickly looked around the surrounding area, not seeing anything. Naruto, are you alright? Asked Kakashi as he carefully looked over the couch's edge at Naruto. Why, yeah, I'm fine, said Naruto as he backed away from the window. Kakashi, I'm going to go ahead and start making breakfast, said Naruto as he walked out of the room, leaving Kakashi sitting on the couch. Silently, Kakashi sat there wondering what Naruto saw before he was stopped as he heard something fall to the ground. Narrowing his eye, he calmly pulled out a kunai and looked around, not seeing anything. Sighing in peace, he placed the kunai away and closed his eyes. Hello, Kakashi, lightly whispered a voice against his ear, causing his eye to open in shock. Quickly, he turned his head towards the voice to see Rin looking at him from over the couch. Rin? Said Kakashi in more fear than he wanted while Rin smirked. You know, I completely forgot to finish the ritual with you that night, said Rin as she walked around the couch until she stood in front of him. She then bent down so that she was crouching in front of Kakashi. Smiling with uncontainable joy, she gently pulled down Kakashi's face mask and lightly kissed him. Out of shock, Kakashi just laid there like a stone statue, not doing anything until he finally relaxed a tad bit and kissed her back. After a short while, she gently removed herself from the kiss and smiled down at Kakashi as she pulled out a kunai from Kami only knows where. She then held it to her wrist and created a quick cut along her wrist. After a significant amount of blood had flowed out of the wound, she held her wrist to Kakashi, pretty much telling him to drink.
Kakashi, knowing that Rin had a rather dangerous temper as a human, knew that her temper would be far worse now that she was a demon, and did as he being told. Cautiously he licked her blood and found that he actually enjoyed the taste. It didn't take long before he was gently lapping up her blood, causing her to smile before she gently pulled her wrist away. Smiling lightly, Rin then took the same kunai and cut a slit along Kakashi's left cheek. After she removed the kunai, she gently lowered her face to the wound as the blood filtered out. Gently she licked his cheek, indulging herself in the taste of his blood. Kakashi, on the other hand, couldn't move as she gently ran her tongue over the cut. As she ran her tongue across his face, he could feel his skin part from where she cut him. He found that the experience was both strange but at the same time pleasurable. "Hey Kakashi, what do you want for breakfast?" asked Naruto as he walked into the living room. "Huh?" was Kakashi's intelligent response as he turned to Naruto, who had one of his eyebrows raised. He then looked around but didn't see Rin anywhere in the room, but he could clearly feel her somewhere, he just didn't know where she was. "With Rin. God fucking damn it, I was so fucking close. Damn you sensei and your son for both having a horrible sense of time," shouted Rin as she slammed her hands against a rock, turning it into rubble. Back with Kakashi and Naruto. I'll just have whatever you're having," replied Kakashi as he began to ponder what Rin was up to, while Naruto just rolled his eyes and left the room muttering under his breath. As Naruto re-entered the kitchen, he took notice of the fact that his mother was up and looking outside. "You know, I heard what you and Kakashi were talking about," said Kushina as she continued to look out the window. "Then you also know that it wasn't all Kakashi's fault," said Naruto as he stayed back from his mother, not knowing what she would do. "No. It wasn't your fault, nor was it Kakashi's, it was the villagers. My husband, your father, trusted them, and this is how they repay his loyalty along with his long years of service to the village. By treating his only son and anyone affiliated with him like monsters that don't deserve to live," said Kushina in anger as her chakra flared to life. "When we get back to that village, there will be blood raining from the heavens," said Kushina as she slightly turned, showing that her violet eyes were slit down the center and shone with the lust for blood. "No, you won't. The villagers have already learned their lesson to not mess with me. If anything, it's the council that will need to be dealt with. No, it wasn't even the whole council, it was only the civilian portion. They were the major source of my problems," said Naruto as he walked up to his mother and gently set his hand on her shoulder, calming her a bit. "They will pay though," said Kushina as her eyes still glowed with the urge to destroy something. "I know, but for now just remain focused. I just got you back into my life. I don't need to lose you because either you, my teammates, or myself made a mistake," gently said Naruto as he temporarily allowed for his mask to drop before he quickly replaced it. "You're right. Now I believe that you said that you would make breakfast," said Kushina while Naruto just lightly chuckled before walking off to the kitchen. After he entered the kitchen, all the girls came down from the staircase and looked at Kushina. "Don't worry, I'm okay, but I'm worried. Something in my gut is telling me that something really bad is going to happen, or it's going to be very good," said Kushina as she sat down at the table while the other girls joined her. "What do you mean, Kushina?" asked Sasuke as she looked at her in mild confusion. "It's a unique hereditary trait that all Uzumaki have. Besides our unpredictability in battle, we also have a natural gut instinct from the time that we are born that warns us of danger or something else. It is one of the major reasons why Uzumakis were feared. Because of this hereditary trait, we were able to live longer than most ninja could ever dream. The results of that longer lifespan were usually highly ranked seal masters, kenjutsu masters, or whatever else an Uzumaki chose to spend their time learning," said Natsuki as Kushina nodded her head, showing that everything that Natsuki said was true. "Wow. So were there any other Uzumaki survivors from Whirlpool?" asked Hinata as the air filled with the scent of cooking food. "I honestly don't know. For the past several years I've been more worried about my son, but I did hear a rumor that my grandfather may have survived. I'm not getting my hopes up though," said Kushina as Naruto walked into the room expertly carrying several plates along his arms. Acting quickly, he lightly set them down in front of each member that was currently sitting at the table, leaving him with 2 bowls. He then left the room carrying the two bowls, leaving the others to continue their topics of discussion. As Naruto entered the living room, he took notice of Tsunami, Tazuna, and Inari standing on the staircase attempting to remain hidden behind the wall.
There is plenty for everyone. The rest is sitting in the kitchen if you want it,
said Naruto as he walked by with a small smirk when he heard them run by and into the kitchen. Chuckling under his breath, Naruto walked into the living room and approached the couch where Kakashi lay before setting down the bowl on the coffee table. He then went over to the other side of the coffee table and sat down before he took out two pairs of chopsticks from nowhere. Gently he tossed the second pair of chopsticks to Kakashi, who gratefully caught them. Silently, Kakashi sat up on the couch before he grabbed his bowl and just stared at it.
Oh, Naruto, can I ask you a favor?
Asked Kakashi while Naruto shoveled the whole bowl's contents into his mouth before looking at Kakashi with some noodles hanging out of his mouth.
Phew,
said Naruto as he quickly swallowed his mouth full and released a sigh of contentment.
Would you please go up to our room and retrieve my training scroll that I had created for you and your team? I'm afraid that I'm going to have to make some adjustments to it,
said Kakashi as he smiled under his mask while Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and left. The second he left the room, Kakashi quickly pulled down his mask, stuffed all the food into his mouth, and placed the mask back into place in a matter of 10 seconds. After a short while, Naruto returned with the scroll and took notice of Kakashi sitting on the couch with his food bowl empty.
Calmly, Naruto looked at Kakashi and tossed the scroll at him. Kakashi, not knowing that he threw the scroll, got hit square in the face. You're a real bastard, you do realize that, right, Kakashi?
Said Naruto as he walked out of the room, noticing Kakashi just sitting there smiling underneath his mask.
Hey mom, Kakashi-sensei is wanting you in the living room to discuss our training, said Naruto as Kushina nodded her head and left the group. Naruto, taking a deep breath, calmly sat down and laid his head against the cool wooden table. Naruto, are you okay?
Asked Natsuki as she walked behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders, trying to alleviate some of his tension. She was soon rewarded with him sighing while he began to lightly purr before she stopped.
Naruto, what's wrong? Asked Natsuki once more while Naruto mumbled a response into the table. What was that, Naruto? I couldn't hear you, said Natsuki while Naruto sighed before he raised his head.
I thought that I saw Mutsum earlier when I was talking to Kakashi, said Naruto as everyone that was currently in the room looked somewhat shocked.
Are you certain? Asked Natsuki with wide eyes. I'm not entirely sure.
I only caught a very brief glimpse of her and may have mistaken it to be her,
said Naruto as he cracked his neck before he released a yawn. Anyway, I'm going out for a morning run, want to join? Asked Naruto while all the girls nodded before they exited the house.
They then walked towards into the clearing before they began to stretch.
After stretching, Naruto changed into his fox form, as did Natsuki, while Hinata and Sasuke were confused.
Naruto in his fox form, not chibi fox form, stood when sitting 3 feet 5 inches, still retained his bright blue eyes, had golden yellow fur, a mouthful of sharp teeth while two poked past his lips, and some ivory claws.
Natsuki wasn't all that different than Naruto, the only major difference was the color of her eyes and fur. Naruto, how do we change? Asked Hinata while Naruto jumped up to her shoulder.
It's rather easy, all you need to do is flood your chakra network with your demonic yokai along with picturing yourself as a fox, said Naruto, scaring the life out of Tsunami, who just came outside.
Did that fox just speak? Asked Tsunami as she pointed to Naruto. Maybe, answered Hinata and Sasuke at the same time while Tsunami looked slightly closer at the foxes.
As Tsunami continued to stare at the foxes, she began to realize who they were.
Naruto, Natsuki, is that you? Asked Tsunami as her eyes gained a certain light about them. Unfortunately, yes, replied Natsuki as she sighed out her answer. Then, without warning, both Naruto and Natsuki were pulled into a hug. Oh, by Kami's sweet name, you are so cute, squealed Tsunami as she hugged them as she rubbed her chin against their forehead. Both Hinata and Sasuke shared a quick laugh at their expense. After a short while, Tsunami released both Natsuki and Naruto, who began to take in some large breaths.
After regaining their breaths, they both turned towards Hinata and Sasuke, concentrating before a thin layer of yokai covered them. After a short while, Hinata and Sasuke began to shrink until they were just slightly shorter than Naruto. Then without warning, their yokai surged. "Oh, shit," stated Naruto as he was lightly pushed back as Hinata and Sasuke's yokai surged once more. "You can say that again," said Natsuki as she and Naruto dug their claws into the soil as a third yokai surge was released, causing them to skid back a few more inches. "Oh, shit," said Naruto once more as everyone in the house came out to see what the problem was. "Naruto!" shouted Natsuki as she glared at him to the best of her ability. "What, you said that I could say that again?" replied Naruto as he started to slide back slightly. "I didn't mean it literally," shouted Natsuki before Hinata's and Sasuke's chakra doubled back into itself. "Royal fucking shit," muttered Naruto as both girls' chakra exploded outward. Only this time, instead of traveling out as a dome shape, it exploded into 3 separate tendrils of chakra that flew into the sky. They then crashed into one another, releasing a chakra pulse before they shot back down onto the girls. Right when the chakra struck the girls, it had a similar effect of lightning striking a metal pole, dispersing into both their bodies and the ground. Silently, everyone held their breath as the chakra lightning coursed across the bodies of Hinata and Sasuke before it was absorbed into their bodies. Even after the chakra dissipated from them, no one moved towards them before they suddenly began to grow once more. The young Kunoichi's chakra finally dispersed from them. Standing before the group were 2 full demons. Hinata in her demon form stood roughly around the height of a 2-story house, if not 3-story. Her fur was a midnight black color with a few streaks of a very light violet that was bordering on white. Her teeth were at best the size of a human child. Her eyes were the same color as her human ones, only with a slit pupil, and she had a rather nice collection of extremely sharp claws that were digging into the ground. Gently waving behind her were 2 tails that were the same color as her fur, all except for the white tips. Sasuke in her demon form stood roughly around the height of a 2-story house, if not 3-story. Her fur was a black color with faint traces of light blue along the edges. Her teeth were at best the size of a human child. Her eyes were the same color as her human ones, only with a slit pupil, and she had a rather nice collection of extremely sharp claws that were digging into the ground. Gently waving behind her were 2 tails that were the same color as her fur, all except for the crimson red tips. Natsuki, what the hell just happened?" asked Naruto as he reverted to his human form, while Hinata and Sasuke attempted to gently lay on the ground and utterly failed and caused a small tremor instead. "I'm going to go out on a random limb here and say that because this is the first time they ever went into simple kitsune form, their chakra exploded because they were condensing it too much. The resulting condensing caused the chakra to be placed under extreme pressure. When they couldn't contain the chakra any longer, it just burst free and changed them into their demon forms," said Natsuki as she reverted to her human form. Silently, she took notice of all the ninja nodding their heads in understanding, while Tazuna and his family seemed rather confused. "Okay, let me put it this way. What happens when you fill a glass jar with water, screw on the cap really tight, and place it into a freezer?" asked Natsuki as she sighed. "It explodes," said Tsunami as she and her father realized what happened, while Inari still seemed slightly confused. "Exactly. Although my question is, for how long they will remain like this?" asked Kushina as she looked at Natsuki for an answer. "My best bet is that they will remain like this for the rest of the day," said Natsuki as she gently rubbed her forehead. "Couldn't we also use the demonic suppression seal?" asked Naruto as Natsuki just slapped herself on the head while muttering "idiot" under her breath. "Demonic art, demonic suppression," muttered Natsuki as she quickly performed several hand signs that the others couldn't keep track of. When she finished, her fingertips were glowing a deep crimson hue and had 5 separately unique kanji on each finger. Moving quickly, she slammed her hands into both Hinata and Sasuke's head before she was blown back by a sudden chakra burst. When the chakra burst receded, both Hinata and Sasuke were back in their human forms and their chakra at their normal levels. "Hinata, Sasuke, how are you feeling?" asked Naruto, knowing that going into one's demonic form usually caused a few problems. "A little dizzy, but otherwise we feel fine," started Hinata as she looked at Naruto. "Oh, I know that look.
thought Naruto as he watched both Hinata and Sasuke's eyes coat over with lust.
Shortly after, the pheromones hit him, causing him to freeze.
Shit! Thought Natsuki as she quickly wrapped her tails around Hinata and Sasuke's waists.
She then quickly performed a few quick demon hand signs before they disappeared in a flaming vortex.
What the hell just happened? Asked nearly everyone as they looked at Naruto and Kushina for answers. First heat? Asked Kushina as she looked at Naruto for confirmation.
Yep, replied Naruto while everyone still looked confused.
Heat is a demon term for when a female comes into the age for birthing children. Stated Naruto while everyone just nodded their head while Inari still seemed so confused. Mother, I thought you told me that the stork brings young children to their family. Said Inari as he looked at his mother for clarification. You're too young to understand Inari now. Why don't we go hang the wet clothing? Said Tsunami as she pulled Inari towards the other side of the house.
Once they were out of the sight of the adults, everyone sighed in relief. Mom, how about you let me sign the contract for the tigers so that way you can help Natsuki with Hinata and Sasuke? You could possibly get them to use the sexual frustration to make them train harder.
Suggested Naruto as Kushina nodded in agreement. Summoning jutsu! Exclaimed Kushina in enthusiasm as she slammed her hand on the ground.
Shortly after, a small poof of smoke appeared before it was blown away by a small breeze. When the smoke was cleared, a small tiger could be seen. The tiger was only stood on all 4 feet halfway up Kushina's calf, and when sitting up to Kushina's knees, it was a light orange color with white and black stripes, black talon-like claws, a full mouth of ivory white teeth with 2 poking out of its mouth, and a pair of bright orange eyes. It was wearing perfectly shin gold armor on its shoulders with the kanji for guardian on it, while a scroll was securely fastened to the tiger's back.
Kushina-sama, why have you summoned me? Asked the tiger as it looked at Kushina in mild curiosity. Kyo-chan, it's good to see you as well. Besides, I've found a new summoner. Responded Kushina as she struggled with her wording while Kyo looked over at Tazuna.
Seriously, Kushina, you're allowing for a drunk to sign our contract? You know very well that mother doesn't tolerate such people unless they have something to contribute to the clan.
Responded Kyo while Tazuna and Kushina were both pissed, although Kushina was able to hide it. Actually, Kyo-chan, my son wants to sign the contract. Said Kushina as she motioned to her son, who was glaring heavily at Kyo. Mom, if it's alright with you, I think I'll stick with the Kitsune summons. Said Naruto as he walked off. Hold up, Uzumaki-kun. Said Kyo as she approached him.
Once she was near him, she slowly started to circle him before she sat in front of him. Silently, she looked him in the eyes before hers turned the same shade as Naruto's.
After a few minutes, she looked away and released the scroll on her back.
You have the right to sign the scroll, Uzumaki-kun. When you finish, perform the summoning jutsu like you normally would, only specify that you want the Tiger Clan by saying summoning jutsu tiger.
Goodbye, Uzumaki-kun. Said Kyo before she vanished in a light puff of smoke.
Raising one of his eyebrows in confusion, Naruto picked up the scroll and unrolled it. When he unrolled it, he saw names of his family that ranged from the time shortly after the Six Paths Age all the way up until the last major ninja war. Sighing in sadness, knowing that he would never get to meet most of these people, he quickly bit his thumb and signed his name in the scroll. Taking the remains of his blood on his finger, he tapped each finger against it before he slammed his fingers into the scroll.
Boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. Summoning jutsu, tiger. Shouted Naruto as a large plume of smoke covered the area.
When the smoke finally cleared, Naruto was standing before what he assumed to be the boss of the tiger summonings. The tiger stood on all 4 legs, roughly around 4 feet 6 inches, but when it sat, it stood 4 feet 7 inches, was a deep orange color with stripes of gold and a fiery orange all over its body, and a pair of golden yellow eyes with a black slit running through the center. Every now and then the black slits would widen, thin, shrink with the light. On the left shoulder was a dulled gold shoulder pad with the kanji for leader inscribed into the metal with the same fiery orange in the tiger's fur.
Why have you summoned me, boy? Asked the tiger as it opened its mouth, showing a full mouth of sharp and deadly teeth.
I've summoned you here so that I could gain permission to summon you whenever I will need assistance and to see if you would also consider allowing for me to remain of the fox's summoning contract," said Naruto as he bowed before the summon. Silently they sat there with the tiger looking directly at Naruto, neither moving until, "You're definitely Kushina's son." Only she would have the gall to ask such a thing. "I will allow it on one condition: you summon the Kitsune boss right now." "Of course," started Naruto before he was interrupted by the tiger. "My name is Kaze," said the tiger as Naruto nodded in confirmation. "Of course, Kaze-dano," said Naruto as he quickly bowed to Kaze. "Summoning Jutsu, Fox!" shouted Naruto as he once more slammed his hand against the ground, dispersing another plume of smoke. Shortly after, the plume of smoke dispersed, showing a fox standing there looking around. The fox stood somewhere around 4 feet 5 inches to 4 feet 6 inches when standing on all four legs and 4 feet 6 inches when sitting. Its fur was a brilliant white that shone like silver, had a pair of light pink eyes with a black slit running through the center, and 8 tails. Wrapped around the fox's neck was a necklace with a large white pendant in the center with the kanji for leader. Who are you?" asked the fox in mild fear. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Namake's summoner for both the fox and tiger clans, if you'll allow it," said Naruto as he bent down and lightly scratched behind the fox's ears. "Oh well, then I'm Kazuki, second heiress for the Kitsune Kingdom," replied Kazuki in a slight daze. "Then it is an honor. Now then, I would like for your permission to be allowed to summon the Fox Clan along with the Tiger Clan," said Naruto as he remained as nice as possible. "Very well, but first of all I need to be certain that you are worth our time," said Kazuki as she quickly climbed up to Naruto's shoulder. Kazuki then gently wrapped her tails around Naruto's skull. After a short while she jumped down and stared directly at Naruto with hatred. "Naruto, I give you permission to summon me and my people along with the Tiger Clan, but only under one condition. You will not allow any harm to befall my sister, or else you will die, Uzumaki," said Kazuki before she disappeared into a puff of smoke. Silently Naruto just looked at Kaze for an answer, but all Kaze did was shrug her shoulders before Kaze also disappeared into a puff of smoke. "Well, maybe now I can get some more training done," muttered Naruto as he walked away from Tazuna's house and into the surrounding forest. As he walked further into the forest, he took notice of how the light was refracted by the tree cover until he came to a clearing. Looking around, he nodded in satisfaction as the clearing was large enough and had a small river running through it. "Multi-shadow clone jutsu," whispered Naruto as 1,000 copies of himself came into being. "Alright, here's the drill. You 250 work on the tree climbing exercise while you attempt to turn a shuriken in each your palms, one clockwise and the other counterclockwise. You 250 will work on water walking while also attempting to turn a shuriken in each of your palms with one going clockwise and the other counterclockwise. You 250 will be reading Sealing Arts for Dummies. You 50 will be working on Outai Jutsu. Try to incorporate our claws into the jutsu as well. The final 200 will be working on performing the jutsu that we already know until you can perform them without hand signs. Now that all of you have your orders, get to work," said Naruto as all his copies nodded and went to do what was asked. As for the original Naruto, he started to work on his physical strength. After about an hour, the first group of Naruto clones dispersed, giving Naruto the experience as he continued working hard. By the time of 4 hours, Naruto had finished with his daily workout from Kakashi as the remnants of his clones finished just as he turned into his small kid form. The second that they dispelled, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next day, lightly the sun filtered through the treetops, creating rays of light that gave the forest a mystic quality. Silently a person made their way through the forest, humming a tune lightly underneath their breath. The person in question stood 4 feet 3 inches, had black hair that hung down to her upper back while 2 bangs gently framed the person's face, and a pair of light brown eyes. The person was wearing a light pink kimono with a black swirl pattern on it, a black choker, and wooden sandals. In her hands was a small wicker basket that was half full of herbs. Smiling in delight, the person walked through the forest. As the person walked along, a small bird landed on the person's shoulder, which the person smiled at before it flew off. Smiling, she followed the bird with her eyes before she caught sight of something glinting in the forest. "Ha! Questioned the person as the person lightly tilted their head in confusion.
Getting up, the person walked over to the glinting object, which were shuriken.
The person's eyes widened in fear as the person frantically looked around before the person took notice of something else shining. Breathing lightly, the person walked over to this object to see a small golden fox.
Silently, the person sat there watching as the fox slept without a care.
As the fox slept, the person looked around and took notice of all the shuriken laying in the ground, embedded in trees, rocks, and the ground. Slightly, the person gasped in horror as the thoughts of those thugs slaughtering defenseless animals.
Growling in anger, the person gently bent down and lightly ran one of the person's hands through the fox's fur.
"Don't worry, little one, I won't let anyone harm you so long as I breath," said the person as the person picked up the fox.
Quickly looking around, the person quickly performed a few hand signs before an ice mirror appeared behind the person. Smiling gently at the fox, the person walked into the ice mirror before it completely shattered.
Slowly, fragments of ice built up until a full body mirror was created and the person stepped out still holding the fox.
"Haku, is that you?"
asked a gruff voice which woke the fox up.
"Yes, it is Zabuza-sama,"
replied Haku as Haku opened a nearby door and responded before Haku turned back to the room that was being supplied for them. The room was large and only had a single bed that could fit two and a small animal cage with a rabbit in it.
"Hello, Mr. Whiskers," said Haku as he lightly patted the rabbit's head.
The fox, on the other hand, approached the cage and looked at the rabbit, who backed up as far as it could against the cage.
"Oh, you're awake,"
said Haku as he saw the fox, Naruto, growling lowly to the rabbit.
"Of course I am Haku," replied Zabuza with a low growl.
"Oh, sorry, Zabuza-sama, I was actually talking to this little one," said Haku as he picked the fox up and showed it to Zabuza with a large smile.
"That's great and all, but did you remember the herbs?" said Zabuza with a sweat drop while Haku's smile dropped into a look of fear.
"That's what I thought. You had better march your ass back to where you left that herb basket and retrieve it, or else your new friend there will become a rather nice hat for me," said Zabuza with a smirk as Haku ran towards the ice mirror that he had created.
"Oh, and Haku, one last thing. That basket had better be full," said Zabuza with an intense glare. "Yes, Zabuza-sama," said Haku as he bowed before he disappeared into the ice mirror. Once the ice mirror shattered, Zabuza released a sigh. "What am I gonna do with you, Haku?" asked Zabuza as he looked at the ceiling as if it had the answers, while the fox stared at him with confusion before it snorted and walked off towards the rabbit. "With Naruto."
Grumbling underneath his breath, Naruto approached the cage and looked at the rabbit before he walked on and out a nearby door.
"Great, I've been captured by the enemy even though they have no idea who the hell I am,"
grumbled Naruto as he walked down a staircase and walked into a rather lavish office.
The office was obviously larger than Zabuza's and Haku's room.
The room was filled with very little. All there was one black chair that faced a desk, while two light brown leather chairs faced the black chair. Silently, he scanned the room with his eyes and nodded when he didn't see anyone or feel anyone else's chakra signature. After checking and double-checking, Naruto jumped onto the black chair and then onto the desk where several documents were scattered. Most of what Naruto found were shipping logs, which he quickly scanned.
Shipping log #65987HS56.
Containing 56 people mixed from children to adults to age 20. Sent to Orochimaru along with contents of shipping log #65986HS55.
Shipping log #65986HS55.
Contains experimental chakra, strength, and stamina enhancement pills from Danzo along with several different bloodline genetics acquired from living Hyuga, the deceased Uchiha, and the past 4 Hokages, if they had a bloodline. Naruto immediately stopped reading after seeing Danzo's name and quickly returned to his human form and grabbed as many shipping logs as he could and sealed them away into a scroll, fully intending to give them to Sarutobi. As he did this, he took notice of a small little black book and against better judgment picked it up. Lightly, he opened it up to a random page and started to read.
March 5th. Soon that pesky bridge builder will be out of the way.
I had decided to hire Zabuza, but so far his work ethic hasn't been quite what he promised, so I have decided to hire someone more promising, and the best thing is that he is working for only half of what Zabuza is asking. Heli offered to kill Zabuza for free. So I gladly hired him, although the oddest thing is that he never told me his name. All he said to Ballin was Black Mist, but what do I care, for I'm only having to pay half of what I owe Zabuza, and the even better thing is that Haku Kid is actually a girl and Black Mist said that he would give her to me. Naruto immediately stopped reading after that as he dug his claws straight through the book's pages and stuck it in one of his pockets along with the scroll filled with shipping logs. After he placed everything into his pockets, he heard someone approaching the room and acting quickly returned to his fox form while casting a kitsune illusion over the desk so it looked like nothing was missing. Naruto didn't have the time to check to see if his work was close to what the desk was like when he came in, since he was scooped up into a pair of arms. "There you are, Zabuza-sama had said that you left the room and I was worried," said Haku as Naruto looked into her light brown eyes. Naruto decided that it would be better to act like an animal rather than causing a form of suspicion that he was really a demon. So he just lightly rubbed himself into Haku's arms and faked falling asleep, all the while thinking about how his kunoichiheims were doing. With the kunoichiheims, "Kami-sama, help me. You two need to focus," shouted Natsuki as she slapped both Hinata and Sasuke across the face. "Ow!" moaned out Hinata and Sasuke in pain as they gently rubbed their faces, attempting to alleviate some of the pain. "What the hell was that for?" shouted Sasuke as she growled at Natsuki. He held her glare. "That was for not paying attention to the lesson. Now then, I want both of you to try again, and this time with falling victim to your lust," stated Natsuki as she cast another genjutsu over the two kunoichi. Silently she stood there and watched them. She could clearly tell that both girls were having difficulties at keeping their lust at bay, but they were learning. If Natsuki had a guess, she would say that both girls were learning at the same rate. Natsuki was so caught up in her thoughts that she never noticed that the genjutsu placed over Hinata had finally broken and no traces of the lust that once controlled her were gone from her eyes. Silently Hinata looked around and noticed Kushina off to the side watching with mild amusement and walked towards her. Kushina-san, what's going on?" asked Hinata as she watched Sasuke lunge at Natsuki. Just as Sasuke was going to reach Natsuki, she was slammed into the ground as Natsuki lightly raised an eyebrow and sighed. Almost directly after, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as she looked around in shock. "Huh, where's Naruto-kun?" asked Sasuke as she continued to look around. "You still aren't focusing," growled out Natsuki as she released Sasuke before she smacked Sasuke over the head. "Well, it would be rather easy if you wouldn't keep putting the genjutsu of Naruto standing ass naked in front of me," retorted Sasuke as she gently rubbed her head. "So I put the same exact genjutsu on Hinata and she already broke it under 10 minutes, and it only took Naruto 15 minutes to ignore his lust," stated Natsuki as Sasuke gained a certain glint in her eyes. "Hinata, while I'm working with Sasuke, go ahead and train with Kushina for a while," said Natsuki as she got Sasuke back to her feet before she casted the genjutsu once more. Back with Naruto. Silently Naruto glared at the wall across from him as he dug his claws into the floor as Haku gently ran a comb through his fur. "There you go," said Haku after a while as she set Naruto down. Naruto now had several colorful bows carefully wrapped in his fur, which was brushed carefully so it was smooth. Naruto silently thanked the gods that no one else could see him like this. "Now you stay here and keep Zabuza-sama company while I go ahead and relax in the hot springs," said Haku with a small smile as she left the room, while Zabuza muttered that he didn't need a babysitter even if it was an animal that was being asked to keep him safe. Huffing in annoyance, Naruto shook himself until all the bows fell off of him and his fur was once more wild and untamed. He then lightly walked off and curled up into a corner and just closed his eyes. "So, how long are you going to hide?" asked Zabuza as Naruto's eyes opened in shock but quickly calmed himself and waited to see if anyone would come out of the floor, walls, or ceiling. But as luck would have it, nothing did. "Okay, I'm calling it quits here. Now on to reviews." "Okay, I'm lying. Enjoy the rest of chapter 4. "Yeah, I'm talking to you, rabbit. Now get out from underneath my bed," said Zabuza once more as Haku's snow hair came out from underneath Zabuza's sick bed, while Naruto just laid their mouth wide open in shock before he released a small sigh. "I had better get out of her,"
thought Naruto as he jumped up to the ledge of a nearby window. Just as he was about to jump out, he was stopped by a kunai sticking into the window. Standing stock still, Naruto didn't move as he heard Zabuza move himself more comfortably. Gulping slightly, Naruto turned around and stared at Zabuza, who was smirking sadistically.
I sure hope that you aren't planning on running away, because the last pet that Haku got that ran away terribly broke his heart,"
said Zabuza while Naruto just sweat dropped.
"He's been raising Haku for possibly Kami knows how long, and he doesn't have a single clue that Haku's a girl,"
thought Naruto before the door slammed open and Haku along with two others walked in. The two people that came in with Haku looked to be in their 20s, had messy brown hair that reached to their shoulders, and small beady black eyes. They were both wearing towels that were securely wrapped around their bodies, showing off their C-cup bust. "Wait a minute. That's the Demon Brothers, and they're both girls," mentally shouted Naruto as he pressed himself against the glass window. "Oh, Mr. Fluffy," stated Haku in happiness as she ran towards him and pulled him into a hug. "Mr. Fluffy?" mentally asked Naruto as he began to cry in shame. "This is the little one that I found out in the forest earlier today," said Haku as she proudly held Naruto out arm's length away. "We don't like it," replied both the demon sisters at the same time.
"It reminds me of that bastardized younger version of the fourth fire shadow who dislocated my spine, preventing me from fighting,"
started one of the twins.
"And it also reminds me of that same kid who cut my bindings, revealing that I'm a girl,"
finished the other female.
"I'm with them, Haku. It reminds me too much of the damn brat who handed me my ass on a silver platter inlaid with a golden edge,"
said Zabuza with a growl. "Well, that's not his fault, Gozu.
You made it seem as if you killed his girlfriend, so it's only natural that he would react like that.
As for Yumizu, you should have known that Gozu would have been fine, and besides, the bindings was most definitely an accident.
Zabuza, the boy Naruto gave you an excellent resume that told you to run, yet you didn't. You were looking forward to fighting him and you still are, so it's your own damn fault," said Haku angrily while everyone looked at her in shock.
"Wow, he does have a backbone," thought everyone other than Haku and the rabbit. "Now then, I'm going to go ahead and retire for the night," said Haku as she opened the window with Mr. Fluffy still in her arms. "What about this one?" asked Zabuza as he pointed to Haku's rabbit. "Oh, I'm going to leave him here to guard you tonight. Trust me, he's an excellent guard," said Haku with a small smile before she jumped out the window. After a few seconds of free-falling, Haku created an ice mirror and fell straight through. "How the hell can a rabbit be considered a guard?" asked Mizu as she looked to her sister. "I don't know," responded Gozu before they turned to Zabuza as he screamed in pain. Currently, the little rabbit was biting his pointing finger as he waved his hand around to get the rabbit off. "Oh, that's what he meant," said both Mizu and Gozu at the same time. As Naruto and Haku passed through the mirror, he couldn't help but shiver slightly as his fur was slightly covered with some frost. He then gently snuggled closer to Haku to reheat and looked around where they were. Haku had apparently brought them to an underground cave that was rather large. The ceiling of cave was approximately 10 feet in the air and held up by several pillars of rock and crystal. The floor of the room was a solid underground lake that was completely frozen over. Hopping out of Haku's grasp, Naruto approached the frozen lake and stepped on it and stopped a few feet away from the shore. Looking around, Naruto approached one of the stone pillars and took notice that they had carvings placed into them, and that because of the number of years of water sliding down the pillars and dropping off, minerals had filled them in so that you could only see them when up close. Even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't tell exactly what the carvings were. Eventually, Naruto got bored staring at the carvings and went back to Haku, only to see her standing in the center of the frozen lake. If Naruto could, he would have raised an eyebrow, but since he couldn't, he just walked towards her. Silently, he sat by her as she continued to stare into the darkness before she lowered her eyesight to frozen lake. Naruto, not understanding, did the same but didn't notice anything odd. "It's hard, losing your entire family," said Haku as she sat down onto the frozen lake. "But it's even harder when the reason why you lost your entire family is because of a single member of your family.
My mother was a wonderful person, always encouraging me to do my best, but she, just like me, held a dark secret.
A bloodline.
Several years before that, the Fourth Water Shadow ordered that all bloodline users be purged from the society by death. My mother was able to hide and escape and met my father and never used her bloodline ever again. My father, of course, later found out that my mother, his wife, and myself had the same bloodline and gathered a few of his buddies together and killed Mom. He then attempted to kill me, but he never had that chance.
Out of fear, I utilized my bloodline and killed him with ice spears,"
said Haku as she let a few tears fall from her eyes. Naruto, not liking to see anyone cry despite his cold exterior, lightly climbed into her lap and licked her tears off of her face.
He continued to do this until she was lightly giggling and attempting to push him away.
Only once he was certain that all the tears were gone did he stop and hop off of her lap.
"I guess it's also hard on you as well.
After all, I found you in a clearing filled with kunai and shuriken.
I can't imagine what exactly happened to your family,"
said Haku as she lightly petted Naruto on the head. For a while, Naruto just sat there enjoying the feeling that Haku was giving him before his ears slightly perked up as he heard something. Looking at the direction he heard the sound, he noticed a rock sitting on the lake and just returned to rubbing his head into Haku's hand.
"With the Kunoichiheims.
Well, you finally succeeded, Sasuke, if only after 30 minutes of continuously suffering underneath that genjutsu," said Natsuki as she looked over to see Sasuke digging her claws into the earth before she pulled out a rather impressive boulder and threw it at Natsuki.
Scoffing lightly, Natsuki just flicked it, turning the boulder into a dust cloud.
Silently, Natsuki waited in the smoke before she flipped backwards and successfully landed on top of Sasuke. When Natsuki looked into Sasuke's eyes, she could clearly see nothing but the pure drive to become stronger. "Well, now we know that you have the drive to train, let's get started," said Natsuki with a sadistic grin on her face that would make Anko giddy with happiness. Natsuki then got off of Sasuke and tossed her 5 feet away and waited until Sasuke got back up and growled at Natsuki as some of her hair rose up into hackles. Moving as fast as she could, Sasuke ran towards Natsuki and let loose a forward punch aimed at Natsuki's head, which she lightly turned to the side to dodge before she backhanded Sasuke to the ground.
"Kitsune don't attack their opponents head-on. We attack them using deception, fake punches and kicks, illusions, even the very environment we utilize to our advantage," lectured Natsuki as Sasuke rose back to her feet while growling lowly. Turning around quickly, Sasuke once more aimed a punch towards Natsuki's face while Natsuki just caught it. Smirking, Sasuke then slammed her heel into Natsuki's stomach, causing her to double over while letting go of Sasuke's hand. Moving quickly, Sasuke slammed her elbow into Natsuki's neck, knocking her out. "You were so easy to deceive. Now to go find Naruto-kun," said Sasuke with a smile as she licked her lips while walking away. "With Hinata and Kushina." "Hinata, that's enough for today," stated Kushina as she blocked a rather sloppy palm thrust as Hinata breathed heavily before collapsing onto her knees. "No. It's not. I need to become stronger. I don't want to worry Naruto-kun with the fear of ever seeing me die ever again," said Hinata as she shakily stood back up onto her feet. "Then stop holding back. Show me what you are truly capable of. Besides, I'm also a half-demon, meaning it will take quite a bit just to kill me," said Kushina as Hinata hardened her eyes and nodded. "Understood, Kushina-chan," said Hinata as she closed her eyes before reopening them, showing that her eyes were still a white color but had a light violet outline. "Okay, here I come," said Hinata before she took off running towards Kushina. Right before she got close to Kushina, she had to dodge to the left as Kushina brought her blade down. Acting quickly, Hinata struck not only Kushina's chakra points but also her pressure points. Hinata then flipped over Kushina and struck her on the back of the neck, knocking her out. "Jonin ninja, my ass. You were far weaker than an average Chunin, but you aren't my worry now. Now I want to do is find Naruto-kun," said Hinata as she deactivated her bloodline and walked away. Demonic Uchiha Ch5. Silent as a predator, Hinata made her way through the forest. Occasionally she would stop and listen before she would continue moving forward. After a few more minutes of this, Hinata finally caught a faint hint of her boyfriend's scent and followed it. After following it for a while, she finally wound up at the edge of a clearing.
As she looked into the clearing, she could tell that it was littered with several discarded weapons, all of which had her boyfriend's scent on them, and she could see a shadowed figure stalking through the clearing picking up the weapons. Smiling in victory, Hinata quickly climbed a nearby tree and walked out rather carefully on the longest branch. Hinata then crouched lightly before she jumped onto the figure.
"Hello Naruto-kun,"
Hinata said seductively as she wrapped her arms around the figure's waist. Hinata then gently slid one of her hands underneath the shirt that the person was wearing while she gently nibbled at the person's left ear. As Hinata did this, she continued to run her hand up along the person's stomach.
"Hi Hinata, stop,"
pleaded the figure as their breath hitched. Whether Hinata heard it or not, she didn't care because she continued to raise her hand until it was resting on the person's chest. Momentarily she stopped as her hand went over a bulge and she gave it a light squeeze only to have a moan meet her ears. Slightly her eyes widened in shock, but she just lightly brushed it off, not really caring about the fact that she was pleasuring another female. After a while of gently caressing the other's breasts, she slid her hand out from the other female's shirt and turned the female to face her. Faintly she took notice of the fact that it was Sasuke.
"Hinata!"
Sasuke started before she was stopped as Hinata kissed her passionately, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen in shock before she just closed them and deepened the kiss. As they continued to kiss, Sasuke gently ran both of her hands up along Hinata's pale jacket until she reached the zipper.
Still kissing one another, Sasuke gently pulled the zipper down until her jacket was open.
Gently they broke apart for air before Sasuke kissed Hinata once more and nibbled at Hinata's lower lip, causing her to moan in absolute pleasure. Taking her chance, Sasuke quickly slipped her tongue into Hinata's mouth as she brushed her jacket off her, showing her light violet-colored tank top. Hinata then wrapped her arms around Sasuke's waist as Sasuke wrapped her arms around Hinata's neck, drawing one another closer together. After a while, Hinata broke the kiss before she began to lightly kiss along Sasuke's jawline, causing her to moan out in pleasure and lightly step back, only trip and fall on her back with Hinata on top. Momentarily they both stopped before Hinata flashed Sasuke a foxy grin as she gently took one of her claws and ran it from the neck of Sasuke's shirt all the way to the bottom. As Hinata did that, Sasuke did the very same exact thing before they began to kiss once more.
As they kissed, Hinata and Sasuke gently removed the shirts that they were wearing.
Once the shirts were removed, Hinata ended the kiss in favor of kissing Sasuke along her jawline once more and down to her pulse point, where she lightly bit and nibbled.
As Hinata continued this, Sasuke gently slipped her hands down Hinata's pants so that they gently caressed across Hinata's forbidden fruit. Both girls were so busy pleasuring one another that they didn't notice two people watching from the tree lines. With a wordless nod, both people pulled out a flash camera and took a picture of this event. "You know, Kushina, I wonder how your son would react to finding out that two of his mates have been making love in the middle of the forest?" Natsuki asked as she walked out of the tree line, as did Kushina.
"I have no idea. After all, I wasn't really there for his childhood, so the only people who I think can tell me are you and maybe them,"
Kushina answered as the girls stopped and stared at them in horror.
For a few moments that's all the two girls did before they screamed out loud and quickly put back on their clothing.
"I'll make you a bet then."
"I bet that Naruto will faint with a nosebleed at the thought,"
Natsuki said as she grinned devilishly at her sisters.
"Very well then, but I bet that he remains composed enough that he doesn't faint until he's thought 2 minutes straight and gives a perverted giggle before fainting,"
Kushina bet as she held out her hand. "You are on," Natsuki said with a smile as she shook Kushina's hand.
"But I also must admit it makes me wonder how Hayashi and Makoto will react to this as well,"
Kushina stated as the two young kunoichi looked on in horror. "You can't," Hinata said as Kushina looked at her.
"But of course I can. After all, I will be your mother-in-law and it's my job to make your life somewhat difficult," Kushina said as she gave the same exact foxy grin that Naruto was infamous/famous for.
"Wait, we'll do anything if you just don't tell our parents, Kushina-sama and Natsuki-sama," Sasuke stated as she bowed to them.
"Well, we'll talk it over. In the meantime, we want you two to do 300 push-ups, 400 sit-ups, and you need to run around this clearing 20 times at full speed without ever slowing down," Natsuki stated as the girls paled lightly but knew that this was slightly better than Kakashi's training.
"Why are you just standing there? Get to work," Kushina shouted, scaring the girls into running the clearing first. "So what are we going to do?" Natsuki asked, even though she already had an idea. We're going to train them into the ground,"
Kushina said as she watched the girls race around the clearing at full speed.
"Stop!" Kushina shouted, causing the girls to trip over one another. "I forgot you can't use chakra to help you. Now do it again," Kushina stated as she stared them down, daring them to argue against her. "Yes, ma'am," both Hinata and Sasuke replied as they started all over. "What are you smirking at, Natsuki?" Kushina as she briefly looked at her. "Oh, just thinking on how many other things you're going to do to them,"
Natsuki replied before Kushina smirked at her.
"Now whoever said that it was only them?" Kushina said as she smiled evilly at Natsuki. "Wait, you're putting me through this as well,"
Natsuki stated, even though she meant it as a question.
"Of course, after all, I can't have all my son's wives being incapable, and before you even start arguing, remember my husband beat you," Kushina said as she briefly looked at the girls to see that they were already starting of the push-ups. Nodding her head in defeat, Natsuki started to run her own laps. As she did that, everyone couldn't help but wonder what Naruto was doing right now. With Naruto.
Currently, Naruto was enjoying the fact that Haku was lightly rubbing his belly before he looked off into the darkness as he heard another stone fall.
Looking off into the darkness, he faint caught sight of something moving. Calmly, he rolled over and stood up while he growled into the darkness. Haku, noticing his distress, also looked off into the darkness as she quickly pulled out 10 senbon and held them in between her fingers. Silently, they stood there looking into the darkness before Naruto relaxed and took a few whiffs of the air. Naruto, of course, couldn't smell anything more than the minerals and the dry, musty scent of the cavern.
Naruto then carefully swiveled his ears, hopping to pick up different sounds, but couldn't hear anything over Haku's breath, which echoed in the cave. Relaxing and knowing that they were still safe, Naruto calmly walked over to Haku and crawled into her lap before he promptly fell asleep. Smiling, Haku laid down as she pulled Naruto so that he was resting on her chest, and she too fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. 7 days later. Calmly, Haku breathed heavily through her nose as she quickly pulled out 10 senbon and held them in between her fingers. Momentarily, she paused before she released them, before rapidly pulling out more and throwing them in conjunction with the others before they struck their targets.
"It is done, Zabuza-sama,"
Haku stated with coldness as she looked out at the bridge filled with unconscious workers.
"Good, now all we have to do is wait," Zabuza stated as he gently leaned against the railing on the complete end of the bridge.
Zabuza, the TWP of the Leaf Nin, are only 15 feet away without the target,
Nizu stated as she appeared right beside Zabuza. "Do you know who they are?" Zabuza asked as he looked at Nizu. "Yes, they are apparently the Hyuga and Uchiha clan heirs. I've already sent Gozu to assassinate the target," Nizu stated as Zabuza continued to stare at her. "And who told you to send Gozu to assassinate the target?" Zabuza asked as he glared at Nizu. "Sorry, Zabuza-sama, but I meant to watch the target so that she could inform us when he left the house. Although if I were you, Zabuza-sama, I would be more worried about the two girls," Nizu stated as she disappeared into a puddle of water.
Sighing, Zabuza just closed his eyes, hoping to catch up on some lost sleep.
"Where is he?"
came a shout from the other side of the bridge, startling Zabuza and Haku as they saw both Hinata and Sasuke standing there. Silently, Haku and Zabuza shared a look before they looked back at the two young kunoichi. Just as they were about to answer, Zabuza caught Mr. Fluffy walking across the bridge towards the girls. Knowing what Haku was going to do, Zabuza grabbed him by the shoulder just as Mr. Fluffy began to leak chakra. After a while, Mr. Fluffy began to grow until he was walking on two legs and stopped halfway in between both groups of two. Standing in between both groups was none other than Naruto himself.
"Naruto!"
Hinata and Sasuke yelled in joy as they glomped him.
"Mystery Fluffy is really Naruto Uzumaki,"
Haku thought as a full body blush began to cover her, only no one could really tell since she was back in her Hunter Nin outfit.
"So Gaki, you've been spying on us," Zabuza said as he hefted his blade across his shoulders and glared at the blonde teen.
"Actually, I wasn't spying on you, I was going to leave, but as you so kindly put it, the last pet that ran away terribly broke her heart."
Naruto said as he perfectly mimicked Zabuza's voice.
That's because I thought that you were an animal, not a human being, demon, whatever you are.
Zabuza stated as he attempted to cover up his blunder. Yes, well, that is in the past right now. Now then, I want to offer you, Haku, and the demon sisters an opportunity. Naruto said as Hinata and Sasuke looked at one another.
Naruto-kun, before you begin, Hinata and myself would like to speak with Haku in private if you wouldn't mind. Sasuke said as she gave him the puppy eyes, which was made only far worsened with the fact that she now had her animal features.
Please, Naruto? Hinata asked as she too gave him the same exact look. Fine.
Naruto sighed out as the two girls hugged him real quickly before they ran to Haku, grabbed her, and ran off somewhere in the surrounding forest.
I will never understand a woman for the life of me. Zabuza and Naruto muttered at the same exact time before they looked at one another.
Not a moment later, both of them broke out with a shit-eating grin.
So Namikaze, let's hear this opportunity that you have to offer. Zabuza stated with the shit-eating grin never leaving his face. Very well then.
As you know, I'm currently the clan heir to not only the Namikaze clan but also the Uzumaki clan. I'm also the semi-adopted grandson of the third Hokage. With these titles I could easily get you asylum in Konoha. Although you would also be under guard and watch for at least 6 months before you could become a part of the shinobi program, but if you have something to contribute, the time frame could be lessened to at least 3 months.
Naruto stated as Zabuza mentally went over all the positives and negatives that this decision could have.
Alright, you got yourself a deal, brat, but before I fully accept, I want to fight in a Kenjutsu and Taijutsu battle only. We only get to use the basic academy jutsu and one unique clone jutsu, but no genjutsu.
Chakra enhanced strength is allowed, but for only a few minutes at a time. Understand? Zabuza asked as he looked at Naruto, who just smiled at him. Very well, I accept. Naruto said as he returned to being neutral and slid 2 kunai out and held each in a reverse grip. 3, 2, 1, fight. Both Naruto and Zabuza stated as Naruto took off running towards Zabuza. Zabuza couldn't keep the smirk off his face as he rested his hand on his decapitating carving knife.
As Naruto drew closer, Zabuza tightened his grip around the handle before he removed it from his back and brought it down in strike, aiming to slice Naruto into 2 pieces. Naruto, seeing this coming, quickly dodged to the side only to have to bend backwards as Zabuza attempted to hit him with the flat of his blade.
Taking his chance, Naruto once more rushed Zabuza and swiped his legs out from underneath him and followed through with an axe kick to Zabuza's stomach.
Smirking, Naruto then pulled his foot away only to have Zabuza's hand wrap around his ankle and toss him like a rag doll into a temporary pillar. Groaning, Naruto removed himself from the pillar and looked towards Zabuza only to duck as Zabuza's blade came flying at him.
Gulping lightly, Naruto looked up and noticed that the blade was only an inch from cutting his skin. Looking towards Zabuza, Naruto noticed that he was performing his signature jutsu. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Zabuza whispered as a thick blanket of mist settled over the bridge.
Taking a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes and focused on his hearing. For several seconds, Naruto stood there focusing on his hearing before he jumped to his left just as a fist passed right by his face.
Nice try, Zabuza, but you're going to have to work harder if you want to hit me. Naruto said as he attempted to kick Zabuza but only got air as Zabuza had moved well before Naruto attacked. Naruto, already knowing that he wouldn't be able to attack Zabuza, as his quickly formed the Tora hand sign and allowed for his chakra to leak out of himself.
After a few seconds, a light purple hue surrounded him before he opened his eyes and let loose all of the chakra, releasing a pulse of it which eliminated most of the mist surrounding him. Looking around, Naruto attempted to notice any disturbances in the mist but was unable to, although he did notice that Zabuza's blade was missing, which made Naruto's eyes turn into slits.
Sorry kid, but you lose. Zabuza stated as he appeared behind Naruto holding his blade across Naruto's torso.
Not a few seconds later, a large gash appeared on Naruto's chest. Silently, Naruto stood there before he began to laugh and he disappeared into a puff of smoke.
Guess again, Zabuza. Naruto stated as 10 of them appeared surround Zabuza with Naruto's blade perfectly resting against Zabuza's neck so that if he even gulped, the blade would harm him.
Before Zabuza could even come up with a reply, the sound of clapping could be heard from across the bridge. Growling in anger, Zabuza released the mist to see several hundred mercenaries along with a midget of a man standing in front of him. The midget man only stood 4 feet 2 inches, had light brown hair, and wore black tinted sunglasses so no one could see his eyes. He was wearing a complete black business suit along with a pair of nice black shoes, while in his hand he held a cane. Although as soon as he saw this man, his killing intent went through the roof, as did Naruto's, as standing beside the man were 3 mercenaries who were holding Hinata, Sasuke, and Haku captive. "What is the meaning of this, Gato?" Zabuza shouted as all the Narutos lowered their blades and lined up beside Zabuza. "He was never going to pay you, Zabuza. He was using you, and once your use was completed he was going to dispose of you. He even hired a second ninja known as Black Mist to dispose of you, while he would take Haku and turn her into a pleasure slave. No doubt he has the same exact plans for my girlfriends," Naruto said as he joined his clones on the front lines, while Zabuza glared even more at the fat little midget. "Impressive, child, but sadly that knowledge will do you no good. Kill them," Gato shouted as he pointed one of his pudgy fingers at the 2 ninja, as all of the mercenaries ran at them. "New deal, Zabuza. If I kill more than you, you will come back to Konoha with me along with your group," Naruto said as he looked at Zabuza. "Very well, but if I win I will decide what is best for my group. Deal?" Zabuza asked as he held out his hand to Naruto. "Deal." Naruto agreed as he shook Zabuza's hand before he ran head first into the fray. "Ain't no way in hell I'm letting that brat beat me," Zabuza shouted as he ran towards the edge and decapitated 5 mercenaries and sliced another in half. Silently, Zabuza stood there for a few seconds dodging sword swipes before he heard 2 girly screams. Looking upward, he and several of the mercenaries watched as a few mercenaries flew into the air and were forcefully brought back down by 2 tails. "That kid is nearly as sadistic as me," Zabuza stated with a smile as he grabbed 2 swordsmen's arms and stabbed their own blades into their eyes, making them scream before Zabuza stabbed the blades further into their skulls, killing them. Hearing the screams of their comrades, the mercenaries surrounding Zabuza and watched how he brutally killed them before they steeled themselves and ran at him, hoping to get lucky and land a killing blow. When the first mercenary arrived, he brought his blade down as Zabuza sidestepped the strike and delivered a kick to the man's chest, sending him back into his comrades, knocking a few over while some stabbed their own with their blades. Smiling, Zabuza gripped his blade and ran at the group, flaring his chakra and creating a visible image of a demon behind him. Only a few mercenaries screamed while the rest attempted to defend themselves from the coming onslaught. With Naruto. Currently, Naruto was surrounded by mercenaries and he held 2 kunai in his hands in the reverse grip and watched for any attempt at attacking him. Not a few seconds later, a mercenary attempted to remove his head, which Naruto dodged and lodged the kunai in his head, making him scream bloody murder before Naruto took the mercenary's blade and shoved it down his throat while ripping his kunai out of the mercenary's head. Briefly, Naruto looked at his kunai and flicked it, removing the eyeball from it before ran towards 2 other mercenaries. When he was 5 feet away, he jumped into the air and flipped, bringing both of his heels down on top of the mercenaries' heads and crushing them into the concrete. Taking a breath, Naruto dodged to the left as a mercenary attempted to tackle him. Thinking on the fly, Naruto tossed a kunai into the back of the man's skull. It also just so happened that the one that struck the back of the man's head also had exploding tag on it before it went off, covering the ground with blood, bone, brain, optical nerves, and other head matter. Smiling lightly, Naruto quickly flexed his fingers, bring out his claws before he turned to the mercenaries and attacked them without mercy. With Gato. Gato could only watch in horror as nearly all of his finest mercenaries were being cut down like paper until there was only 2 standing facing Naruto and Zabuza. With Naruto and Zabuza. "So Zabuza, how many have you killed so far?" Naruto asked as he looked towards Zabuza, who was covered entirely with blood while blood dripped off of his blade. 157. "What about you, brat?" Zabuza asked as he noticed that Naruto wasn't even winded and he seemed to have just as much blood on him. 156. Naruto replied as he looked at the last 2 mercenaries before he ran towards them. "Water art, water field of spikes," Zabuza stated with a smirk on his face as both mercenaries were stabbed several different times by water spikes. Silently, Naruto stood there before he just sighed and retracted his claws. "Looks like you win, Zabuza-sama,"
Naruto said as Zabuza did his own little victory dance, which involved him jumping around like a ballerina.
The scene would have been more comical if it weren't for the fact that the area in which he was dancing was covered in dead bodies, blood, and internal body parts.
Silently, everyone stood there looking at Zabuza with one single thought on their mind: okay, this is creepy.
Sighing, Naruto turned around to Gato before he stalked towards him like a predator.
I wouldn't be coming any closer, boy, that is, unless you want something to happen to them,
Gato said as he snapped his fingers and the mercenaries that held the girls began to tighten their grip on the girls. Freezing, Naruto could only drop his head and stand there as the memory of when he and Mutsum were tied together all those years ago. After a few seconds, he began to release enough killing intent that it stopped Zabuza in the middle of a moonwalk.
Growling, Naruto lifted his head, showing his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes as tears of blood fell from his face. Never again, Naruto stated before he ran straight towards Gato before he ultimately vanished.
Stepping back in surprise, Gato desperately looked around for Naruto before he turned to the mercenaries holding the girls, only to see them dead, lying in a pool of their own blood and the girls nowhere in sight. Quickly turning back to Zabuza, he was met with the deep crimson eyes of Naruto.
Please wait, I can give you whatever you want.
Money, power, women, but only if you let me live,
Gato begged as he backed up. What I want you cannot give me now, die,
Naruto stated as he plunged his hand into Gato's chest and pulled out his heart. Momentarily, Naruto looked at him before he forcefully opened Gato's mouth and forced it into his mouth and proceeded to choke him with a single hand and simultaneously punch him in the face. After a few minutes, Naruto dropped Gato's cold corpse to the ground and slammed his foot into Gato's head, making it blow open.
Enjoy hell, you bastard,
Naruto stated as he spat on Gato's corpse before he turned around to see a rather shocking scene. Zabuza had a notebook out and was writing down everything that Naruto had done while Hinata and Sasuke were discussing several different ways that Naruto could have made the bastard pay even more for everything that he had done to this country. Although it was Haku's reaction that really shocked him, she was staring at him with absolute lust. For some odd unexplainable reason, Naruto couldn't help but shiver slightly as Haku continued to stare at him like that.
Anyway, I'm going to head back to Tazuna's house. Haku and Zabuza, you're welcome to join us,
Naruto stated as he turned away from Haku and began to walk away. As he began to walk, Sasuke and Hinata quickly joined him while Zabuza just looked at him.
Come on, Haku,
Zabuza said as he walked by her, only to stop momentarily and look back at her. He was then able to catch sight of Haku's expression before he turned his head and looked at where she was staring and had to recoil as he looked straight at Naruto's ass. Sighing, he then smacked himself in the face and grabbed Haku by the collar of her uniform and dragged her until he had caught up with Naruto and his girlfriends.
So what exactly did you discuss with Haku? Naruto asked as he looked at Hinata while Zabuza followed them from behind. It was girl things, Naruto-kun, Sasuke responded as she gently ran her tail underneath Naruto's nose before she walked in front of him with Hinata following. Momentarily, Naruto stopped and watched as Hinata and Sasuke swayed their hips in a hypnotic way. I'm so screwed, Naruto muttered as Zabuza only nodded in agreement.
Look at the bright side, brat, at least you don't have to worry about them becoming pregnant anytime soon, Zabuza said, which caused Haku to giggle perversely.
What have you taught her? Naruto asked as Zabuza looked at him as if he were crazy. What are you talking about, brat? Haku is a guy.
Besides, I made him read all of Jiraiya's Ika Paradise book, seeing as he is a guy,
Zabuza answered as Naruto looked at him in fear. You poor deluded man.
I suggest that you ask Haku what his true gender is when he gets out of his stupor, Naruto said as Haku giggled perversely again and began to mutter under her breath. Briefly, both Naruto and Zabuza looked back at Haku before they looked at one another and just continued walking in a rather comfortable silence. After a few minutes of walking, they finally arrived outside of Tazuna's house and noticed Hinata and Sasuke standing at the front door waiting for them. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto, Zabuza, and the still mentally dreaming Haku walked to the front door and knocked as Hinata and Sasuke stood on either side of Zabuza.
Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, it is good to see that you all are right. Who are your, friends? Tsunami asked as she took notice of Zabuza and Haku while motioning for them to come in.
Tsunami, could you please ask for everyone who came here with me to meet in the living room along with your family so we can all explain this once without any problems? Naruto stated as stopped to talk to her and let Sasuke and Hinata show Zabuza and Haku to the living room. Well, I guess that you're in luck, Sin. Tsunami started before she was cut off by something breaking from the living room. Silently, Naruto stood there watching as Tsunami's smile slipped slightly before it came back even larger. Paling Naruto could only give a quick pray to whomever managed to piss Tsunami off this badly before he followed her to the living room. When they got there, they immediately took notice of everyone standing around a particular spot in the room. Do you think that we can fix it with chakra? Kakashi asked as he briefly looked up to everyone. How the hell should I know, Hataki? After all, I've never had to fix things that I've broken before, replied Zabuza as he glared at Kakashi. I could always freeze the pieces back together, Haku offered up as she had finally broken out of her daydream state. I don't think that will work since your ice would melt in a few days, meaning you would have to constantly remake the ice seal, Zabuza stated as Haku nodded in understanding. Can't we just get some glue? Surely that would fix it, and besides, I don't want mom to kill me because Zabuza dropped very last gift she ever received from my almost half-dad, Inari said as Naruto noticed Tsunami's smile get even larger as she closed her eyes tightly, making them slits, and ground her teeth together. It's not all my fault, kid. After all, Kakashi here threw the first punch without even bothering to ask as to why I was here, knocking me into the vase which I caught. Thank you very much, Zabuza retaliated as mostly everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Don't forget you did drop it when Haku did admit to being a girl and wanted to become one of Naruto's wives, Kushina added as Haku blushed lightly. Zabuza began to swear up a storm. Naruto just stared slack-jawed at the group, and Tsunami was growing even angrier. You know, I think that I do know a way to fix this, Hinata said, causing everyone to look at her. That would be how? Everyone asked as even Niji was participating with Tsunami's punishment still fresh in his mind. Easy, we tell the truth and pray that she accepts it, Hinata said as everyone face planted. No way in fucking hell, Zabuza shouted as Naruto was knocked out of his stupor from the yell and Tsunami was pulling a large wooden spoon out of her clothing. We could always do a genjutsu, Sasuke suggested as everyone looked at her as if she were Kami herself. That may actually work, Kakashi said as his single eye crinkled into a U shape. What's this that I hear about my nearly second husband's last gift being broken? Tsunami finally asked as everyone stopped what they were doing. Slowly everyone turned around to see Tsunami standing behind them brandishing the wooden spoon. Sadly, that's not what had everyone scared. Standing behind Tsunami was a spectral image of a devil. One thought passed through everyone's head: we're so screwed. Zabuza on the other hand had a completely different thought running through his head: I think I'm in love. Well, are you going to answer? Tsunami asked as she started to lightly tap the wooden spoon in her hand, causing a loud clapping sound. Wow, there is no one as beautiful as you, Tsunami-san, Zabuza stared as he appeared in front of her on a knee while holding her hands in his own. Now I must ask you, would you be kind enough to go to dinner with me? Asterisk. Silently everyone stood there looking at Zabuza and Tsunami slack-jawed before the silence was broken by someone slapping their head. Turning their heads, every turned to a dark corner of the room where two people stood. The first person was a male that stood 5 feet 8 inches, looked to be at least 18 years old, had dark brown hair that was cut extremely short, had a pair of light blue eyes that had a dark fire burning beyond them, and his face was badly scarred. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black cargo pants that were bulging at the pockets, and black combat boots. Over his clothing he was wearing a black trench coat that reached to his ankles, and embroidered on the back of the trench coat was the kanji for curse and dragon. The second person was a female that stood somewhere around 4 feet 5 inches, she looked to be at least 12 years old, had deep midnight black hair that had fire red highlights and reached to the middle of her back, her eyes were a deep and rich light brown that held a burning fire beyond them just like the other person's, and her face was completely blemish-free. She was wearing a fire red Chinese top that hugged her body just right, showing off all of her curves and B-cup, black tight-fitting pants that also hugged her properly and somehow didn't seem to hamper her movement, and she wore black ninja sandals with a light red tinge to the material.
Naruto couldn't stop the shocked expression that found its way onto his face. Mutsumi?
Naruto asked in shock as everyone looked at the female who just smiled sadly back.
It's good to see you as well, Naruto.
Mutsumi answered as the man next to her smiled lightly before he lightly pushed her closer to Naruto.
Where have you been?
Naruto asked as he lightly set his left hand on her face. Here, there, pretty much everywhere with my sensei, which is one of Kyubidano's old guards. Mutsumi replied as she placed her hand over Naruto's and motioned to the other person that came in with her.
I thought he looked familiar. It's Michael, right? Natsuki asked as she briefly thought back over all her old guards who had left her service.
All he did was nod his head positively before he shook his head in a negative fashion. That's odd. All of the other times that I ran into you, back in Makai, you would always reply. Natsuki said as she looked at the other person who just looked at the ground sadly.
Immorta-sensei can't speak anymore, Kyubidano.
I'm certain that you are aware of what the guard of Lilith Dano are required to do before they can be considered a part of the guard.
Mutsumi stated as Natsuki looked at Immorta, who just looked at everyone dully, completely wiping all emotion from his face, but his eyes gave all his emotions away. The vow of silence, and when did he change his name to Immorta? Natsuki asked as everyone looked at Immorta, who just looked away from them. Immorta is his code name in the guard.
He still goes by it since he is still bound by the vow of silence.
It also doesn't help that Lilith Dano disappeared 18 years ago. Mutsumi stated as Natsuki didn't look overly pleased. Not to be rude or anything, but who is this Lilith and what's the vow of silence?
And will you stop hitting on my daughter? Tazuna shouted as he threw his sake bottle at Zabuza, who just dodged it and grabbed it as it flew over his head.
Lilith is a rather ancient demon that was formerly an angel.
During the early years of humanity, there were constant wars in between the demons, angels, and humans. Out of all the war's participants, only 12 beings were able to tell that if the war didn't end, it would tear the world to pieces and end all life. These 12 beings were Lilith, the Six-Path Sage, the 9 Bijou, and the Jubi no Ryu. Lilith tricked all of her fellow brothers and sisters back into heaven and sealed them away there, and therefore was banished from ever returning to heaven. The Six-Path Sage and the Jubi worked together to prevent humans from ever going to heaven and hell so long as they were alive. Then finally the 9 Bijou worked together to seal hell off so no demon could ever invade the human realm. The Bijou then split the world and took certain places as their territory. The Jubi unfortunately was so unstable after making certain that no human could move in between heaven, hell, and the human plane, he wound up being sealed into the moon by the Six-Path Sage, who shortly after died. After that, Lilith had nowhere to really go, so we the Bijou offered to send her to hell to re-establish order, which she did with the help of her honored guard. After that we kept in contact, seeing as how we were still considered the leaders of our clans, and helped her whenever we could. Natsuki said as everyone was slightly wide-eyed except for Naruto, Immorta, Natsuki, and Mutsumi. As for the vow of silence, it's a form of security that was put into effect shortly after the betrayal of one of the honored guard. The sealing itself is kept as one of the deepest secrets of the Queen of Hell, that only the Queen herself and one of the guard may know how to activate and deactivate the seal. Mutsumi stated as Immorta lightly pat her on the head as he lightly smiled. Now that this has been settled, what do you say, Tsunami-chan? Will you be willing to go out on a date with me? Zabuza asked as Immorta slapped himself up the side of his head again. Well, I don't see why not. Tsunami stated with a nervous chuckle. What? Everyone other than Immorta and Zabuza shouted in shock. But I will only go out with you on 2 conditions. Tsunami stated rather sweetly as everyone just stood there watching in fascination. Anything for you, my love. Zabuza responded as Tsunami blushed lightly. Very well then, first of all, please be appropriately dressed. 2, you can't bring any weapons, and 3, don't wear your bandages over your face. Tsunami stated with a small smile. Zabuza stated rather quickly before grabbing Haku and running out of the living room window. You know, I just now realized this, but he never did say what time he would pick you up or where you would be eating. Hinata stated after a short while. Well then, I could always make dinner for you too and for the rest of the village. Naruto offered as Tsunami, Inari, and Tazuna smiled at him.
Everyone would like that, but where would you get the food, prepare it, and serve it? Inari asked as he looked at Naruto. Gato surely has more than enough food, a large enough kitchen, and a large enough manor to serve it at.
So seeing as how he is dead, that means that everything that he owns is now property of the citizens of Wave.
Might as well use it. Kushina stated as everyone nodded at the simple explanation.
I don't see why you still insist on helping them more than what the mission requires of us. After all, we were assigned to only protect the bridge builder up until the bridge's completion.
Niji stated with a small scoff.
Well then, Niji, since you are being so friendly. Hinata started as she gently dug her claws into his shoulder. You can join Immorta, Kakashi, Lee, and Guy for security duty to prevent fights breaking out among the civilians. Hinata finished as she smiled rather happily, and Niji couldn't stop the shiver that ran along his spine.
Oh, of course, Hinata-sama. Niji slightly stuttered as he attempted to regain his neutral attitude. Good. Naruto, go on ahead in getting everything set up. We'll join you shortly.
Hinata stated as she walked by him and ran her tail along the underside of his nose. She then shortly after disappeared upstairs while everyone just stared at where she went.
I'm going to go ahead and do as she suggested. Bye.
Naruto stated as he ran out of the house via the same exact window that Zabuza left by.
Not even a few seconds after he left the house, everyone heard a loud thump from above them, and all the Konoha shinobi couldn't help but lightly sigh. I'll go wake her up, Sasuke stated as she went upstairs. With Naruto.
Silently, Naruto walked through the forest of Wave until he came across the clearing in which Haku found him.
For a few minutes, Naruto just stood there before he released a sigh. You can come out now, Mutsumi, Naruto stated as Mutsumi walked out from behind a nearby tree. Shortly after, a deep silence fell over the two of them. Mutsumi, I'm sorry, Naruto finally stated as she walked up to him. For what? Mutsumi asked as she gently took Naruto's hand into her own. For letting you die. If I had only listened to the old man, you wouldn't have died and become a whatever you are, Naruto stated as he removed his hand from Mutsumi's and punched a tree. Naruto, please don't blame yourself. You may be right, but what's to say that those idiots wouldn't have hunted you down when we were still together and still killed me just for interacting with you? If you do need someone to blame, then blame the idiot civilians, Civilian Council, and the Hokage. They are the ones who caused you the greatest pain, Mutsumi stated as she set her hand on his shoulder. She then gently pulled him along so that they were walking through the forest. Mutsumi, I can understand why I should blame the villagers and Civilian Council, but why should I blame the old man? Naruto asked as they walked along. Naruto, think about all that the old man has done for you. He gave you to the orphanage when he just could have easily raised you. He told the entire village what you contained. He hid your birthright from you. He gave you one of the shittiest apartments in the most rundown portion of the village, and to make matters worse, he never even enforced his own rule about telling the younger generation about your former tenant. Mutsumi explained as they continued to walk along. You also need to remember, Mutsumi, that he couldn't raise me with his duty of Hokage. He hid who my parents were, considering that they had several enemies that would gladly see me dead. The apartment was far more better than what I had at the orphanage. Besides, it allowed for me to meet you, and he just couldn't kill everyone. If he did, the people would have revolted, saying, the demon child has control over our honorable Lord Hokage. We must kill him to free him from the demon's control. As for telling the whole village about my tenant, I can't really blame him, Naruto stated with a slightly bitter smile on his face while Mutsumi looked at him completely confused. Think about it. What would have happened had the seal failed and the Kyuubi was released and started her attack once more? The people would want answers to how and why the Kyuubi was still alive even though they were told that it was killed. I can't blame him nor the villagers for their ignorance completely, but I do somewhat blame them. If there is one thing I truly hate the old man teaching me was the fact to forgive the villagers and everyone else. There is also the fact that the council had taken a large amount of power from him before he was reinstated as the reigning Hokage, Naruto stated as he smiled lightly while Mutsumi smiled brightly as she understood what Naruto meant. Even still, Naruto, those are only excuses. He's still the leader of the village. If they had taken power, then he should have forcefully taken it back.
If any refused, they should have been killed as an example for future reference of what would have happened to those who refused to return the power to him. It would also serve as a reminder of their place. Mutsumi stated as she was stopped by Naruto standing still.
Where did those ideas come from, Mutsumi?
Naruto asked as his eyes held a deep fire burning beneath his irises that was just waiting to be released onto the person who changed her so drastically.
Oops, did I really say those ideas out loud?
Mutsumi asked with shock written on her face while Naruto released a rather large sweat drop and nodded in a positive fashion. Well, I'm afraid to say that most of those ideas were formed from my time living with Immorta-sensei and living in Demon Words capital Maki. It is actually rather common to see council members publicly executed for attempting to take more power than what they should even have. In fact, most of the time while in Maki, it was Immorta-sensei killing council members who took power or money from his military funding. His executions are rather gruesome, to be blunt. Mutsumi stated with a nervous chuckle.
They never receive a trial? Naruto asked in shock. No.
Unlike humans, demons are allowed to settle their matters their own way without the government interfering unless it would result in a full-out war. The only way it would result in a war was if one of the lesser council members was killed by revenge-driven demon from an opposing demon clan. Immorta, though, is a part of the Grand Council headed by the Dark Queen Lilith, or at least it was until her mysterious disappearance 18 years ago. As of right now, the Grand Council is under wartime procedures, meaning Immorta is in charge of all council acts. There is also a civilian council, but they are always disbanded when wartime procedures are put into effect.
Mutsumi explained as she looked at Naruto, who seemed to be complimenting something.
If the Dark Queen Lilith was returned to the throne, would wartime procedures be cancelled? Naruto asked as they walked along before they stopped outside of another clearing.
Honestly, Naruto, I don't really know.
I don't know demon politics as well as I should, but eventually I will know everything that is required. But if you want to know that answer, ask Immorta. Even though he doesn't speak, it doesn't mean he doesn't know how to communicate in other forms.
Mutsumi stated with a smile on her face. Okay, now this I really need to know. How are you still alive? I already know that you are no longer human, but what exactly did Immorta do to you?
Naruto asked as he grabbed Mutsumi by her shoulders and made her look him in the eyes.
I'll make you a deal, Naruto. I know that you have been placed under the CRA and that you are required to have at the least 4 wives. I already know that you are engaged to Natsuki, Hinata, and Sasuke. If you take me on a date tonight and allow for me to become one of your mates, I'll tell you everything, and I will even allow for Haku to join us as she is already developing feelings for you. It also helps that she understands something you and me know better than anyone. Hatred at an undeserved fear. Do you agree? Mutsumi asked as she watched Naruto's eyes widen in mild shock. I'm fine with that, but you will have to check with the others to be certain that they are alright with it. And how did you know all of that? Naruto asked as he looked at Mutsumi with several emotions dancing in his eyes. Secret, and I've already checked with the others and they are alright with me becoming one of your mates. Mutsumi whispered into Naruto's left ear before she bit down on it lightly and then quickly kissed him on the lips. After barely a few seconds, she stopped kissing him and giggled at the shocked expression that fixed itself upon his face before she quickly kissed him once more before she backed away from him and disappeared in a small burst of fire, knocking Naruto out of his stupor. You are really trying to compensate for screwing up my life, aren't you, Kami? Naruto asked as he stared into the late afternoon sky. In heaven/afterlife/ whatever you want to call it. Currently, Kami was looking down onto the world that she, along with all of her sisters, created, and just so happened to hear what Naruto stated. I'm not doing this for you, brat. Kami growled out as she sent a lightning bolt down to strike him, only to miss by an extremely long shot. With the rest of the Konoha ninja and quests. Currently, everyone was helping to repair the window that Zabuza broke, other than Kakashi, who was standing outside of it reading his limited edition, author-signed, unedited, and mint-condition copy of Ica Ica Paradise, when all of a sudden out of nowhere a bolt of lightning came falling from the sky and struck his book, turning it into a pile of ash. Silently, Kakashi blinked once, twice, and 3 times before he would later swear that he saw a ghost of his book with wings and a halo float up from the ashes. A few seconds later, he broke down crying. It didn't take long for his sorrow became rage. Thinking quickly, he began to write out several new training ideas while all of his students couldn't help but shiver in fear. YOSH. I suddenly feel as if my most youthful and hip rival Kakashi's flames of youth have ignited into a burning inferno. If I cannot outdo his new students' training, then I might guy the beautiful green beast of Konoha shall run 300 laps around the island with 3 human-sized boulders on my back. If I cannot do that, then I shall do 3,000 push UPS in under a minute, and if I cannot do that, I shall. Guy began to rant as he felt his rival's flames of youth ignite, while Niji and Tenten could only ask the gods why they got stuck with such an odd sensei. Lee, on the other hand, was going on the rant with Guy. Back in heaven / afterlife / whatever you want to call it. I missed. I never miss. Although I am impressed that I killed the book, but am completely baffled as to why it's coming to heaven, but that's beyond the point. I still missed. Cammy shouted before she caught sight of something moving out of the corner of her eyes. Luck! Cammy shouted as the room shook from the power held in just her voice as someone eeped and ran out of the room with Cammy hot on her heels. Back with Naruto. After standing in the same spot staring at the sky and not receiving a reply, Naruto just sighed before walking along into the next clearing. When he got into the next clearing, he couldn't help but stop momentarily. The whole clearing was several miles in length and held a single large tree in the center. Wrapped around the tree was a large building that looked like it could hold several years' worth of food inside. The building was held up with a combination of heavy-duty industrial-strength wires and stilts. The only way up into the building was a large circular ramp that looked like it could have 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side going into the base without a problem. I can definitely make this work, Naruto muttered as he finished up his inspection of the area. Alright, let's get started then. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto stated as a quarter of the clearing was filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, there was quite literally a small army of Narutos standing there. Okay, everyone, number off and remember your number. You start, Naruto stated as he pointed to his left. He started, and this continued for a few minutes. 1,000 boss, a Naruto clone shouted at the center of the group. Okay, the numbers 1 to 250. I want you to go through the compound and cleanse it of any remaining warriors that are not Zabuza or Haku. Numbers 251 to 500. You will be heading towards the compound's kitchen and are going to be cooking. Numbers 501 to 750. You will be in charge of making certain that the cooks have enough. If they request anything, call out a summon to retrieve it from a nearby town. Finally, numbers 751, 1000. You are going to be required to help serve the food along with Hinata, Sasuke, Natsuki, and Mom. Also, if you see anyone attempting to molest them, politely warn them that they are either currently engaged or not seeking to settle down. Everyone understand? Naruto asked his clone army. Sir, yes sir. All the Naruto clones shouted as they stomped their feet together and held their right arm over their chest so that their fist rested above their heart. All personnel move out, Naruto stated as all his clones nodded and began to work on their assigned tasks. After all the clones had moved out to start their tasks, did Naruto walk up into the former base for Gato. As he walked along, he would occasionally hear a scream of pain or anguish before a temporary silence would follow. After a while of walking, Naruto reached Zabuza's and Haku's room, where he could hear the definite sounds of arguing. Sighing under his breath, Naruto kicked the door down and found Zabuza arguing over what Haku picked out for him to wear. There is no way in hell that I'm going to wear a formal kimono, Zabuza stated gruffly while Haku held it in front of him. Why not? It would be perfect for your date, Haku argued back as she advanced towards Zabuza. I don't care, since I'm taking her out. I would rather just wear some black slacks and a black shirt, Zabuza argued back. Honestly, Zabuza, you asked me to help you pick out a proper outfit, yet here you are arguing about what I picked out for all because it's too formal for you. I swear you are a child, Haku shouted at Zabuza, who stepped back slightly. Not to disturb you or anything of that nature, but I've come to tell you both something, Naruto finally stated after watching them bicker for a few minutes. And what would that be, brat? Zabuza asked before he was slapped up the backside of his head. Well, for starters, I will be preparing dinner for your date with Tsunami-san. The dinner will be served here in Gato's old compound, and finally everyone from the village will be invited for the dinner, as well as a proposition of our good faith. Haku, you will be joining me along with one of my former friends for dinner as well tonight.
So until then, Zabuza, just wear what you want to wear to your date, and Haku, same for you,"
Naruto stated as Zabuza glared at him weakly.
"I honestly don't know if I really can trust you cooking my food, and who the hell gave you permission to date my daughter?"
Zabuza asked with his gruff tone while he leveled Naruto with a heavy glare. "Zabuza, I've heard about your cooking, and all I can say at this. How in the 9 levels of hell were you able to bring it to life?" Naruto shouted as Zabuza couldn't stop the twitch in his eyebrow. "That only happened one goddamn time,"
Zabuza argued back while Haku stood behind him holding 3 of her fingers up. "I was told that it happened 3 times. Naruto counter-argued as Zabuza looked behind him to see Haku looking though her kimonos. "Fine, I'll admit that happened 3 times, and even to this day I'm still baffled as to how I did it.
Now then, what makes you think that I will allow for you to even date my daughter?" Zabuza asked as he continued to glare down Naruto. "That's an easy one. If you don't, your daughter is going to kill you."
"Well, maybe not kill, more like publicly humiliate you, while at the same time removing what makes you a man in the cruelest way that she can come up with,"
Naruto stated as he stood there momentarily thinking. "Yeah, right, brat,"
Zabuza replied with as he turned around only to have an extremely deadly looking ice claw hovering right over his neck. "Now Zabuza, as much as I see you as a father, I would hate to make you have an unfortunate accident,"
Haku stated sweetly as a large number of small ice blades came out of nowhere and also remained a few inches off of his skin. "Okay, I get the hint.
You can go out on a date with him, but I swear, boy, that if anything happens to her, I'll skin you alive and turn your pelt into a fireplace decoration," Zabuza stated as he grinned devilishly at Naruto, who just brushed it off while Haku released all the ice surrounding Zabuza.
"Good, now then, Naruto, albeit Tsunami's getting ready. Come and get me in,"
Haku started as she stared out the window to determine what time it currently was in, finishing with a half an hour. After Haku gave her message, she then fell into an ice mirror. "I don't care how old I get, I'm never going to understand women," Naruto and Zabuza stated at the same exact time.
"Kid, I think that I may just end up liking you before you leave, wave,"
Zabuza stated with a smile which was still covered with his bandages.
30 minutes later.
Hesitantly, Naruto and Zabuza stood outside of Tsunami's home looking at one another. Naruto was wearing a loose-fitting t-shirt that wasn't tucked into his dark blue pants, and he wore traditional black ninja sandals. He was also wearing a black belt that's buckle was designed to look like a sleeping yellow fox. Zabuza was wearing a rather tight-fitting t-shirt that showed off his physique and was tucked into his dark blue pants, and he also wore traditional black ninja sandals. Similar to Naruto, he was also wearing a black belt, only his buckle was designed to look like his blade.
"Now Zabuza, since you asked Tsunami out, why don't you go ahead and knock on the door?" Naruto suggested as he motioned for Zabuza to go ahead.
"Like hell I am, kid, you have been at least living here for some time frame, meaning it wouldn't be as much a shocker for you to knock on the door,"
Zabuza countered as he pushed Naruto towards the door. "Yeah, right. I've only stayed at least a single night here. The rest of the time I was your daughter's pet," Naruto countered as he disappeared into a poof of smoke and reappeared behind Zabuza and began to push him along.
"Yeah, well, your teammates and fellow shinobi are in there, so you should knock," Zabuza stated as he fell into a puddle of water slightly soaking Naruto and reappeared behind Naruto and began to push Naruto once more.
"Your daughter is in there as well,"
Naruto stated as he performed the same trick as last time, only this time Zabuza was expecting it and grabbed him. Naruto, growling in frustration, pulled with all his might, causing Zabuza to move forward a bit with himself since Zabuza had a solid grip on him.
"Look, how about this, brat?
Why don't we both knock on the door once?"
Zabuza suggested as they stood outside the door. "Fine. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Naruto stated as they both knocked on the door at the same time. "You idiot, you weren't supposed to knock on the door at the same time as me," Zabuza shouted as he hit Naruto up the side of his head. "What the hell are you talking about? You knocked at the same time as me," Naruto argued as he slammed his forehead into Zabuza's, pushing back while Zabuza did the exact same. It was while this that the door was opened, showing their respective dates. Haku was wearing a sky blue kimono that gently hugged her body, showing off her curves, and was held in place by a pure snow-white sash. Embroidered upon the kimono were snowflakes large, medium, and small. Her hair was done up into her traditional tight single bun, while her bangs gently framed her face and a pair of sunban holding the bun in place.
Hanging off the sunban were a few small crystal clear beads that lead to a snowflake.
Mutsumi, on the other hand, was wearing a light red kimono that also hugged her body, gently showing off her curves, and was held in black by a black sash. Embroidered upon the back of the kimono was a black phoenix that had its wings spread out. Mutsumi also had her hair done up into a tight bun that was held in place by a pair of sunban that had a glass orb on the end of them. The glass orbs were a deep crimson red with a black kanji for fire gently painted on them. Tsunami, on the other hand, wasn't wearing a kimono and opted to rather wear a deep blue Chinese dress that gently hugged her body, had a slit that ran from the bottom up for 5 inches, and stopped just a few inches shy of her knees, showing off her smooth and blemish-free arms and legs.
Embroidered upon the Chinese dress were 2 dragons.
The first dragon was a deep midnight black and the second was a deep snow white, and they both wound up the dress with their heads going over the shoulders and stopping just below her neck. Her hair was also done up into a bun, but rather than one it was done up into 2 and held in place by dragon hair clips that were designed just like the dragons on the Chinese dress. For a few moments all Naruto and Zabuza did was stare at them, completely forgetting about the fact that they were literally butting heads and fell to the ground. Briefly, Haku and Mutsumi laughed lightly, as they had either known Naruto beforehand or had heard of what he once was like and did. Tsunami, on the other hand, gently smiled at Zabuza and held her hand out to him.
"So what do you think?"
Tsunami asked as she helped Zabuza to his feet while he continued to stare at her, which caused her to blush.
I think you look lovely," Zabuza stated with a mild stutter while Tsunami blushed lightly.
"What about us, Naruto?" Haku and Mutsumi asked as they gently spun around once, and once they were done watched as his eyes widened in shock.
"I would be lying if I said you looked lovely. You look absolutely breathtaking,"
Naruto stated with a smile as the girls blushed before they attached themselves to each side of him. With smiles adorning all of their faces, the group of 5 walked off into the night while several others looked on with smiles and a slight glare upon their face.
At Gato's old compound.
When the group arrived at the compound, they weren't overly shocked to see the adults and children of Wave enjoying their regained freedom by singing, dancing, and overall goofing around.
Smiling in happiness, everyone just enjoyed the sight before Hinata appeared before them wearing a server's clothing.
"Hello and welcome to the Gato is Finally Dead and We Are Free Festival, which is being sponsored by the Hyuga, Uchiha, Namikaze, and Uzumaki clans. I'm Hinata and I'll be showing you all to your tables.
Now please follow me," Hinata stated with a bright smile before walking off with the others following.
As they walked along, they took notice of several clones of Hinata, Sasuke, Natsuki, and Kushina running around serving the outdoor tables, while deep in the shadows watching over everything was a single pair of eyes. Briefly, everyone other than Mutsumi shivered as the eyes landed on them and released a fair amount of killing intent before they turned back to stop a fight that was about to break out.
"Mutsumi, remind me to never piss off your sensei,"
Naruto stated as Mutsumi chuckled as she wrapped her arm around his neck as they walked into the compound. "If I were you, I would be more worried about me and the others rather than my sensei Naruto-kun," Mutsumi whispered into his ear, causing him to gulp, as he could have sworn every single Hinata, Sasuke, and Natsuki clone looked at him along with Haku.
"Understood, love," Naruto responded as Mutsumi and Haku chuckled.
"Good," Mutsumi stated as she pecked Naruto on the lips, causing him to blush.
"Well, Zabuza and Tsunami-san, here is your private dining room for the night,"
Hinata stated as she opened a door, revealing a rather comfortable-sized square room that had a simple circular table in the center. On top of the table was a white tablecloth that had lace running along the edge, 2 white porcelain plates that had a fork, knife, spoon, and napkin. In the center of the table was a candelabra with 3 already burning candles in it. Gently sprinkled on the table were the petals of roses, and right beside the table was a champagne bucket in which 2 bottles of sake rested. Momentarily, Zabuza and Tsunami gaped at how simple the room was, yet also how the atmosphere seemed properly set. It wasn't until Naruto smacked Zabuza up the backside of his head did he remember what he was to do when in the company of a fine woman. Rubbing the back of his head, Zabuza gently took Tsunami's hand into his own and gently led her to the table before he pulled one of the 2 chairs out. He then once more gently took her hand and lightly set her into the seat before he pushed it in. He then momentarily stopped to nod towards Naruto only to see that he along with the three others were gone and replaced by Sasuke.
Hello Zabuza and Tsunami-san, I am Sasuke and will be your waitress for the evening.
Sasuke stated as she bowed lightly to them before she gave them a single menu.
Only one menu? Tsunami asked hesitantly while Zabuza gained a feather-like blush.
Sorry about that, but due to the number of individuals that have appeared here tonight, we have had to spread the menus far and thin.
If this is an inconvenience, I could attempt to find another one. Sasuke stated as both Zabuza and Tsunami nodded their heads in understanding. No, don't worry about it, Sasuke-san. I think that we will be able to manage. Tsunami responded as she began to look over the menu.
Very well, then I will return in 30 minutes to take your orders. Until then, please relax and take your time.
Sasuke stated as she left, leaving both Tsunami and Zabuza looking at the menu. With Naruto. So Hinata, how many people showed up?
Naruto asked as they continued to walk through the compound, occasionally passing by a clone.
Well, from what Mistress Hinata told us earlier, apparently 90% of the village came. As for the other 10%, they are either dead or horribly ill. The Hinata clone stated sadly as Naruto nodded as a few memories quickly flashed before his eyes. Thank you for letting me know.
After you show us to our room, go ahead and dispel yourself, letting Hinata know that she should ask the families if they have any ill. If they do, offer them the chance to take food home along with a clone that can help heal the sick family members. Naruto stated as the Hinata clone nodded before she stopped briefly as two young children ran past them.
Silently the group smiled before they continued on their way. Very well, but what should we do if they don't have any remaining family members? The Hinata clone asked as they once more stopped outside a door. Have Hinata-san ask them if they know anyone that was too ill to come and they have no living relatives to supply for them. If they answer yes, offer them the same thing. Haku suggested as the Hinata clone, Naruto, and Mutsumi nodded in satisfaction. That's a wonderful idea, Haku-chan.
This will give Sasuke and myself some people to practice our healing jutsu on rather than on nearly dead fish. The Hinata clone stated sourly as she made a face before she covered it with a smile.
Now then, this will be your room for tonight. Your server will be with you in a few minutes. Until then, please relax and have a wonderful night.
The Hinata clone stated as she opened the door and disappeared into a plume of smoke. Once the smoke had cleared, the small group of three were able to see a room much like Zabuza's and Tsunami's with a few minor differences. The first was the fact that rather than 2 chairs there were 3, 2 the room had a full balcony that overlooked the festivities, and third their room was slightly larger. Knowing that he had to be a gentleman, Naruto calmly led both Haku and Mutsumi over to the table. When they got there, Naruto immediately created a Kagebunshin which pulled the chairs out for them while Naruto seated the girls. Once they were seated, he pushed them in before he took his own seat opposite to them.
So, what happens now? Naruto asked as both Haku and Mutsumi looked at one another. I don't know. Mutsumi said while Haku pondered for a few moments before she just shrugged. Great.
Naruto muttered as he slapped his forehead before a scroll appeared before him. Raising an eyebrow, he gently picked it up, opened it, and began to read it. When he reached the end, it suddenly combusted before all the ash blew out of the open balcony. Why don't we talk about our lives and continue from that? Naruto suggested as he looked out to the trees and glared at the pair of eyes that watched them before they disappeared.
Okay. My life was actually pretty good being an only child and having the love of my parents.
It wasn't until I turned 8 that everything turned absolutely destructive when my bloodline activated. Haku started as she took on a sad look while Mutsumi performed a series of unknown hand signs causing reality to shift. Once the shift finished, the three of them found themselves looking at a small fishing house where 2 females stood outside. The first female looked to be in her early 30s, stood 5 feet 8 inches, had black hair that reached to her waist, a pair of cool ice blue eyes, and a well-built physique. She was wearing a dark blue shirt along with dark blue pants. The second female looked to be only 6 years old, stood 3 feet 6 inches, had black hair that also reached to her waist, a pair of light brown eyes, and a typical physique of a young child. She was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of light brown pants.
Hey mommy, look at what I can do.
The young child stated excitedly as she held up her hands where a small ball of water floated a few inches off of the girl's hands. She then gently focused on the water before she turned it into an ice sunbonn that glinted lightly in the sun. Shortly after, the young child found herself on the ground with her face stinging from pain. Carefully she looked up to see the other woman looking at her with horror with her hands still raised.
Oh my, Haku, I'm sorry.
The woman started as tears began to run down her face. She then bent down and carefully pulled her daughter into a hug.
Mommy, why did you hit me?
Haku asked as she cried into her mother's shirt while hanging on her mother. I'm so sorry, Haku, for the curse I've given you, and I promise that one day I'll tell you everything. For now all that I ask is that you trust me. Haku's mother responded as Haku just nodded her head and fell to sleep. 2 months later, December 12, 12:45 p.m. Silently Haku sat at the table in her family's small home reading over a book while humming a quiet tune to herself.
I wonder when mommy and daddy are going to get home.
They only said that they would be out for a few minutes to get groceries. Haku thought as she continued reading before she heard the door open before being slammed shut. Looking up from her book, Haku saw her mother standing there.
Mommy!
Haku shouted in happiness as she jumped up and hugged her mother. Shortly after hugging her mother, she felt her slump to the ground with her back facing Haku, allowing her to see the multiple kunai, shuriken, and a few senbon sticking out of her back.
Mommy? Haku asked fearfully as she gently shook her mother. Ha-ku, run!
Haku's mother stated as she looked up to her daughter.
No! I'm not leaving you!
Haku shouted as she began to pull out some of the weapons and placed ointment over her mother's wounds.
Haku, you can't, shove, stay here. You need, cough couch, to run.
Haku's mother stated as she coughed out some blood.
No! I can't! Haku started as she began to cry. Haku, cough, please don't cry. You'll see, cough cough, me again. I'm going to, cough, delay them. Just run and, cough, whatever you do don't look back or come back, cough.
Haku's mother said before she broke out into a coughing fit, staining the floor red with her blood while the wounds on her back reopened, spilling more of her blood.
Mother!
Haku shouted as she desperately covered her mother's wounds with her hands, hoping to stem the blood flow. As she was doing that, the two never noticed the front door opening and a man walk in.
Daddy! Mommy needs help,
Haku said as she recognized the man who just walked over to her. I know, Haku, but I'm afraid that there is little I can do to help, nor can the doctors. The man stated as he bent down and gently hugged his daughter.
What? Why can't they help mommy?
Haku asked as she looked over to her mother, who continued to bleed.
It is because I have a bloodline. Ever since Yagura declared the bloodline purge, everyone has seen us as monsters or demons.
Doctors are required to take blood samples from every patient to confirm if they have a bloodline, and if they do, they are killed no matter how young or old you are. That's why your father and I personally gave you checkups and didn't allow for you to attend the local school. Haku's mother explained as she carefully dragged herself to her daughter and pulled her into a hug.
Now your mother's secret, along with yours about you holding a bloodline, is out. The village has already mobilized to begin killing both of you along with me, since they believe that the only way for a bloodline user to receive love is if they deceive or seduce someone into loving them. Haku's father explained as he held his daughter. Open up, we know that you're in there, demon scum.
The small family of three heard a person shout from beyond the door while a group cried in response with, "Yeah, come on out, demon slut." Looking back towards the door, Haku's father quickly scooped his daughter up into his arms and ran to his and his wife's room. Setting his daughter down, he quickly pulled open several drawers before he pulled out a single light blue scroll and gave it to his daughter.
Take this scroll and run away, Haku. Whatever you do, don't look back.
Once you are clear of the village, open the scroll and inside you will find basic survival supplies, some jutsu scrolls from your mother and myself, a scroll on your bloodline, and some money that should be able to support you if you spend it wisely. Her father whispered into her ear while he hugged her for the last time.
Daddy! Haku started only to be interrupted by the front door being splintered. I can see the demon whore. Just a little more than we can end her life permanently,"
shouted one of the villagers in happiness while the others responded with a chorus of approval. Knowing that he didn't have much time, Haku's father picked Haku up and quickly let her out through the bedroom window.
"Run into the forest and head to the next town. Once you get there, ask around for a man named Zabuza Momochi. When you meet him, tell him this name Kurokiri. Tell him that you're my daughter and he will help you. Now go," Haku's father explained as he attempted to close the window only to be stopped. "Daddy, why did you call yourself Kurokiri?" Haku asked, causing her father to pause and look back to his dying wife sadly. "Ask Zabuza, he will tell you, and no matter what he tells you about me. Always know this, I love you and your mother to the point that I would go against the Mizukage to keep the two of you safe," her father answered as he slammed the window shut just as the front door was successfully broken down. With tears in her eyes, Haku ran off towards the forest. As she reached the edge, she looked back to her house to see that her parents were being dragged out still somewhat alive before they were roughly tossed into the clearing unmoving. Without warning, all the villagers surrounded them before they were all impaled by ice spears that came from her mother's body. Knowing that they were dead, Haku broke down crying as she looked away, not wanting to believe the truth that was in front of her eyes. "Mommy, Daddy, I hope that you are both going to a good place. I promise that I will survive and find Zabuza Momochi," Haku said as she stood back up and ran off further into the forest, not even looking back. A few days later. "I've asked every single person in this town if they know or knew a Zabuza Momochi, but all I get are looks of fear before a quick no was said to me. Although there did seem to be a few that wanted to tell me something, but whenever they attempted to, they all backed away and ran," Haku thought as she silently sat on a small bridge that went over a small brook. All around her, snow fell gently, covering her and the bridge on which she sat. "Maybe I should move on to the next town to see if they have any information about Zabuza Momochi," Haku briefly wondered as she stared at the bridge while a person stopped in front of her. Cautiously, Haku looked out of the corner of her eyes to see a man. Discreetly, she looked the man over. The man looked to be in his early 20s, had short crop-cut black hair, a pair of small black eyes, no eyebrows, had a mist headband tied to his forehead, and his lower face was covered by bandages. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black cargo pants, traditional black ninja sandals, and he also wore a black jonin vest with a dark blue spiral on the back. Perhaps this man knows Zabuza Momochi, Haku thought as she turned her attention back to the bridge. "Do you know a person by the name of Zabuza Momochi?" Haku asked as she continued to look at the bridge. "Why do you want to know, kid?" the man asked in return as Haku just sighed. "My father asked for me to find him right before he died," Haku responded as fresh tears came to her eyes as she remembered the last time she physically saw her parents. "I do know him, but before I tell you where he is, I want to know your father's name," the man stated as he bent down to Haku's level. "I don't know my father's real name. He told me to tell Zabuza that he is or was called Kurokiri. I am his only child, Haku stated as she looked up to the man to see him looking her over in complete shock. "Kurokiri, I haven't heard that name in over 10 years. He was pretty much my adopted son in all but name, became a major ANBU ninja that had completely eliminated the Ice Release clan before he retired and settled down with a rather nice young woman from what I remember. If I remember correctly, taught the brat a few times and became the closet's thing to a father the kid had since he was an orphan. If this is his kid, then that means that I'm a..." Zabuza thought before his eyes opened in complete shock. "I swear that when I pass on into the next life, Soichi, I will cause he a hell of a lot of harm, from getting me that drunk that one night and getting me to agreeing to becoming your kid's godfather if anything happened to you," Zabuza thought as he began to subconsciously release killing intent, scaring Haku. Looking towards his adoptive son's kid, he noticed that she was backing away from him with fear covering her face. Momentarily, he looked at her completely confused before he realized that he was releasing killing intent. Closing his eyes, Zabuza began to breathe in and out of his nose before he reopened his eyes to see that Haku was still shaking, only it wasn't from killing intent, it was from the cold. "Come on, kid. Let's get you somewhere warm," the man stated as he helped Haku to her feet. "But what about Zabuza Momochi?" Haku asked as she looked to the man. You're looking at him, Zabuza replied as he picked Haku off and ran off into a mist that eerily blew in. End flashback. Okay, what the hell was that? Haku asked as she looked towards Naruto for an answer. Don't look at me. I've always sucked at genjutsu. The only one I can really perform is Tsukuyomi, which is because of the Sharingan that Natsuki-chan gave me, Naruto stated as they looked towards Mutsumi. That was a special demonic illusion called memory recreation.
Only Immorta and myself can perform this without the backlash of memory onslaught getting to us.
I figured it would be easier for me to use this rather than for you to tell what you wanted as a story. Mostly so this way you wouldn't attempt to sugarcoat anything. After all, we have almost all seen the worst that humanity really is, Mutsumi stated as Haku and Naruto nodded in understanding. Well then, I'll go next, Naruto offered up as he opened his eyes, showing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi, Naruto stated in a calm voice as everything around the group began to shift into one giant blob of goop before it expanded, forming Naruto's apartment, although Haku didn't know it. After a few more seconds, some of the remaining goop formed into a person holding a crimson red fox. The person in question was a boy who looked to be 9 years old, stood 3 feet 6 inches, had spiky untamed sun-kissed hair, 2 deep cerulean blue eyes, and 6 whisker marks, 3 on each cheek. He was wearing a white t-shirt with the Konoha symbol imprinted onto the surface and a slightly dulled red, dark blue shorts, and blue ninja sandals. Well, here we are home, Naruto stated as he sat the fox on the floor. Momentarily the fox walked around before it jumped onto Naruto's bed and began to leak crimson red chakra around itself. Once the chakra dissipated, a young female sat where the fox originally sat. The female also looked to be 9 years old, stood 3 feet 6 inches, had deep crimson red hair that reached to her upper back while 2 bangs gently framed her face, 2 burning crimson red eyes that had a black slit running through the center, and she had the same whisker marks on her face, only they were thinner than the boy's and she only had 2 on each cheek. She was wearing a large, baggy light red t-shirt, black cargo pants, and red ninja sandals. You call this place a home? I'd call it a dump, the female stated as she looked at the place in absolute disgust. Yeah, I know, but if the old man would give me someplace nicer, the villagers would just trash it after everyone else moved out. That is what happened to this place. Besides, I can't really complain, it's at least a roof over my head and somewhat safer than living on the streets, the young boy responded dully as he sat next to the female. Naruto, are you alright? The girl asked as she gently sat one of her hands on Naruto's shoulder. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be alright, Natsuki? Naruto asked as he gently shrugged off Natsuki's hand. Well, you just killed quite a few people and you lost your only friend in this village. Natsuki stated as she spat out the word village. Those people deserve to die. Mitsumi is at least in a better place now, I hope, Naruto stated as crimson red chakra lashed out from his body. Sighing, Natsuki calmly got behind Naruto and gently pulled him to a hug while gently stroking his hair, causing him to calm down slightly. After a little longer, all Naruto was doing was crying. Naruto, I'm certain that Mitsumi is in a better place. I recognized the scent lingering in the area as one of my guards. He most undoubtedly took Mitsumi out of the village to receive treatment, and maybe he will train her. So for now, just relax and get some sleep, cause as of tomorrow we will begin your training, Natsuki stated as Naruto just nodded and fell into a deep sleep. You had better help your son Minato, Natsuki whispered under her breath as she gently laid Naruto down on his bed face up. She then changed back into her fox form and gently jumped onto Naruto's stomach. Calmly she curled up into a ball and fell into a peaceful sleep on top of Naruto's stomach. Location unknown. Slowly Naruto opened his eyes to find himself staring up into a never-ending darkness. Running along the edges of the darkness were 3 different kinds of pipes. The first pipe was a deep dark blue, the second piping system was a crimson red, and the final piping system was a amethyst purple. Looking around even further, Naruto noticed that there were walls to his sides and one behind him. All the walls had cracks in them. Looking down, he noticed that he was sitting in water, or at least what he hoped was water. I would have figured that after releasing Natsuki from her prison I would never have to see this place ever again. Naruto muttered as he stood up and began to walk towards where Natsuki's cage formerly stood.
When Naruto arrived at the former cage, he saw someone just standing there looking at the remains.
Hello, son.
Originally, I was planning on asking you how your life was going, but after seeing your memories, I'm pretty certain I already know how it is going. The man said as he turned around to face Naruto.
San.
I see that death has at least treated you well. Naruto stated as he imagined 2 chairs and a table.
Please have a seat. Naruto stated as he motioned for Minato to sit.
Nodding his head, Minato sat down while Naruto did the same.
What are you doing here, San? Naruto asked as he gently folded up his hands and rested them on the table.
When I sealed the Natsuki into you 9 years ago, I also sealed a piece of myself in here as well to act as the seal. If Natsuki were to ever attempt to forcefully take control of you, I would force her back and reseal her away. This was mostly because I had no knowledge for how long the genjutsu would affect her, but you released her. I saw what they did after you left your mindscape and trapped them inside of Tsukuyomi. Rather than immediately talking to you, I decided to watch all of your memories, which proved to be a mistake. My fears had come to life. They didn't respect my last decree. I had trusted and hoped that they wouldn't do this, but they have ruined every chance to regain my trust and hope. I should have had Jiraiya, your godfather, or even Tsunade, your godmother, take you out of the village. I'm sorry, Naruto. If I could go back and change everything, I would, but I can't, so instead I'm leaving all my knowledge here for you.
Minato stated as several bookshelves began to rise out of the water.
All of the bookshelves were filled to the brim with scrolls.
Thank you, San.
Naruto stated as he looked at his father with a small smile on his face.
But there is a catch. You will not be able to access certain information until you reach a certain level in the ninja corps, or you reach an age that I deem worthy for you to have the information.
Minato said, causing his son to glare at him.
It's for your own safety.
Half of the things I'm giving you are highly ranked techniques that could kill you if you don't do them properly or don't have the proper chakra control. Besides, you have already come close to death one too many times as is.
Even the Shinigami is disgusted with how the villagers have treated you.
Minato stated as several chains shot out of the water and wrapped around some of the bookshelves and created a barrier around them.
I'm shocked that the Shinigami would even care about me.
Naruto stated as he raised his eyebrows in mild shock.
She kind of has to, son.
After all, it is her power that kept the Natsuki at bay for 9 years of your life. Anytime a god, no matter how insignificant, interferes with a human or humans' lives, they are required to keep tabs on them and do all the paperwork that comes in from them. I can already tell you this much: the Shinigami, while she likes you, she also doesn't like the fact that you have given her enough paperwork to keep her busy for the next 20 years. Anyway, my time is almost up and I have to get back to hell to torture all the fools that you sent me last night.
Minato stated as he looked off into the distance. You don't have anything else to tell me? Naruto asked, slightly shocked.
No, well, except this. No matter what happens and what path you take in life to accomplish your goals, know this: I support your decisions. Also, I did hear an interesting rumor. Apparently your friend Mitsumi is not dead. She was very close to death before the Shinigami was forced to leave. She won't tell me exactly what caused her to retreat from a soul, but I can tell you this much: you will meet her again.
See you on the flip side. Oh, and I love you, son.
Minato stated before he disappeared into a flash of yellow light.
I have a funny feeling that this won't be the last time that I see my father. Naruto muttered as he looked into the empty cage. End flashback. So you knew that I was alive, if only because your father let you know. Mitsumi stated as Naruto nodded in confirmation.
I'm just slightly amazed that your father was able to seal a piece of himself inside the seal that kept Natsuki locked away. Haku stated as she was genuinely surprised that one person was able to cheat death, if only somewhat.
Hello, I am Kushina and will be your waitress for the evening.
Kushina stated as she smiled at them before she bowed lightly to them and gave them a single menu.
Only one menu.
Everyone briefly wondered before Naruto chuckled nervously. I'll let you girls order first,
Naruto stated with a gentle smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Both girls stated as they looked over the menu. So how is it going? Kushina whispered to her son, who just sighed.
It's going fine except for the fact that neither of us knows what to do on a date. It also doesn't help that the author has no clue on what to do either, considering the fact that he has never had a girlfriend nor been on a date. Naruto stated as Kushina nodded in understanding, as she was also one of the few to understand the fourth barrier. Not even a few seconds after stating that, a kunai dropped out of nowhere and embedded itself into Naruto's plate. Briefly, Naruto looked at it and noticed that it had a note attached to it. Without fear, he took the note and read it. "You are going to regret telling half the world that." Naruto read before he shrugged it off and threw the note out the window. "Go ahead and try." Naruto thought as Haku and Metsumi handed Naruto the menu. He quickly went over the menu before he handed it back to his mother. "Okay, so what will all of you be having?" she asked as she pulled out a small notepad and pencil. "I'll have the sushi with a side of white sticky rice," Haku stated as Kushina wrote down her order. "I'll have dango, a little of sushi, and a side of steamed vegetables," Mutsumi stated with a smile as Kushina nodded her head. "As for me, I'll have a bowl of miso ramen and a side of steamed vegetables mixed in with white sticky rice," Naruto stated as Kushina nodded once more and wrote it down before she left the room. "Okay, Mitsumi, it's your turn now," Haku stated, slightly happy at getting to know more about her. "Okay. Demonic illusion, memory recreation," Mitsumi stated as her eyes began to glow and the room began to shift into a completely black room. Floating in the center of the room was a single person. The person was a female that looked to be 9 years old, had long black hair that was tied into a ponytail, light brown eyes, stood 3 inch 4 foot, and she also looked malnourished. She was wearing a pure white kimono that had a burning phoenix on the upper half of the kimono, while on the bottom was a golden yellow fox. "Where am I?" the young girl asked as she looked around. "You are on the border of life and death, child," a voice answered as the girl frantically looked around for the voice's origin. "Who are you, where are you, and where exactly am I?" the young girl asked as panic slipped into her voice. "Well, currently you're in your mindscape. I'm outside your mindscape talking to you through telepathy. As for who I am, well, you can call me Immorta," Immorta answered as the girl looked around. "This is my mindscape. It seems kind of lonely," the girl stated as she looked around. "Well, that's because the Shinigami is trying to take your spirit and I'm working out a deal with the Shinigami. So for now, rest. I will wake you and inform you of the deal on a later date," Immorta stated. "Okay," the young girl stated as she laid back down and closed her eyes. Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one. Hey, it's time to get up," Immorta gently stated as he shook the young girl. "5 more minutes, Naruto," groaned out the girl as she slapped away Immorta's hand. "Very well then, hatchling," Immorta responded before he pulled a bucket of water from out of nowhere. With an evil grin on his face, he tossed the water onto the unsuspecting girl. "Gaha, cooled," the girl shouted as she quickly looked for the person who did that. It didn't take her long to focus on the only other occupant in the room. The other person was a male that stood 5 feet 8 inches, looked to be at least 18 years old, had dark brown hair that was cut extremely short, had a pair of light blue eyes that had a dark fire burning beyond them, and his face was badly scarred. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black cargo pants that were bulging at the pockets, and black combat boots. "Metsumi, I will be the first to officially welcome you to Maki, the demon capital," Immorta stated with a small smile on his face. "Waha-ats," Metsumi shouted as Immorta cleaned out his ears after that yell. "You heard me. You are in the demon capital, Maki. The reason is simple: you are no longer human, and since I was the one who changed you into a demon, I'm required to train your sorry puny ass," Immorta stated as he whacked Metsumi on the top of her head. "Why couldn't you have returned me to being a human?" Metsumi asked as she gently rubbed the small bump that was forming on her forehead. "When you resurrect someone from the verge of death, they can't be resurrected into the thing that they once were. So if I were to resurrect a demon on the verge of death, they couldn't become a demon again. Instead, they would have to become an angel or a human depending on the way that they have lived. Immorta explained as Mitsumi nodded in understanding even though she could only barely understand it.
What about Naruto? Mitsumi asked as she looked at Immorta for answers. Look into the crystal ball and think about who you want to see. Immorta stated as he pulled a crystal ball out from nowhere. He then gently set it in front of Mitsumi. Confidently, Mitsumi placed her hands on the sides of the crystal ball. Clearing her mind of everything other than Naruto, she focused on the ball and watched as a hazy smoke filled the ball before it cleared away to show Naruto standing in the room that they were tortured in.
Are you certain?
Mitsumi heard Naruto ask as a fox walked through the multiple dead bodies.
I'm certain this is one of my old guard's work.
The fox stated as jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. What of Mitsumi?
Naruto asked while Mitsumi smiled knowing that Naruto was looking for her. My old guard scent along with the scent of decay and blood completely makes it impossible for me to tell where she is. The fox replied as Naruto scratched its ears.
Do you think that she is safe? Naruto asked with worry. Mitsumi of course couldn't help but smile, if mostly because Naruto was making certain that she was alright. I'm certain that she is alright.
For now we should focus on your training to control your power.
The fox stated as Naruto nodded.
Alright, but I'm not going to stop looking for Mitsumi until I know that she is safe.
Naruto stated as Mitsumi let her focus slip as she smiled. Can we start training right now? Mitsumi asked as she looked to Immorta.
I don't see why not, but certainly it would be better if you regained your strength for a few more days.
Immorta stated as Mitsumi nodded. No.
If I want to become strong, I have to continue training no matter how tired I get. I want to get strong so that way when I meet Naruto again I can show him what I've accomplished. Mitsumi stated as a flame ignited behind her eyes.
End flashback. Well, that's all. Mitsumi stated as she ended the illusion.
So that's how you kept an eye on me.
I sure hope that you didn't do anything perverted with it. Naruto stated as he looked towards Mitsumi, who was blushing.
I may have accidentally spied on you a few times when you were showering or relaxing in the hot springs. Mitsumi stated as she looked off to the side.
Immorta said that you had become a demon, or at least hinted at that. What I want to know is what type of demon are you? Haku asked as Naruto was also curious about what type of demon she was. I'm a phoenix, a rather ancient and noble demon clan. The phoenixes are mostly immortal.
Mitsumi stated while Haku perked up.
What do you mean that they are mostly immortal? Haku asked with curiosity burning in her eyes.
By that she means that phoenixes cannot die a normal death. If they do, they are just reborn from their ashes to the age of 18. The only true two methods to kill a phoenix is to either poison them or to eat their ashes before they are reborn. Poisoning a phoenix is rather difficult though, since they are resistant to most natural poisons. As for eating the ashes, I've only heard of one demon who has done this, and that is the Nibi. From what Natsuki told me, apparently the phoenix groped her in public and for lack of better terms she ate him still alive.
Naruto stated as Haku looked at Mitsumi in shock.
Eating the ashes of a phoenix also give the eater a unique ability called phoenixification, which basically brings you back to life 9 times. I have also heard a rumor that the Nibi has used this to bring 2 people back from the dead and has used it once to bring herself back from the dead, leaving her with 6 more times to resurrect herself.
Mitsumi stated as Haku seemed to think over the possibilities of becoming a demon. Hello everyone, I'm sorry it took so long to get your food.
Kushina stated as she came back into the room with 2 clones carrying a platter. Moving quickly, she placed all the plates in front of the proper people before leaving.
Smiling, everyone began to dig into their food.
As they were eating, Haku and Mitsumi couldn't help but notice how Naruto's food seemed to move occasionally and had a rather rancid smell coming from it.
Naruto, is it just me, but is your ramen moving? Mitsumi asked as she paused to point at Naruto's food.
Huh? Naruto asked as he stopped eating and looked at his ramen before he let out a scream and fell back.
I've been eating worms.
Naruto shouted before he started to attempt to throw up what he had already eaten.
Naruto-kun, there's a note by your bowl.
Haku said as she picked up the piece of paper.
Let me see it please, Haku-chan?
Naruto asked as he held out his hand.
Okay.
Haku said after she read it and gave it to Naruto. This is your first curse. All the ramen you ever attempt to eat will become worms and the broth will become piss of random animals. This curse will follow you until the beginning of the Chunin exams, upon which your second curse will begin. Naruto read as his face turned horribly pale.
This means that I have to eat healthy now.
Naruto groaned out as he flipped the note over to see another note.
Yep, and you will thank me in the long run.
Naruto read once more as he growled.